light doesn't vanish all at once. It drains slowly from the sky, first into dusk, then into something deeper, more ambiguous. A blue minus gray that makes the snowy clearing around your cabin seem to glow, while the tree line grows darker, denser, seemingly taller than at noon. You are carrying the last of the firewood now. Your breath forms short, visible clouds in the cold air, dissipating almost instantly. Your hands, inside worn gloves, are stiff, and the wood you stack against the cabin wall feels, to the touch, warmer than the iron minus-like chill of the axe handle you gripped an hour ago. The forest is about 50 yards from your door, closer in places where you haven't cleared all the stumps and underbrush. At this hour, just before full dark, the trees seem to lean in slightly, their bare branches forming intricate latticework against the fading sky. You pause, arms full of split logs, and listen. It's a habit now, this pausing to listen in the dusk. You're not entirely sure when it began, or why it feels necessary. The wind moves through the high branches, a sound like distant conversation. Words you can almost, but never quite, understand. Snow shifts somewhere in the woods. A clump of it falls from an overloaded branch. You tell yourself that, though the sound travels strangely, seeming to come along the ground rather than from above. Your dog, a lean mutt whose ribs are visible even with regular feeding, has settled himself near the cabin door. He isn't barking as a whining, but his ears are forward, his attention fixed on a point at middle distance, somewhere between the cabin and the woods, where the clearing darkens first. You stomp your boots on the threshold, knocking off packed snow, and push inside. The door is solid timber, thicker than needed for mere wind, hung on iron hinges your neighbor helped you install last autumn when the first hard frost came, when the people on this frontier land seemed to remember all at once that winter was coming. Inside, the cabin is already dim. Your wife has lit a lamp, just one, because oil must be rationed to last the long months when the supply wagons can reach the settlement. It casts more shadow than light, creating small islands of visibility and letting the corners of the room feel distant, separate, like little territories outside the lamplighter's jurisdiction. The smell is always the first thing you notice after being outside. The smoke from the hearth, which never really draws properly despite your efforts to improve the chimney. The wet wool drying near the fire, a heavy, animal scent. The stored food, root vegetables in barrels, salted meat trapped in cloth. The faint sweetness of a string of dried apples hanging from a rafter. The cabin is about 16 by 20 feet. A single room that is kitchen, workshop, bedroom, the whole domestic world for your family through the entire winter. The ceiling is low enough that you could touch the beams without straining. The walls are chinked with mud and moss, which you'll have to replace come spring, as the logs shrink and swell with the winter's freeze and thaw, working the chinking loose, creating small crevices the cold air flows through like water through stone. Your wife moves between hearth and table, preparing the evening meal, and does not look up when you enter. She doesn't need to. She heard the thump of your boots on the threshold, recognized the particular rhythm of your movements, the sound of you stacking wood outside before you came in. Your two children, boys of 7 and 9, are already seated on the bench at the table, hands folded in their laps. They are quieter than they were in summer, quieter than they will be next April, when the days are long enough to suggest that plain noise are permissible again. You slide the bar across the door. It's not dramatic, not a moment of decision or fear, just part of the evening routine, like washing your hands or taking off your coat. The bar is a length of oak, seated into iron brackets set on either side of the doorframe. It settles into place with a solid thunk, marking the formal transition from day to night, from outside to inside, from activity to stillness. The shutters are already closed over the two small windows, latched from the inside. You made those shutters yourself from what you otherwise would have hated to use, because unprotected windows felt too much like a vulnerability, like eyes that could be seen through in both directions. At night, you prefer walls to be walls, solid and unambiguous. The meal is simple. A thin soup made from dried beans, a few pieces of salted pork for flavor, bread that is denser than you'd like, because the flour must be made to stretch. You eat slowly, not quite savoring, but prolonging the act. Because after the meal, there is nothing to do but wait for sleep. Talk is sparse. Your wife mentions a shirt that needs mending for one of the boys tomorrow, says she's running low on thread. Perhaps you might remember to buy more when the supply wagon comes in the spring. You nod, filing this away with the 100 other minor necessities that accumulate to the winter like snow on the roof. Each one light, but together, they represent a weight that must be considered. The boys eat without complaint, without the fidgeting and questions of summer meals. They have learned, as all frontier children do, that winter imposes a stillness on the body and mind, a conservation of energy not entirely equivalent to sadness but sharing some of its qualities. After the meal, your wife clears the wooden bowls and spoons, washing them in water heated by the hearth. You sit by the fire, not reading. Books are scarce, and the light is too dim and too precious to waste on reading in the evenings. Just sitting, hands on your knees, eyes on the flames as they consume the wood you split this afternoon. The fire is the heart of the cabin, the sole source of heat and light, not subject to careful rationing. It burns continuously from October through March, never allowed to go completely out, because starting a new fire with flint and steel in the deep cold is difficult, and you'd rather wake every few hours to add wood than face a cold hearth in the morning. The boys settle into their sleeping pallets earlier than they would in summer, wrapped in wool blankets that have been in your wife's family for 2 generations. They don't ask for a story tonight. Some evenings you tell them things, stories from your own childhood, fragments of history, simple fables with obvious morals. But tonight they seem to understand without being told that it is a quiet evening, a time for listening rather than speaking. Your wife joins them soon after, lying down but not asleep, her eyes open, reflecting tiny, steady points of firelight. You stay by the fire as you do most nights, because someone needs to tend it, and because you find, with each passing winter, that sleep comes less willingly, as if your body is slowly forgetting how to rest completely in the dark months. The cabin settles around you with small sounds, the creak of logs contracting with the cold. The occasional pop and crackle of the fire as sap left in the wood expands and bursts. The rustle of straw in the mattress as someone shifts position. Outside, the wind picks up a little, circling the cabin, making the building feel almost like a vessel, a small craft of warmth and light, afloat on an ocean of dark and cold. Then from somewhere beyond the wall you hear it. Not loud, not close, but clear enough that there is no mistaking what it is. A long, rising howl beginning low and climbing upward, then cutting off, leaving a silence that feels heavier than the sound. You don't move. Your wife doesn't move. The boys go completely still, their breathing almost inaudible. The dog, lying by the door, lifts its head, ears pinned back. But it does not bark, does not growl, does not make any sound at all. This is the beginning of the night, as you have come to know it. Not the darkness itself, but the things that travel through it. The things that use the darkness as a medium, that send their voices across frozen ground and bare trees. Howl comes again, this time answered from a different quarter. Further away, a second voice, lower in pitch, more of a statement than a question. You have heard wolves before, in fact most nights this winter, and you know they aren't immediately at the door. They are likely back at the tree line, maybe further, using the woods as cover, moving across their territory, or communicating across distances that would take you an hour to walk. But knowing this does not change the fact of their presence, does not change the way their voices reshape the night into something that feels inhabited, watched, as completely yours than it did when you barred the door. You add another log to the fire, not because you need to, but because the act of moving, of doing something purposeful, helps you focus your attention on the present space of the cabin, rather than letting it drift toward the sounds outside. The bark catches quickly, the flames spreading over the new wood, creating both more light and more shadow, making the interior of the cabin feel both more protected and more isolated. Time passes differently after dark in winter. Without the sun's position or the rhythm of work as reference points, without the natural division between morning tasks and afternoon chores, time seems to stretch and compress unpredictably. Sometimes 15 minutes feels like an hour. Sometimes you look up and realize 2 hours have passed while you sit motionless watching the fire, listening to the night outside. The howling continues intermittently, sometimes a single voice, sometimes two or three, forming a chorus that rises and falls in a pattern you can almost, but never quite predict. The sounds are not constant. They come in waves, punctuated by long silences that might be 15 minutes, might be 40 minus 5. You stop trying to measure. During the silences, you listen more intently, because somehow the absence of sound feels more significant than its presence, as if the wolves are choosing when to announce themselves and when to move quietly. Your mind begins its familiar nighttime work, slowly cataloging the sounds and their possible sources. That creak is just the cabin logs. That soft thump is snow sliding off the roof. That distant crack is a branch breaking under the weight of ice. You have learned the soundscape of the winter night, separating the ordinary from the potentially worrisome. But you also realize the skill is not perfect. Your readings are educated guesses, not certainties. The wind shifts direction, and you hear the howling more clearly now, close enough to distinguish individual voices. To hear one wolf begin, another join a little later, creating a brief dissonance before they align. Your wife sits up slowly, carefully, trying not to disturb the boys, though you suspect they aren't asleep either, just lying with their eyes closed, as children do when they are afraid and don't want to admit it. She looks at you across the dim cabin, and you exchange no words, no gestures, just a look that acknowledges what you are both thinking. They are closer tonight than last night. This is how it is. The wolves, deep in winter, begin the season at a distance from comfort, in deeper woods, where their presence is theoretical rather than immediate. But as the weeks pass and food becomes scarce, the deer herds thin, the smaller prey harder to find, the wolves' territory gradually expands. Their hunting patterns bring them closer to the settlements, to the edges of human habitation, where the scent of livestock, of dogs, of stored food, exerts a kind of gravity. You have never seen wolves attack a cabin. You have never heard of a wolf breaking down a door or clawing through shutters. But you have heard stories, third-hand accounts, rumors passed around at settlement, gathering stories of wolves taking livestock from poorly protected pens, of dogs that went out and never came back, of a man who left his cabin on a winter night for reasons no one could fully explain and was found 3 days later a quarter-mile into the forest. These stories are vague, likely exaggerated, perhaps entirely fabricated, but they exist in your mind nonetheless, adding weight to the persistent howling outside. Around midnight you only guess based on feel. The dog stands and goes to the door. He presses his nose to the crack at the bottom of the door, where a thin line of cold air seeps in. He inhales deeply, repeatedly, gathering information from the scents that drift across the clearing. His tail is low, not tucked, but cautious. When he exhales, his breath condenses into a small cloud of vapor that hangs in the air for a moment before dissipating. You watch him closely, because the dog's reactions are often more reliable than your own senses. He can hear frequencies you cannot, smell things you cannot see, and sense movement and presence with an acuity your human limitations cannot match. If he barked, you would be more concerned. Barking means an immediate threat, something close enough to require a defensive response. But this quiet attentiveness, this focused listening and sniffing, suggests the wolves are near but not pressing, present but not aggressive. Still, the dog does not return to his sleeping spot. He stays by the door, standing guard in his own way. You realize you are grateful for his presence, for this creature whose instincts are better adapted to the dangers of the winter night than your own. The boys eventually fall asleep. You can tell by the change in their breathing, by the way their bodies go completely slack, other than holding the tense stillness of feigned sleep. Your wife dozes intermittently, waking whenever the howling starts up again, her hand moving slightly under the blanket as if to grasp something. You stay awake, adding wood every hour or so, keeping the cabin warm enough that the cold does not become dangerous, but not so warm that you waste precious wood. The night continues to stretch, marked not by clock time, but by the rhythm of the wolves' calls in the silences, by the progression of the fire from bright flame to glowing embers and back to flame. You think about spring, about how it will feel when the daylight lasts long enough to complete a full day's work, about when the woods will become a place you can enter without careful planning and heightened vigilance, about when the nights will be short enough not to require this constant, low-level alertness. But spring is months away, February and March still to be endured, still to be survived. Around what you estimate to be 3 or 4 in the morning, the howling stops altogether, not gradually, not fading into the distance, but abruptly, as if a signal you couldn't hear was given. The silence that follows is deep, almost physical, and somehow more unsettling than the howling itself. When the wolves are howling, you know where they are, can estimate their distance and direction. When they are silent, they could be anywhere, moving soundlessly across the snow, repositioning themselves in ways you cannot track or predict. Do you sit perfectly still, listening to the silence, trying to hear beneath it, to detect any sound that might indicate movement or presence? The wind has died down too, leaving a near-perfect stillness that makes even the crackle of the fire seem abrupt, too loud. Minutes pass, maybe half an hour. Silence holds, and gradually you feel some of the tension in your shoulders, in your jaw places you didn't realize you were holding tight begin to ease. Maybe they are gone. Maybe they found something more interesting than your cabin to follow through the winter night. You add another log to the fire, allowing yourself to consider sleep, to consider closing your eyes for a few hours before dawn demands your alertness again. Then the dog growls a low, sustained sound that comes from deep in his chest, almost subsonic. His eyes are fixed on the door, his body rigid. Every inch of him is focused on something you cannot see or hear. You stand slowly, moving toward the door but not touching it, not opening it, just positioning yourself to listen more carefully. At first, you hear nothing out of the ordinary. Then, very faintly, you detect what might be breathing, a slow, deliberate exhalation, so quiet it is almost masked by the ambient sounds of the night. Or perhaps it's just the wind picking up again, air moving through the chinks in the cabin's construction. You can't be sure. The dog's growl continues, steady and low, more a warning than a threat. You place a hand on his head, not to silence him, but to steady yourself, to maintain contact with something real and present as you try to make sense of what is happening outside the door. The breathing, if that's what it is, does not approach a retreat. It simply continues, patient and calm, as if whatever is outside has no need for haste, no urgency driving its actions. You realize your heart is beating harder, faster, though your body is motionless. This is the nature of winter night fear. Not panic, not terror, but a sustained, quiet anxiety that exists in the space between the known and the unknown, between what you can verify and what you can only imagine. The minutes accumulate. The dog's growl eventually subsides, though he does not relax, does not return to his sleeping spot. The breathing, if it was ever really there, merges into the general blur of night sounds, becoming indistinguishable from the wind, the settling snow, the creak of frozen wood. Slowly, so slowly you hardly notice the transition. The quality of the darkness outside begins to change. Not brighter, but less dense, less absolute. Dawn's edge is still hours away, but some subtle shift in the atmosphere suggests the deepest part of the night has passed, and you are beginning the slow climb back toward day. You return to your place by the fire, sit again, your body heavy with a fatigue you can feel but cannot quite yield to. Cabin is warm, your family safe, the door barred, the shutters closed, the fire burning steadily. These are facts, concrete and verifiable, but they coexist with another fact, equally true somewhere outside, perhaps close, perhaps far. Wolves are moving in the winter dark, and their presence shapes your experience of the night in ways that cannot be reasoned away or ignored. You will do this again tomorrow. You will bar the door at nightfall. You will tend the fire through the long hours. You will listen for the howls and the silences. You will measure safety in small increments, waiting for dawn with a patience that feels less like virtue and more like endurance. This is what it means to be a settler deep in winter when the wolves are close enough to be heard. This is the rhythm of your nights now, repeated infinitely until spring arrives and temporarily releases you from the cycle of vigilance and waiting. Fire burns down to embers again, and you add more wood, watching the bark catch and curl, watching the small flames spread across the new surface. Outside an hour or two from now, the first birds will begin to call, marking the approach of dawn with sounds that feel friendly, tame, safe. But that hour is not yet here. For now, there is only this: the warm cabin, the sleeping family, the patient dog, and the dark outside your walls that holds what it holds, gives away nothing, and waits with a patience that matches your own. For now, let us drift from the universal experience of a winter night toward a particular winter. A particular man whose words survive in fragments, brief entries in a worn ledger, letters sent but seldom answered, notes written by lamplight when sleep would not come. His name was Yakov Petrovich Morozov. Though in the settlement records he appears simply as Morozov, peasant, arrived 1807, cabin built on the northeast boundary, forest closest there. The ledger itself, now preserved in a regional archive, shows the wear of frequent use, the leather cover cracked along the spine, the pages darkened by smoke and time. Someone, perhaps Morozov himself, perhaps a family member, took care to preserve the book through multiple moves in the passage of years, recognizing the value in its sparse records, worth saving. He was not a writer by nature or training. His entries are plain, practical, focused on the weather, the work, and the small calculus of survival. How much firewood remains, how many days until the next supply run might be possible, whether the roof will hold under another heavy snow. The handwriting itself tells a story. The letters are formed with deliberate care, the occasional misspelling crossed out with a careful line, dates underlined for emphasis, as if to anchor each entry in time. It is the handwriting of a man for whom literacy represented an achievement, an education earned through effort, not birthright. But, interspersed with these practical records, appearing with increasing frequency as the winter deepens, are observations about the wolves. At first just brief mentions, almost casual, the way one might record the presence of wind or the quality of moonlight. The wolves enter his record as the weather enters it as a fact, a condition, an environmental element that influences daily decisions. There is no drama in these first mentions, no sense that they mark the beginning of anything significant. Then, as the season progresses, his attention, the space these observations take up on the page, shifts in a certain way. November 12, 1811. The first mention of wolves appears under this date, written in the careful hand of a man who learned to write late in life and still treats writing as a formal act, requiring focus and correct posture. He writes, "Heard wolves in the distant woods tonight." That is all. No elaboration, no emotion, just a fact recorded among other facts: the temperature at sundown, the amount of grain left in the barrel, or a reminder to repair the east corner of the roof before the next storm. In the context of November 12th, the note takes up perhaps a tenth of the page's space, sandwiched between more pressing concerns about winter preparations. The brevity is telling. Wolves in the distant woods common enough not to warrant detailed comment. By November 20th, his entries have developed a pattern. Each night's record includes a line about the wolves, their distance, their direction, whether a single call or many. Wolves to the north, voices of 3 or 4. Wolves near the creek bed, heard at midnight. No wolves tonight. Too windy perhaps. The observations remain factual, free of commentary, but their consistent presence suggests something: a new habit of attention, an acknowledgement that these sounds have become part of the architecture of his nights. He does not explain why he records these details, what purpose it serves beyond simple record minus keeping. Perhaps he didn't know himself at the time why he tracked them, why his pen recorded the howls with the same matter minus of minus factness as the snowfall or the number of eggs gathered. Practice precedes understanding, but the fact of the recording tells us how his consciousness was changing, how the wolves were moving from background to foreground in his nighttime experience. December arrives, and his entries grow slightly longer, as if the shortened days and lengthened nights create more time for writing, or perhaps more need for a way of marking time, of giving shape to what otherwise feels formless and slow. The lengthening of the entries coincides with the period of deepest cold, when the sun barely clears the tree line before beginning its descent, when morning chores blend directly into evening preparations with little noon in between. In such conditions, time itself becomes strange. measured not by clocks but by tasks, by cycles of adding wood and darkness. December 3, 1811. Heavy snow this morning. Cleared by afternoon. Managed to split half a cord before dark. Wolves came very close after nightfall, perhaps at the clearing's edge. Dog would not settle. Maria asked if we should be concerned. I said no, though I am less certain in my heart than I pretended. This is the first entry of emotion into his record, the first admission that the wolves represent something beyond simple fact. His uncertainty is understated, almost apologetic, as if he is embarrassed by his own worry. That it is there now, visible on the page, and once admitted, begins to appear more frequently in subsequent entries. The admission of uncertainty marks a turning point, not in the wolf's behavior, which likely remained consistent, but in Morrisop's willingness to acknowledge and record his own reaction to that behavior. The environmental becomes focal, the noted becomes the felt. December 9th. Wolves again, closer than before, could hear them moving in the brush near the woodpile. Did not go out to look. Maria says the children are sleeping poorly. December 14th. Tracks in the snow this morning. About 20 feet from the door. Large prints. Several animals. They circled the cabin sometime last night. I reinforced the chicken coop. The decision not to go out, not to open the door to those sounds in the dark, represents a kind of wisdom born of frontier experience. One does not chase wolves at night with a lamp and an axe unless the situation demands it. December 18th. Neighbor Pietro from down the line came at midday to borrow an axe. He mentioned wolves took the chickens from his enclosed pen. He seemed more angry than worried. Said he would organize a hunt when the snow was harder in January. I nodded but said nothing. I am not sure killing them would accomplish much. His entries from late December into early January form a kind of narrative, though he likely did not intend it. Just a series of observations that accumulate into something larger, a portrait of how the persistent, close presence of wolves reshapes daily life and nightly routine. The narrative emerges by accident, as any sustained attention to a single theme will produce meaning over time. Morozov was recording the days. What we read a century later is a story. January 2, 1812, the new year came, and we marked it quietly. No visitors. The roads are impassable. The wolves come every night now, sometimes in the early evening, before full dark. The children no longer ask about the sounds. They know what makes them. The children's silence says everything. This is how fear becomes normalized. The extraordinary becomes ordinary through repetition. The adults no longer need to explain or reassure, because the situation has become the condition of winter. January 7th, a long night. The wolves began at sundown and continued past midnight. At one point, I counted 5 distinct voices, maybe more. Maria sat with me by the fire. We did not speak much. There was nothing to say. January 11th. I have begun keeping the axe within reach of the door. Dorian noticed but did not comment. The dog now sleeps by the door. He moves there once we bar it for the night. He knows something we perhaps do not allow ourselves to fully acknowledge. The dog's behavior is confirmation of instinct, confirmation of an animal understanding operating beneath human rationalization. Morozov notes it with a kind of respect. The dog's honesty about danger is something humans, with their need for courage and composure, cannot fully afford. January 15th. I walked to Pietro's cabin today to return his axe. Snow deep, walking difficult. He offered tea and we sat by his fire, his wife sewing in the corner. I asked if his wolves returned after the chickens were taken. He said no, then paused, corrected himself. They had not taken more chickens, but he heard them constantly through the night, sometimes in the evening. He asked me if I thought it was the same pack or different wolves. I could not answer. How does a man know? This question, how does a man know, appears again in a later entry suggesting it stayed with him, became something he turned over in his mind during the long watch hours. The question is about identification, about whether the wolves circling one cabin are the same as those circling another, about whether there is intention in their patter, nor merely instinct, hunger, the routine of territory. But beneath the surface question lies something deeper, a desire to understand what is watching you, to give identity and predictability to something fundamentally unknown. If these are the same wolves every night, then perhaps their behavior can be predicted, their movements planned for, their danger assessed and managed. If they are different wolves, then the forest contains an endless supply, and safety is more uncertain than it seems. Morozov carried this question with him through January, like a stone in a pocket, turned over and over during waking hours. January 22nd, 3 weeks now of constant presence. I sleep in fits, waking when the silences fall. The silence is worse than the howling. At least when they call, I know where they are. This observation that silence provokes more anxiety than sound reveals how completely Morozov has adapted to the wolves' presence. His nervous system has recalibrated, learning to track them through absence as much as through sound. January 28th. Maria asked me this morning why I am always listening. I did not realize it was so obvious. He said, "You stop mid-minus sentence, mid-minus task. Your head turns just slightly, as if you hear something I do not." I told her it was nothing, but the way she looked at me suggested she understood more than I said. She is listening too. Aria's noticing means the listening has become a visible behavior, something Morozov does unconsciously during the day. His attention is now divided between the task at hand and the auditory landscape beyond the cabin walls. Entries from early February show him in adapting to a new normal, finding ways to function within a situation that has become permanent rather than temporary. His observations become more detailed, more analytical, as if studying the wolves might give him some measure of control over their presence. February 3rd, I notice a pattern in their howling. They seem to make a large circle around the settlement, visiting near each cabin on successive nights. They called from the south last night, likely east tonight, near Koselov's place. Tomorrow perhaps they will be gone. Give us a quiet night. Or perhaps this pattern I perceive as imaginary, imposing meaning where there is none. February 9th. Snow fell particularly heavy this week. Wolf tracks everywhere around the cabin, near the barn, along the path I cut to the woodpile. During the day, I sometimes follow these tracks, see where they lead. Usually, they circle and return to the woods. Once they lead to a spot about 30 feet from my door where the snow was packed down, as if something had lain there for a time, waiting or resting. Stood in that spot and looked back at my cabin, saw it from the perspective of whatever had been there, the windows glowing faintly even in the afternoon, smoke visible from the chimney, the dog barking from inside. I wondered what that looks like to a wolf. What information is gathered from these signs of habitation? This moment, standing in the packed snow and looking back at his home through the eyes of the wolf, represents a leap of imagination, an attempt to bridge the gap between human and animal understanding. Morozov tried to see his cabin as a wolf might see it, a source of wolves, sound, movement, potential danger, or potential prey. The exercise brings no comfort, but it brings a different kind of knowledge, a recognition that his home is both fortress and beacon, both protection and advisement. Every light in the window announces presence. Every wisp of smoke charts human activity. February 16th. Piotr came again, this time with Koselov. Here still talking about a hunt. They want me to join. Say 3 men with guns is enough to drive the wolves further away. Maybe kill 1 or 2, as a warning to the others. They asked, what warning does a wolf take from the death of a companion? Piotr had no answer, but seemed annoyed by the question. Koselov said something about showing them we are not prey. I said I would think on it. After they left, Maria asked if I would go. I said no. She seemed relieved. The refusal to join the hunt marked something significant in Morozov's log, a recognition that violence against the wolves would not solve the problem that troubles him, because what troubles him is not the wolves themselves, but the way their presence has altered his relationship to the night, to his home, to the landscape, what he thought he understood when he chose to settle here. Patron to Koselov seek action, the satisfaction of responding to a threat, reasserting human dominance through firepower. Thezov has moved beyond that impulse, or perhaps never felt it strongly. His record suggests a man more inclined to observation than to conquest. He's expressed relief tells its own story. Perhaps she feared for his safety on such a hunt. Or perhaps she recognized, as he did, that killing the wolves would not restore the peace they had lost. February 24th, a strange night. The wolves came very close, close enough that I could hear their breathing between the howls, but they did not challenge the cabin, did not test the door or circle aggressively. They were simply there, present and patient. Once the howling stopped, I heard footsteps, soft, deliberate, moving along the north wall of the cabin. The dog heard it too, but did not bark, only pressed himself lower to the floor, staring at the door with a focus that suggested he knew something I did not. The footsteps passed. The howling resumed from further away. In the morning, the tracks in the snow showed what I had heard. A single wolf had approached the cabin, walked its length, then returned to where the others waited. This encounter, intimate yet non-violent, close yet controlled, seems different from the earlier circling and howling. A single wolf approached, investigated, then retreated according to some plan or instinct Morozov cannot decipher. The dog's response is equally cryptic. To not the barking of an animal defending territory, but the frozen alertness of an animal that recognizes something beyond its ability to challenge. Perhaps the dog sensed this wolf had no immediate intent to harm, or perhaps its simply knew barking would accomplish nothing. March 1st, the days are starting to lengthen. Not noticeably, but enough to be marked. Darkness falls at 5 now, not for -30. This small increase in daylight feels significant, like a promise winter will eventually release us. The wolves are still present, but seem less insistent, as if they too sense the change of season coming. March 8th, Kosel Ovi came to tell me he and Piotr went hunting 3 days ago. They tracked wolves for almost a full day, never got close enough for a clear shot. He had wanted to continue, but Kosel Ovi convinced him to return before dark. He said the experience gave him a new respect for how wolves move in the forest. Silent, efficient, always knowing where the men are. He laughed when he said it, but the laughter sounded uncertain. I think the hunt taught him something he did not expect to learn. Failed hunt becomes its own education. Not the lesson Piotr and Kosel Ovi intended to teach the wolves, but the lesson the wolves taught them about the limits of human mastery in that landscape. They entered the forest as hunters and returned as men who were constantly observed and defeated. Kosel Ovi's uncertain laughter suggests he understands the implications of this reversal, understands that the wolves weren't ever in danger because they knew, at every moment, where the men weren't how to stay just beyond rifle range. March 15th, I have been thinking about fear and how it changes over time. In November, when the wolves first began to howl at night, I felt a sharp, immediate anxiety that quickened my heartbeat, made me alert and tense. Now, 3 months later, the anxiety has dulled into something else. Not quite comfort, but an accommodation. The fear is still there, but it has become part of the background. Like the cold, the hunger, the ache in my back from splitting wood. I live with it rather than react to it. I am not sure if this is wisdom, or merely exhaustion. This reflection shows Morozov's characteristic honesty about his own mental state. He does not claim to have conquered fear, or become brave through exposure. He has simply become accustomed, learned to function under a constant, low-grade anxiety. His question whether this accommodation represents wisdom or exhaustion touches on something fundamental about frontier life, about how much of survival is simply endurance, the ability to keep going in the face of fear, cold, uncertainty, loneliness. Perhaps wisdom and exhaustion are not opposites but partners, to aspects of the same difficult accommodation. March 22nd, warmer today, snow melting in patches. The wolves were distant last night, their calls faint and sporadic. Maria commented she hardly noticed them. I realized I did. I always do, but the noticing has become automatic. No conscious effort required. They are part of the night now, familiar as the wind or the crackle of the fire. His final records of the wolves are brief, almost anticlimactic. 29 3 nights without wolves. The silence feels strange, almost unsettling. I find myself listening for them still. April 2nd, the wolves are gone, following the deer herds deeper into the forest as the snow melts and prey becomes more mobile. The dog sleeps in the corner again, not by the door. The children are louder, more active. Maria is planning her garden. Spring has come, though I find myself missing the structure winter imposed, the clarity of routine, the unambiguous line between inside and outside, the way each night had weight and meaning. Without the wolves, the nights feel empty, purposeless. I am not sure what this says about me. April 10th, I spoke with Piotr yesterday, and he mentioned the wolves casually, the way one mentions last season's weather, something that happened but is past. He has forgotten the intensity of January, the way the nights felt in the deepest cold. Or perhaps he has not forgotten, but chooses to set it aside, to treat it as an anomaly rather than a revelation. I find I cannot do that. The wolves are gone, but they change the way I inhabit this place. I understand now that the cabin is not truly mine, that the forest is not a backdrop but an active presence, that the border between human settlement and wild land is thinner than I imagined when I first arrived here. The recognition that the cabin is not truly his, that ownership is a legal fiction maintained only so long as the forest allows it, is the deepest understanding Morozov reaches through his winter with the wolves. He came to this land as a settler, a man claiming territory, imposing human order on a wild space. He emerges from the winter with a different understanding of himself, not as an owner, but as a guest, not as a conqueror, but as a tolerated presence. The wolves taught him this, not through aggression, but through patience, through their persistent presence at the edge of his cleared land, through their nightly reminder that the forest was here before him and will remain after him. This is the last entry that mentions the wolves. The remainder of the ledger, continuing sporadically into 1812 and early 1813, returns to practical matters, crop planning, repairs, the small commerce of frontier life. But the tone has changed slightly, become more reflective, more willing to acknowledge uncertainty. Morozov has lived through something many settlers experienced, but few could articulate the gradual transformation of fear into understanding. A recognition that sharing space with the wild requires not conquest, but negotiation, not victory, but coexistence. The practical entries in the ledger after the wolf winter carry the mark of this tonal shift. They are still concerned with survival and work, but they carry an undercurrent of awareness, a sense that every human action in this landscape is provisional, conditional, subject to forces beyond control or understanding. When Morozov writes of planting crops, there is an implicit acknowledgement that the weather, the wildlife, 100 other factors will determine the harvest. When he writes of repairing the cabin, a recognition that the structure itself is temporary, a brief imposition of order that will eventually return to the forest. This is not pessimism but realism, the hard -1 wisdom of a man who has stared into the dark and seen something staring back. In October 1813, Morozov wrote the final entry relevant to our story. The wolves have returned with the cold weather. I heard them last night, distant but clear. Maria asked if I was concerned. I told her no, and this time I spoke the truth. I'm not concerned. I'm merely aware. The wolves will circle the cabin as they did last year. They will howl in the dark and fall silent before dawn. They will leave tracks in the snow and move through the forest with an intent I cannot fully understand. And I will tend my fire, listen to the night, wait for spring, knowing this is the condition of living in this place, the bargain I struck when I chose to build my cabin where the forest presses close. It is not a comfortable arrangement, but it is an honest one. The wolves are not my enemies. They're my neighbors. Like all neighbors, we keep a cautious distance, respect each other's territory, acknowledge each other's existence without seeking deeper understanding or intimacy. This entry represents Morozov's final statement on the matter, neither triumphant nor resigned, but clear and accepting. He has reached an understanding with the wolves, or more accurately, an understanding of the wolves' indifference to human concerns. They are not enemies because they do not hate him. They are not friends because they do not know him. They are simply other creatures sharing the same landscape according to their own needs and patterns. The comparison to neighbors is apt. In frontier settlements, neighbors often lived far enough apart that they rarely saw each other, communicated mostly out of necessity, maintained politeness through distance. The wolves were exactly that kind of neighbor, acknowledged, respected, kept at a distance. The ledger ends in 1814 without any final statement or conclusion, just a last record of firewood stores. Morozov himself remained in the settlement until 1821, when records show he sold his property and moved to a town further south so his children could attend a proper school. The decision to leave came nearly a decade after the Wolf Winter was practical rather than dramatic. His children were growing, educational opportunities on the frontier were limited, and the relative prosperity of those years made relocation feasible. There is no indication the wolves influenced his decision, though one wonders if the understanding he reached that winter made it easier to let go, easier to accept that his tenure in that place was always temporary. There is no record of whether wolves troubled the new hind, whether he missed those nights of listening and watching, whether some part of him remembered those winter months of 1811 and 1812, when he was most fully engaged with his life, alert, present, and aware of all that moved in the dark outside his door. What survives is his ledger, his careful records, his progression from fear through understanding to something like acceptance. The ledger itself passed through family hands, eventually donated to the archive in the 1890s by a grandson who recognized its historical value. By then, the frontier had moved west. The forest around the original settlement had been largely cleared. Wolves in the region had become scarce. The ledger was catalogued, preserved, consulted occasionally by historians interested in settlement patterns or the daily life of the frontier. But its true value lies not in the data it provides, but in the consciousness it reveals. One man's sustained attention to his own fear and accommodation. He was not a hero, did not vanquish or drive off the wolves. He simply lived through a winter of their proximity, and recorded from the inside what that experience felt like. His words are quiet, understated, bearing the same steady patience as his nights by the fire. They tell us something dramatic narratives and heroic accounts cannot convey, that the truest frontier experience was often not about victory, but about endurance, not about conquering nature, but about learning to survive within it, about carrying fear without being destroyed by it, about listening to the night and hearing not just danger, but the complex reality of a world that existed before humans arrived and would continue after they were gone. The heroic narratives of frontier life that dominated popular literature in the 19th century, stories of Indian fighters and bear hunters, of men carving civilization from the wilderness single-handed, have their place in cultural history. But they obscure as much as they reveal, creating an expectation that frontier life was primarily about conquest, that the successful settler was the one who dominated the environment through strength and courage. Harshest's ledger offers a different model: the settler as observer, as student of the landscape, as someone who learned to read signs and adapt to conditions, rather than impose his will upon them. It is perhaps a less dramatic story, but it is almost certainly more representative of how most people actually lived on the frontier. The wolves that circled Morozov's cabin were likely a small pack, perhaps 5 to 8 animals, following a seasonal pattern repeated for countless generations before Russian settlers arrived in the region. They came near human habitation in winter because deep snow made hunting difficult, and human settlements with their livestock and stored food represented potential resources. They did not attack because the cabin was secure, the dog was vigilant, and Morozov himself never exhibited the kind of vulnerability, sickness, injury, carelessness that might invite predation. The relationship was one of mutual wariness, each species aware of the other's capacity to do harm, each maintaining a defensive posture. The value of Morozov's account lies not in the exceptional nature of that winter. Surely many settlers experienced similar seasons, but in the sustained attention with which he recorded it, tracking not just the wolves' behavior, but his own psychological adaptation to their presence. Most people who lived through such a winter would have had little to say about it afterward. They might have remembered being afraid, might have told a dramatic story about the night the wolves came closest, but the gradual process of accommodation, the way fear became familiar and then something else, this is hard to articulate, and few tried. Morozov, perhaps because writing was still somewhat novel and difficult for him, perhaps because the long dark nights gave him time for reflection, managed to capture that process in real time. His ledger entries form a kind of psychological map of the territory between acute fear and acceptance, showing how the journey was made not through dramatic leaps, but through small daily adjustments. The February entry where he stood in the packed snow and looked back at his cabin through the wolves' eyes represents a turning point. In that moment, he ceased to view the wolves purely as threat and began to imagine them as creatures with a perspective of their own, a logic of their own. This did not make them less dangerous, but it made them understandable in a new way. They were not demons or monsters, but animals following instinct and need, assessing opportunity and risk according to a calculus he couldn't fully understand, but could at least acknowledge as rational from their point of view. This shift in perception, from threat to fellow creature, is subtle but profound. It does not eliminate fear, but places it in context, makes it something that can be managed rather than something that must be overcome or fled. Harosov never became comfortable with the wolf's presence, but he learned to function within the discomfort, to make decisions and maintain routines with the knowledge that danger lurked at the edge of the clearing. His question in March whether his accommodation represented wisdom or exhaustion touches on the ambiguity of adaptation. Is learning to live with chronic fear a valuable skill or a kind of surrender? Is the ability to function under constant, low-grade anxiety a strength, or the wearing down of a natural protective response? Morozov does not answer these questions. Perhaps there is no single answer. What matters is that he continued to split wood, tend the fire, care for his family, maintain the cabin, and plan for spring. The wolves did not stop him from living. They changed the way he lived, adding a layer of vigilance and awareness to every action. The ledger also reveals something about Maria Morozov's wife, though she appears only through his observations and brief mentions. He clearly shared his awareness of the wolves. She asks him why he is always listening. She sits with him through the long January nights. She notices him keeping the axe by the door, but her expression of concern is practical rather than fearful, asking whether they should be concerned, noting the children's poor sleep, seeming relieved when he decides not to join the hunt. She's managing her own adaptation to the situation while also managing the household and the children's reactions. One imagines she to listened through those winter nights, tracked the howls and the silences, calculated distance and danger, but she left no written record, and Morozov's ledger gives us only fragments of her experience, filtered through his own. This is typical of frontier ledgers. They capture one perspective, usually male, usually focused on external events and practical affairs. The inner lives of women and children, their fears, accommodations, and understandings remain largely invisible. We can infer Maria's experience from Morozov's comments, but we cannot access it directly. That limitation reminds us that every historical document, no matter how detailed, captures only a fragment of the lived reality it describes. The children are similarly mentioned only in passing. They no longer ask about the sounds. They sleep poorly in December. They become louder and more active when spring arrives. These brief records hint at significant stress and adaptation. Children who stop asking about frightening sounds have likely been told too many times, "There is nothing to worry about," have learned not to seek reassurance. They cope by accepting the situation as normal. This is not a comfortable process, and one wonders what long-term effects such a winter might have on young minds. Did they grow up more alert, more aware of danger, with a deeper respect for the wild? Or did they simply absorb the parental message that fear must be borne silently and learn to suppress their own anxieties? The dog, mentioned repeatedly, serves throughout the ledger as a kind of barometer of danger. With its superior hearing and instinctive reaction to predators, the dog often alerts humans to threats before they are visible or obvious. Morozov's dog moving to sleep by the door, a defensive position, guarding the most vulnerable point of entry. The dog refusing to settle when the wolves are very close, pressing himself to the floor during the February close encounter, turning to the corner to sleep in April when the wolves are gone. These behavioral changes parallel and validate Morozov's own reactions, confirming that his anxiety is not imagined or excessive, but proportional to actual danger. The dog knows, and its knowledge is more reliable than human rationalization. The two neighbors, Pietron Koslov appear periodically in the ledger, representing different responses to the wolf problem. Pietro, who lost chickens and advocated for a hunt, embodies the aggressive response. Threat should be met with counter-threat. Predators should be killed or driven off. Human dominance should be asserted through violence. Koslov seems less certain, more willing to consider alternatives, but he goes along with Pietro's hunting plan. Their day spent tracking wolves without firing a shot teaches them, on the rows I've already understood that wolves are not easily harmed by casual hunting, that they are too wary, too mobile, too clever to be easily killed by farmers with rifles. Koslov's uncertain laugh as he describes the experience suggests an acknowledgement of this truth, that the wolves controlled the encounter throughout, allowing themselves to be tracked just enough to hold the men's interest, but never coming close enough to be in danger. It is humbling knowledge, and it explains why Koslov did not propose a second hunt. The seasonal pattern Morozov describes wolves arriving with the deep winter, leaving with the spring fits with what is known of wolf behavior in areas of severe winters and migratory prey. As snow deepens, deer and other prey animals become more vulnerable, but also more mobile, moving to areas where food is accessible. Humans follow these movements, and their routes take them past areas that include human settlements. In early spring, as the snow melts and prey disperses into summer ranges, wolves adjust their territories accordingly, often moving away from human habitation. So's wolves, then, were wolves following an ancient pattern, one repeated for millennia before human settlement. That their route brought them near his cabin was incidental to their purposes, a consequence of where he chose to build. Understanding this pattern, that the wolves were not targeting him, but simply moving through a landscape that happened to contain his claim, was part of what eventually allowed Morozov to see them as neighbors rather than enemies. They were there not because of his presence, they were there in spite of it, following needs unrelated to human existence. This realization is strangely comforting. It means their behavior is not personal, not born of animosity or aggression toward humans. They circle the cabin because it is an obstacle on their territory, something to be monitored, avoided, or skirted. As long as Morozov stays behind his walls, tends his fire, and does not venture out into the dark, the wolves have no reason to challenge him. The compact he describes in his October 1813 entry, mutual respect, distance, acknowledgement without intimacy, is built on this understanding. The wolves will do what wolves do. He will do what humans do. As long as neither trespasses on the other's space, coexistence is possible. The ledger ends in 1814 with a mundane note about firewood, reminding us that life goes on beyond dramatic events. The wolf winter was significant, even transformative, but it was not everything. Morozov still had wood to chop, tools to repair, crops to plant, children to raise. The daily business of survival continues, incorporating the lessons learned, but not dwelling endlessly on the crisis. This, too, is characteristic of frontier life. Dramatic events punctuate long stretches of routine, and survival depends on maintaining that routine regardless of what came before. One cannot think about wolves all day when there is wood to split and fields to prepare. Morozov's departure from the settlement in 1821 completed a cycle of frontier experience. He arrived in 1807, built the cabin, established the farm, lived through seasons and years, including the wolf winter, and ultimately decided to leave for the sake of his children. This trajectory was common. Many frontier settlers were motivated not by love of the wilderness, but by economic need or opportunity. They viewed the isolation and danger as temporary conditions, planning eventually to move to a more settled place where children could be educated, or medicine, community, and commerce made life less precarious. Morozov's 14-year tenure suggests he found something of value there, or at least something sustainable. A life that, despite hardship and fear, allowed him to provide for a family and allowed a degree of autonomy not possible in more settled regions. The frontier offered a certain freedom from the social hierarchies, the authority of landowners and overseers, the rigid expectations of village life in towns. That freedom came with the price: isolation, danger, the constant physical strain of labor. But, for many, it was a trade worth making, at least for a time. Morrisop's ledger suggests a man who took that trade seriously, who did not romanticize frontier life but was soberly aware of its benefits and its burdens. The Wolf Winter was part of those burdens. One season among many when the cost of frontier living became particularly visible and immediate. But it was not enough to drive him away. Thought then, he stayed another 7 years, meaning he lived through at least 7 more winters in that cabin, presumably with the wolves returning each cold season, circling, howling, leaving tracks in the snow. That he stopped writing about them after 1813 does not mean they stopped coming. It means they had become fully integrated into his understanding of the place, no longer remarkable enough to record. The extraordinary had become ordinary. The terrifying had become familiar. This is how humans adapt to almost anything. Through repetition, through small, daily acceptances, through the gradual erosion of novelty until even fear can become routine. The historical context of Morrisop's ledger enriches our understanding of his experience. 1811 and 1812 were turbulent years in Russian history. Though the effects of Napoleon's invasion and the subsequent war would have reached the frontier settlement only as distant rumors and occasional demands for supplies or conscripts, Morozov never mentions these larger events in his ledger, suggesting either that news was slow to reach his remote location, or that the immediate pressures of survival left little energy for concern about distant wars. For a man living on the edge of settled territory, the wolves at the door were a more immediate threat than French armies hundreds of miles away. It is a reminder that historical experience is always both local and global. The great events recorded in history books mattered less to many people than the weather, the wolves, and the daily struggle to maintain shelter and food. Morrisop's ledger, with its meticulous attention to the immediate and the practical, gives us access to that local history of lived experience in a way that narratives of battles and treaties cannot. The preservation of the ledger itself carries an element of chance. Many similar documents were lost, used as kindling, destroyed by water or fire, thrown away by descendants who saw no value in their ancestors' scribblings about firewood and wolves. That Morrisop's grandson recognized the ledger's value and donated it to the archive suggests that family stories about that frontier life, perhaps about the specific story of the Wolf Winter, were passed down and retained some meaning. Or perhaps the grandson was simply a careful man who preserved family documents as a matter of principle, unaware that this particular ledger would eventually be consulted by historians and readers seeking to understand the frontier experience. In any case, we are fortunate to have at these plain pages, with their patient recordings, in an age increasingly removed from frontier experience, where wolves have been extirpated from most of their historical range and wilderness itself has become something contained within parks and preserves. Morrisop's ledger offers a window into a different kind of relationship between humans and wildlife. It shows us a time when coexistence was a necessity, not a choice, when the boundary between the human and the wild was negotiated nightly, when fear was not abstract but direct and concrete. Reading his records, we can almost hear the howls ourselves, almost feel the tension of those long winter nights when every sound outside the door required interpretation and response. The literary quality of Morrisop's writing, its restraint, its attention to detail, its emotional honesty is all the more striking because he was not trying to create literature. He was simply recording his days, tracking what seemed worth remembering. That this practical record also functions as narrative, as psychological portrait, as philosophical reflection on the human relationship with nature suggests that lived experience, when recorded with sufficient attention and honesty, can transcend its immediate purpose. Morozov was trying to remember how much firewood he had. He inadvertently created a document about fear, adaptation, and understanding. The structure of his entries, often to minus-sentence paragraphs when stating a fact, one reflecting on it or noting a consequence, creates a rhythm that reflects the practical thinking of a man engaged simultaneously in physical labor and mental processing. Action and reflection alternate, neither dominating, each informing the other. This structure also forces a kind of concision. There is no room for elaborate description or extended analysis, only the necessary observation and its immediate significance. The style suits both Morrisop's limited literacy and his situation, little energy for extensive writing after long hours of physical labor, but space for brief, focused records. Modern readers, accustomed to more elaborate prose and explicit emotional expression, might at first find Morrisop's records to spare, too restrained. But it is this very restraint that gives them their power. We feel the fear precisely because he does not exaggerate it. We understand the transformation precisely because he does not over-dramatize it. When he writes, "I am not sure what this says about me," in response to missing the wolves' presence, the understated admission carries more weight than pages of carefully crafted self-analysis could. He trusts the reader, or more accurately, he was not thinking of a reader at all, just recording the truth as he understood it, letting it speak for itself. The wolves themselves remain mysterious throughout the ledger, as they must. Morozov could not know their intentions, could not comprehend their decision-making, could not predict with certainty what they would do. This unknowability is central to their power in his narrative. They represent everything that cannot be controlled or fully understood, everything that resists human order and explanation. In a sense, they are the wilderness itself made manifest, even voice, form, and an intent that operates entirely outside human concerns. Morozov learned to accept this unknowability, to live with uncertainty rather than demand resolution, and that marked his deepest adaptation. He stopped asking why and started asking how to function while afraid, how to maintain routine while alert, how to exist in a landscape that did not belong to him and never would. The transformation from settler to inhabitant, from owner to guest, happened gradually over the course of the winter, catalyzed by the wolves but encompassing a broader recognition of the nature of frontier life. When the land could be visited by predators every night, when the forest pressed close in the dark brought unknown dangers, a man did not own the land in any meaningful sense. Legal ownership, recorded in a distant office, meant little when the reality involved negotiating with forces that did not recognize human law. This did not make settlement impossible. Morozov and his family clearly survived and carried on, but changed the terms of that settlement, made it provisional and conditional in a way that urban land ownership was not. The cabin provided real protection. The cleared land produced crops. The chicken coop could be reinforced against predators. But none of this represented conquest. Only a temporary settling in. A truce effective so long as both parties, the human and the wild, maintain their respective positions. If Morozov abandoned the cabin for even a season, the forest would begin to reclaim it. If the wolves decided the chickens, the dog, or even the humans were worth the risk of coming closer, the balance would shift. Morozov, writing the October 1813 entry, understood this implicitly, understood that his continued existence depended not on his strength or his right, but on a complex calculation of risk and reward conducted continuously by the wolves. So far, they chose not to challenge him directly. That choice could change. To live with that knowledge that safety could never be guaranteed, that danger could escalate without warning, required a particular kind of courage or a particular kind of acceptance. Morozov seems to have reached the latter, through exhaustion, through habit, through the slow wearing away of the expectation that life should feel safe. Security was relative, conditional, temporary. What remained was attention, vigilance, the steady maintenance of defenses, and beneath it all, the knowledge that one lived on terms set by the landscape, not on terms imposed upon it. This is the wisdom the wolf winner taught, a wisdom that arrived not as a revelation, but as the slow accumulation of nights survived, tracks observed, silences interpreted. The ledger ends, as we noted, without drama or conclusion. Life simply continues, recorded in brief practical entries, until Morozov stops writing altogether. Perhaps the ledger book was full and he never obtained another. Perhaps, as the years passed, the habit of writing faded, the experiences that prompted it fading in memory. Perhaps he simply became too busy or too tired to maintain the practice. We cannot know. The not minus knowing is fitting. Morozov was not a historical figure in any conventional sense, not someone whose life narrative requires completion or whose death requires recording. He was a frontier farmer who kept a ledger for a few years and then stopped, who lived in a place for 14 years and then moved on, who experienced a wolf winter and adapted to their presence, and eventually left them behind. His very ordinariness is what makes his ledger valuable. It shows us how ordinary people faced extraordinary circumstances, how daily life continued in the presence of fear, how adaptation happened gradually without heroism or drama. Morissot's experience was representative, and there is good reason to think it was. And thousands of frontier settlers lived through similar winters, similar adaptations, similar shifts in understanding. Was left no record. Morozov did, and his record survived. Through it, we can glimpse not just his individual experience, but something of a universal experience of frontier life, its monotony and its terror, its isolation and its intimacy with the landscape, its demand for patience, endurance, and adaptation. The wolves that circled his cabin are long gone, their descendants perhaps still running in the now much minus reduced forest. Cabin is gone, returned to forest or farmland, or perhaps the site of a completely different structure now. Morozov himself is gone. His life reduced to scattered records: birth, marriage, land purchase, land sale, death, and this careful ledger of firewood and wolves. But the experience described in the ledger remains accessible, remains relevant. We still live in landscapes we do not fully control, still encounter forces we cannot predict or manage, still must find ways to function in the face of uncertainty and fear. The specifics have changed. The wolves have been replaced by other fears, the literal darkness by other forms of the unknown. That the fundamental challenge remains how to live well in a world that does not arrange itself for our comfort or safety. Morissot's answer slowly formed over that winter, and expressed in his final wolf entry was acceptance without surrender, vigilance without panic, coexistence without self-deception. The wolves were his neighbors, not friends or enemies, but fellow inhabitants of the same landscape, a landscape that belonged to neither human nor animal but simply existed, vast and indifferent, containing multitudes. To live in such a landscape required humility, a recognition of the limits of human control and the provisional nature of human presence. It required learning to distinguish between dangers that could be managed and those that must be endured. It required developing new habits of attention, new ways of reading signs and sounds, new capacities for functioning under chronic, low-grade fear. Most of all, it required patience. The patience to wait out the winter, to let spring come in its own time, to trust that the wolves would leave when their purposes were served. This hard tested patience marked Morissot's response to the wolf winter, and one suspects it marked his approach to frontier life in general. He was not a man in a hurry, not a man seeking quick solutions or dramatic confrontations. He was a man willing to sit by the fire through long nights, listening without demanding answers, observing without assuming understanding. This temperament, so different from the heroic frontier persona celebrated in popular narratives, may have been more common than those narratives suggest. Perhaps most successful settlers were men and women, like Morozov, patient, observant, willing to adapt, able to live with uncertainty and fear without being destroyed by either. If so, then his ledger represents not just one man's experience, but a broader truth about frontier life, one worth recognizing and honoring. The winter of 1811-1812, when the wolves came close and taught one man about the limits of human dominion and the possibility of coexistence, was not unique, but it was recorded, preserved, and passed down, and now, across the distance of centuries, it speaks to us. It reminds us that wilderness is not a backdrop but a presence, that fear can be a teacher, that adaptation is an achievement, that the most profound transformations often happen in quietness, recorded in sparse entries in a worn ledger, noticed only by those who take the time to read carefully and listen for the meaning between the lines. Morozov listened to the wolves and learned to hear not just danger, but complexity, not just threat, but life persisting according to its own logic. That listening, patient, sustained, and ultimately yielding understanding, if not comfort, is perhaps the deepest lesson his ledger offers. In a sense, we all live in various ways at the edge of forests we cannot control, listening for calls in the dark we cannot fully interpret, trying to distinguish between dangers that require action and those that require only acceptance. Morozov shows us a path through attention without anxiety, vigilance without panic, and beneath it all, a fundamental acceptance of the world as it is, not as we wish it to be. The wolves circle and howl. We tend our fires and listen. Spring eventually comes, and we record in our ledgers, if we keep them, the small facts of survival and the large lesson of what it means to share a landscape with forces beyond our understanding or control. Now, let us drift toward a different kind of inquiry, moving away from the individual experience toward the larger questions that someone like Morozov could not answer, questions that remain unanswered to this day. What, exactly, were those wolves doing during the long winter nights, as they circled the cabin, howled at the edge of the clearing, left tracks that suggested intent but revealed no purpose? Here, history becomes archaeology, written record gives way to interpretation, and the physical evidence, or more accurately, the lack of it, creates space for careful speculation. The first mystery is the record itself. When archaeologists excavate frontier settlement sites, they find the usual artifacts of daily life: broken pottery, rusted tools, foundation stones, post holes where cabins once stood. But they find almost nothing that speaks directly to the experience we've described. Fear leaves no artifacts. Listening leaves no residue. The nighttime vigilance of settlers like Morozov exists only in written records, and those are rare, because most frontier families did not keep ledgers, lacked the literacy, time, or inclination to record their inner experiences. What we have are fragments, glimpses, enough to know that something happened, but not enough to fully reconstruct its meaning. Consider what survives and what does not. Wolf skulls might be found near a settlement site, proof that wolves were killed and perhaps kept as trophies or warnings. But the sound of the wolf howled, how it traveled through the winter air, how it resonated differently depending on temperature, humidity, wind direction, how it affected the people who heard it night after night, this exists only in memory and description. And memories fade, descriptions are always incomplete. We know wolves howl. We have recordings now, modern records of these sounds, but we cannot know exactly what those howls sounded like to a man sitting in a dark cabin in 1811. How the acoustics of the log walls and shutters changed the sound. How the psychological context of isolation and vulnerability shaped the listening. That experience is lost or nearly lost, recoverable only through careful reading of accounts like Morozov's and through the effort of imagination to enter a soundscape that no longer exists. There is a branch of archaeology concerned with sensory experience, trying to understand not just what people did, but what they perceived, how they inhabited their environments through sight, smell, and sound. Scholars in this field have studied the acoustics of ancient theaters, how light fell through temple spaces, the olfactory experience of medieval cities. Some have turned their attention to frontier settlements, using computer modeling and acoustic analysis to understand how sound traveled in these environments. What they found is that the experience of hearing wolf howls was highly variable, dependent on countless factors. The density of forest between the cabin and the wolves would dampen or clarify the sound. Air temperature would affect how far sound carried. Cold air transmits sound differently than warm air. The extreme cold of a frontier winter would create acoustic conditions that made distant sounds seem closer, or made nearby sounds seem to come from unexpected directions. The construction of the cabin itself would filter sound in specific ways. Log walls are thick, but not soundproof. They absorb some frequencies while allowing others through. A wolf howling 200 yards away might sound like it was right outside the door. Conversely, a wolf 50 yards away might sound distant and unthreatening. The settler had no way to verify these perceptions, no method to measure actual distance, and so lived in a constant state of uncertainty about how close the danger really was. This uncertainty was compounded by the nature of wolf howls themselves. Wolf howls are not random or purposeless. So, modern ethologists who study animal behavior have documented that wolves howl for multiple functions: to help pack members locate each other over long distances, to strengthen social bonds within the pack, to communicate territory boundaries to other packs, to coordinate pack movement, especially during hunts. But wolves also howl in contexts that are still poorly understood, contexts where the vocalization seems to serve no obvious practical purpose. Sometimes a single wolf will howl, with no other wolves nearby to answer. Sometimes howling occurs when the pack is stationary, not hunting or traveling. Sometimes howls contain variations in pitch and rhythm that suggest something more complex than simple communication, something researchers hesitate, almost reluctantly, to label as possibly expressive, as if the wolf howls partly because the act itself serves some intrinsic function beyond information exchange. If we accept this possibility, many researchers do, albeit cautiously, and the wolves circling the frontier cabin may have been doing something more complex than a threat display or a hunger minus-driven stalking. They may have been announcing their presence, yes, but also listening for a response, testing boundaries, conducting a kind of acoustic mapping of their territory that included the strange new structures humans had introduced to the landscape. The cabins, from the wolves' perspective, were recent intrusions on territory they had occupied for generations. The sounds and scents emanating from these structures were novel, possibly interesting, possibly concerning. The wolves' nightly patrols may have been less about hunting and more about surveillance, about gathering information about these new neighbors and deciding how to incorporate them into an existing mental map of the territory. Evidence supporting this interpretation exists in the more detailed frontier records that survive. Attacks on humans were extremely rare, far rarer than settlers feared. Most recorded wolf attacks involved unusual circumstances: rabid animals, wolves trapped or cornered, situations where normal behavioral patterns were disrupted by disease or injury. Under normal conditions, healthy wolves almost never attack humans, even when people are alone, vulnerable, and theoretically easy prey. This suggests that wolves understood humans as dangerous, unpredictable creatures best avoided or approached with extreme caution. Therefore, the nighttime howling near the cabin was likely not a prelude to attack, but a form of communication. The wolves were telling the humans, "We are here. We know you are there. This is our boundary." That settlers like Morozov found this communication terrifying says more about human psychology than about wolf behavior. But there is another layer to this mystery, one that becomes apparent when we compare wolf behavior across different cultural contexts. In North America and Northern Asia, indigenous peoples had lived alongside wolves for millennia before European settlers arrived. Their narratives about wolves, preserved in oral traditions, ritual practices, and the reports of early anthropologists, present a picture radically different from the frontier fear we've described. In many indigenous cultures, wolves were respected, even revered, but not feared in the way settlers feared them. Stories describe wolves as teachers, as spirits with specific knowledge, as beings who observed protocols and maintained relationships with human communities based on mutual recognition rather than threat. These were not naive or romanticized views. Indigenous people knew wolves could be dangerous, knew they hunted the same prey humans needed, knew they required careful management and respect. But the relationship was fundamentally different from the settlers' experience because it was built on generations of coexistence, on patterns of behavior understood and followed by both parties. When European settlers arrived and built cabins at the forest's edge, they were entering into a relationship with wolves without this accumulated knowledge, without the cultural framework that would have helped them accurately interpret wolf behavior. The wolves approached the cabins because that is what wolves do. They investigate changes in their territory. They test boundaries. They gather information. But the settlers interpreted this behavior through the filter of European folklore and cultural fears, stories of wolves as monsters, as threats to Christianity, as embodiments of a wilderness that must be destroyed or controlled. The actual wolves at the cabin door and the culturally imagined wolves became confused, merging into a single entity far more terrifying than the biological reality justified. This gap between perception and reality is part of what makes the frontier wolf experience a mystery. We have two sets of data that do not entirely align. The objective evidence attacks are rare. Wolves generally avoid confrontation. Most settlers go through a whole winter without any direct, threatening contact suggests the danger was small. But the subjective evidence accounts like Morozov's, the fear recorded in letters and ledgers, the psychological cost of constant vigilance suggests the experience felt intensely dangerous. The threat was real, even if it was largely psychological. How do we reconcile these two truths? Perhaps by understanding that danger and fear are not the same thing. One can be truly afraid in a situation that is not truly dangerous, and that fear has its own validity and impact regardless of the objective threat. The settlers' fear was not mistaken. They were in an unfamiliar land, alone, surrounded by sounds they didn't understand, lacking the knowledge that would have helped them interpret what they were hearing. Their fear was a reasonable response to uncertainty, to the recognition that they did not fully control their environment or understand all the forces within it. Meanwhile, the wolves were simply being wolves, following behavioral patterns that had served their species for millennia, patterns that included investigating new elements in their territory and maintaining awareness of potential competitors or threats. The tragedy, if that is the word, is that neither species had the tools to communicate clearly with the other, to establish the kind of mutual understanding that might have reduced fear and made coexistence less tense. Another aspect of this mystery involves the spatial layout of settlements, and what it reveals about how settlers attempted to manage their relationship with the wolves and the wilderness more broadly. If you look at maps of frontier settlements from the early 19th century, you'll notice something interesting about the placement of cabins relative to the forest edge. Most settlers chose to leave some cleared space between the cabin and the tree line. 50 yards was common, the 100 yards if the terrain allowed. This clearing had practical uses: space for a garden and small plot, reducing the risk of fire spreading from the forest, making the cabin visible from a distance so travelers wouldn't miss it unknowingly. But it also served a psychological purpose, creating a buffer zone, a space where the settler could see anything approaching from the woods. That clearing was an early warning system, a way of buying time, of reducing the anxiety that came from having the forest pressed right up against the cabin walls. The wolves negated this buffer by operating primarily at night, using sound rather than sight as their primary mode of presence. The 100-yard clearing wounds nothing in the dark, when visibility extends only a few feet beyond the reach of lamplight. The wolves could be at the tree line, or they could be right outside the door, and from inside in the dark, there is no way to know. The spatial strategies that worked in daylight visibility, cleared fields, lines of sight became useless at night, and the settlers found themselves reliant on acoustic information they could not fully interpret. Some settlements tried collective strategies for managing wolf presence. There are records of settlers taking turns maintaining a bonfire in the center of a small cluster of cabins. The theory was that a large fire burning all night would keep the wolves at a distance. The archaeological record shows evidence of these fire pits large, centrally located, with more ash than a cooking fire would produce, suggesting sustained use over long periods. But the records also suggest that these communal bonfires were difficult to maintain throughout the winter. They required enormous amounts of wood, meaning more labor for an already strained community. They required coordination and shared responsibility, which worked well early in the winter, but broke down as the cold and isolation made people reluctant to leave their own cabins for watch duty. And, perhaps most tellingly, these fires did not actually prevent the wolves from coming close. They merely altered the dynamics slightly, creating a new boundary the wolves learned to respect, while still maintaining their presence in the surrounding dark. By deep winter, many settlements abandoned the communal bonfires and returned to vigilance based on individual cabins, each family coping with the night in its own way. This mystery deepens when we consider what happened to this knowledge, this heart-minus-one understanding of how to coexist with wolves in the winter dark in the years that followed. As the 19th century progressed, wolf populations in settled areas declined dramatically. Bounties were placed on wolf pelts. Hunts were organized. Peasants was distributed widely. By the late 19th century, wolves had been effectively eliminated from most of the frontier regions where settlements like Morsopes had been established. The nighttime howling that had defined frontier winters for decades gradually fell silent, became memory then legend, then was forgotten entirely by most families whose ancestors had lived through it. What replaced the actual experience of living alongside wolves was a simplified cultural narrative: the wolf as furry minus tail villain, as a symbol of the savage wilderness civilization was meant to conquer. The complexity of the real relationship, the listening, the interpreting, the coexistence that settlers like Morozov learned was lost. Later generations reading the fearful entries in frontier ledgers often interpret them as evidence of their ancestors, bravery in the face of a terrible threat, rather than as evidence of their ancestors' gradual learning process, their slow development of understanding and accommodation. There is a parallel mystery about how the wolves themselves adapted to human presence. Those modern wolves that live near humans behave differently than wolves that have never encountered humans. They are more cautious, more nocturnal, better at avoiding direct contact while still moving through territory humans also inhabit. These behavioral adaptations are learned and transmitted within wolf packs, passed from older wolves to younger ones through observation and teaching. The wolves that circled Morisot's cabin in 1811 were part of this learning process. They were figuring out what humans were, what humans did, what level of caution was appropriate. Their circling, their howling, their careful approaches were forms of information gathering, experiments in understanding these new creatures that had appeared in their territory. Just as Morozov learned about wolves through his winter of listening, the wolves learned about humans through their winter of observation. Both species were engaged in the same project, trying to learn enough about the other to predict behavior, avoid conflict, and share space without constant confrontation. That this mutual learning process felt terrifying to the humans involved does not negate its function or its ultimate effectiveness. By the mid-19th century, in areas where wolves still existed, records suggest a kind of equilibrium had been reached. Wolves kept their distance by day. Settlers tolerated the howling at night. Both sides had learned the boundaries that made coexistence possible. But this equilibrium was short-lived, because human populations grew rapidly, and culturally, the decision was made that wolves should not exist in settled areas at all, that coexistence was not the goal, and that eradication was desirable. We are left with questions that cannot be fully answered because the evidence exists only in fragments. What exactly were those wolves doing on those winter nights? What information were they gathering? What decisions were they making based on what they heard, smelled, and saw? What did the human cabin look like in the wolf's perception? How did that perception change over time as the wolves learned more about human patterns? And from the human perspective, what was truly lost when the wolf howls disappeared from the winter night? Was it only fear that ended, or was there something else? Some contact with the wild, some reminder of human limitation, some connection to a larger world of life that was severed when the wolves were gone. These are questions we can pose but cannot definitively answer. The howling has fallen silent. The wolves have been driven to remote areas where few hear them. The generation that lived through the experiences we've described has passed away. Their immediate memories are irretrievable. What remains are the narratives they left behind, the archaeological evidence of how they lived, and our own efforts to enter their experience through imagination, to hear with their ears, to feel what they felt on those long winter nights. The wolves that circled the cabin remain mysterious, extensively studied by modern science, yet still not fully understood, still capable of behaviors that surprise researchers who have observed them for decades. They are social, intelligent, adaptable, resilient, shaped by evolutionary pressures we can trace but driven by immediate motivations we can only infer. When we try to understand what happened on those frontier winters, we are really asking about the space between two intelligences, two ways of being in the world, to species who found themselves sharing territory without sharing language or understanding. That space filled with howling and listening, fear and curiosity, misunderstanding and gradual accommodation is where the mystery lies. And in the few places where wolves and humans still share landscapes, that space still exists. The old questions remain relevant. The old patterns play out in modified form. Perhaps it is a space worth remembering and studying, because it teaches us something about how we relate to the wild, to the non-human, to the aspects of the world that do not bend to human plans or answer to human needs. The frontier experience with wolves was not, ultimately, about victory or tragedy. It was about proximity, about what happens when two species with their own complex social structures and survival needs find themselves occupying the same land, listening to each other in the dark, trying to determine whether the other represents threat or merely presence, danger or simple otherness. Morozov eventually reached a kind of peace with the wolves, learned to listen without panic, to acknowledge their presence without demanding they disappear, suggesting that this kind of adaptation was possible even when the initial conditions involved fear and misunderstanding. The wolves, for their part, learned what they needed to learn, that humans were dangerous when threatened, but usually content to stay in their cabins, that territory could be shared if boundaries were respected, that the long winter nights were big enough for both species without requiring constant conflict. The mystery, then, is not really whether the wolves were dangerous or whether the settlers were right to fear them. The mystery is how the two species managed to coexist at all during those decades of frontier expansion, how they negotiated a relationship neither fully controlled, and what was lost when that negotiation ended, not with continued mutual adaptation, but with the eradication of one side. Acoustic archaeology gives us fragments, hints, possibilities. The ledgers give us emotional truth, subjective experience, the human side of the encounter. Biological evidence gives us facts about wolf behavior, population dynamics, territorial patterns. But between these sources of information lies a gap we cannot fully illuminate, a space where the wolves howled, the humans listened, and something happened that we can describe, but never fully comprehend. Perhaps that is fitting. Perhaps the mystery should remain mysterious. Some experiences should resist full explanation. Some gaps should remind us that our knowledge is limited, our understanding always partial. The wolves that circled Morisot's cabin, and countless cabins like it, remain, in their full reality, ultimately unknowable. We can study their descendants, read the narratives their presence produced, imagine the soundscape of those winter nights, but the lived experience, the actual encounter between specific wolves and a specific human on a specific night in the early 19th century, exists now only as echo, trace, story passed down, recorded, and preserved against the forgetting that time imposes on all experience. Let us, for a moment, accept this uncertainty. Let's acknowledge that we have reached the edge of the knowable, where evidence fades and speculation begins, where the rigorous historian must stop and acknowledge that some questions lead into a darkness no research can fully illuminate. The wolves howled, the settlers listened, the winter passed, and now, to centuries later, we sit in warm rooms with electric light, with no wolves for 1,000 miles, trying to understand what it meant, how it felt, why it matters. The distance is too great, the silence too complete, for full comprehension. But the attempt still matters, because it reminds us that history is not just about what happened, but about what it was experienced, is not just about events, but about how those events felt to the people who lived through them. In the space between what happened and what it felt like, between objective fact and subjective truth, lies the real mystery, the mystery of consciousness itself, of what it feels like to be alive in a particular time and place, listening to sounds in the dark and trying to make sense of their meaning. Now, let us turn to a different winter, experienced by different people in different circumstances, where wolves were present but kept at a distance, where the nights held other concerns, and the howls of herd it all were filtered through layers of privilege and protection, fundamentally altering their meaning. Not everyone who lived through these winters faced the dark in the same way. While settlers like Morozov pressed their ears to cabin walls and tracked wolf movements by sound and tracks in the snow, there were others, landowners, government officials, military officers, established merchants who experienced winter from positions of relative safety and comfort. Their winters were just as cold, the nights just as long, but the relationship to danger was mediated by distance, by architecture, by having other people to worry about the wolves for them. Consider the estate of a provincial official in a northern province. Let's call him Konstantin Ivanovich Vio, R.O.V. His position afforded him a stone house rather than a log cabin. His property extended over cleared land that pushed the forest back a quarter-mile from his residence. His house was 2 stories high, with a proper foundation dug below the frost line, with multiple rooms that could be closed off from each other to conserve heat, with windows of actual glass rather than oiled paper or wooden shutters. The walls were thick enough that outside sounds entered only muffled, as suggestions rather than direct presences. When VOROV sat in his study on a winter night, a fire burning in a properly constructed, while minus ventilated fireplace, he might hear the wind, but little else. The night existed outside the window as a visual phenomenon, a darkness visible through glass, but not as an acoustic environment requiring his attention. If wolves howled at the distant tree line, the sound had to travel across open ground, through cold air, past the outbuildings where servants and stable hands lived, through stone walls, before reaching his ears, becoming so faint it might be mistaken for wind or imagination. His distance was not accidental. The wealthy and powerful had learned over generations how to structure their relationship with the wilderness. The placement of their houses served not just convenience or aesthetic pleasure, but safety. The open ground around the main house had agricultural uses, yes, but it also created a buffer, a space where anything approaching in daylight would be seen, where sounds would dissipate before becoming truly alarming. The forest was deliberately kept at a distance, managed as a resource, timber harvested from designated areas, game hunted at designated times, but never allowed to approach close enough to become a source of daily anxiety. The OROVE's household included staff whose job was to manage the boundary between civilization and wilderness. Gamekeepers patrolled the property during the day, noting signs of wolf activity, reporting any movement that seemed to trend toward the main buildings. Stable hands closed livestock into stone structures at night with proper doors and locks, structures wolves could not easily breach even if they tried. Watchmen made rounds at dusk, carrying lanterns, sometimes accompanied by large dogs bred specifically for guarding property rather than herding or hunting. These were not the lean, nervous animals that accompanied frontier settlers. These were mastiffs or similar breeds, imposing in size and temperament, trained to bark at anything unusual, but also trained to remain calm and less directly threatened. The presence of these animals significantly altered the acoustic environment. If wolves approached the estate, the dogs would raise the alarm long before the wolves came close enough to disturb the main house, and the staff would respond, lighting fires, making noise, indicating that the property was actively defended, not passively occupied. The result was that men like Vio or Ovi rarely heard wolf howls directly. They heard about wolves from staff reports, from letters sent by frontier officials, from conversations with other landowners about conditions in the outlying territories. But the actual lived experience of wolf presence remained abstract, something that happened elsewhere to other people. For the wealthy, winter was primarily a season of isolation, not of immediate danger. The challenges were social and logistical, not visceral. Roads became impassable, meaning visitors were scarce and communications delayed. Supply chains grew strained, meaning they had to rely on stores laden during the autumn. But those stores were extensive, carefully planned, and included luxuries unimaginable to a frontier family. Root cellars beneath stone houses maintained a steady temperature through the coldest months, preserving food more effectively than the crude storage methods available to settlers. Meat could be smoked or salted in specialized outbuildings designed for preservation, with proper ventilation and protection from pests and scavengers. The winter diet of the wealthy, while limited compared to summer's abundance, was still varied on nutritious preserved fruits, pickled vegetables, smoked fish, salted meats, hard cheeses that improved with age, honey stored in sealed containers, nuts. Malnutrition was rare. Scurvy, the scourge of frontier winters when sources of vitamins ran out, was prevented by consumption of preserved fruits and the knowledge needed to maintain a balanced diet. The interior spaces of wealthy winter residences reveal how insulated they were from the concerns that dominated settler life. Multiple rooms meant he could be managed more efficiently. Some rooms were kept warm through constant use. Others closed off and allowed to cool, opened only when needed. This spatial luxury meant daily life could retain some variety, movement between different environments and activities, rather than being forced into the compressed existence of a frontier cabin where everything happened in a single room. The OROV study contained books, not just ledgers and practical manuals, but literature, history, philosophy, meaning winter nights could be spent in intellectual pursuits rather than merely waiting for dawn. Reading by proper candlelight or oil lamp, with enough fuel to burn for hours without concern for waste, transformed the long dark hours from something to be endured into something that could almost be enjoyed. Some wealthy households made music part of the winter routine. A piano or harpsichord, sheet music, voices trained enough to carry a melody. These created an acoustic environment full of human intention, a counterpoint to the emptiness of the winter night, made of deliberately produced sound. When wolves howled in the distance, they howled under or after or at the edge of human music, their wildness contained within a larger soundscape dominated by civilization. The psychological effect of this containment should not be underestimated. For the settler, the night belonged to the wolves. After dark, human activity diminished to almost nothing, and any sound that emerged from beyond the walls carried weight and meaning because it was the primary acoustic event in an otherwise silent environment. For the wealthy, the night remained more under human control. Conversation continued. Music was played. Feet moved on wooden floors. Doors opened and closed. Fires crackled. All of this created a baseline of human noise, announcing that this space was fundamentally domesticated, civilized, safe. Wolves might exist beyond the walls, but they were distant phenomena, no more immediately concerning than the weather or astronomical events, things to be aware of, but not things requiring constant vigilance. This experiential divide created a profound gap in understanding between the classes. When VOROV read reports from frontier officials about wolf problems, about settlers requesting aid or military intervention, he processed that information without the visceral knowledge that would have given it emotional resonance. He understood wolves as a management problem, requiring policy decisions on resource allocation, not as a source of personal fear or nighttime anxiety. His decisions about wolf bounties, about how much government support to provide frontier settlements, were made from a position of comfortable remove, based on abstract principles rather than lived experience. This remove extended to how the wealthy talked about wolves among themselves. In their letters and diaries, wolves appear as elements in stories, topics of conversation, symbols for discussing the challenges of territorial expansion and the character traits required for frontier life. These mentions have a literary quality, a sense that wolves are being discussed as concepts rather than direct physical presences. The wolves have been troublesome this winter. One landowner might write to another. The word troublesome carries no more emotional weight than talking about persistent rain or unexpected expenses. Some wealthy families kept wolf pelts as decoration or status symbols. Pelts displayed on walls were used as rugs, physical evidence of wolves that had been killed and transformed into objects of aesthetic appreciation. These pelts represent a complete reversal of the frontier relationship with wolves. Where settlers feared wolves as living threats, the wealthy could appreciate them as dead decorations, their danger neutralized, their bodies repurposed for human comfort and display. The pelts became conversation pieces attached to stories of their acquisition, a hunting expedition, a particularly troublesome wolf finally tracked and killed, the skill of the hunter or the cunning required to take the animal. In these stories, the wolf is a villain overcome, a problem solved, never a persistent nightly concern shaping the rhythms of domestic life. The winter social life of the wealthy, when travel difficulties could be overcome, often included discussions about frontier conditions, the challenges faced by settlers, and the appropriate role of government in managing territorial expansion. These conversations were theoretical, debates about abstract principles rather than practical problems requiring immediate solutions. Should the government provide greater incentives to encourage settlement in difficult areas? Should military resources be devoted to wolf eradication programs? Or settlers who complained about wolves showing insufficient toughness for frontier life? Or were their complaints legitimate and worthy of support? These questions were debated in warm rooms, by candlelight, over dinners accompanied by wine and multiple courses, while outside, the winter night pressed against the glass, and the wolves, if they existed at all, remained unseen, unheard, at the edge of the cleared land. The gulf between these comfortable discussions and the reality of frontier life was vast, unbridgeable. It is worth noting, however, that the wealthy were not completely insulated from the harshness of winter or the reality of wolves. They faced their own challenges, experienced their own forms of isolation and anxiety. The darkness affected them too, through the same short days and long nights, had existed regardless of wealth or status. Seasonal depression, later recognized as a real psychological condition triggered by lack of sunlight affected the rich as well as the poor. The sense of being cut off, separated from the larger world by snow and impassable roads, carried its own psychological weight. Letters from family members in distant cities might not arrive for months, leaving people uncertain whether loved ones were well or in trouble, alive or dead. Business affairs could not be conducted in real time. Decisions that should have been made in weeks dragged into months. Opportunities might be missed. Problems might fester while communication remained impossible. The wealthy worried about different things than settlers did, but they still worried, still felt the pressure of winter's constraints. Some among the wealthy seem to have been aware of this gap between themselves and frontier families. Their private writings occasionally reveal moments of reflection, a recognition that their comfort was built on privileges others did not enjoy. VOROV, in a letter to a friend in February 1815, described visiting a frontier settlement to inspect conditions and report to his superiors. He arrived near dusk and was offered lodging for the night in a settler's cabin, rather than attempting the return journey in the dark. His description of that night is instructive. He wrote of being unable to sleep, disturbed by sounds the family seemed to consider normal. The creaking of logs, the wind moving around the cabin, and most notably, the howling of wolves, which sounded much closer than anything he had experienced at his own residence. For the first time, he wrote, I understood why the settlers speak of wolves with such concern. In my house, with stone walls and distance, they are abstractions. Here, with only logs and 50 yards of clearing, they are presences requiring attention. I slept no more than an hour that night, and when dawn came and I could return home, I found myself grateful. I have a new respect for those who endure this night after night, and I am less confident in my earlier judgments about their toughness or lack thereof. Such moments of awareness, however real, remained exceptions. Most wealthy landowners never spent a night in a frontier cabin, never directly experienced the acoustic reality of wolves howling from a nearby tree line, never felt the particular fear that comes from being separated from potential danger by only the thickness of logs and a barred door. Their relationship with wolves remained mediated by distance and structure, filtered through reports and stories rather than direct encounter. The children of wealthy families understood winter and wolves in a way completely different from frontier children. They certainly heard stories. Nurses and tutors from less privileged backgrounds might share tales of wolves, either to frighten or to educate. But these stories existed in the same category as fairy tales and myths, narratives disconnected from daily reality. When these children looked out a winter window, they saw snow and trees in the distance, not an encroaching threat. Their education about wolves came from books and descriptions, not from nighttime listening from intellectual knowledge, not experiential learning. This created generational patterns, with wealthy families maintaining their comfortable relationship with winter over generations, each inheriting not just property and status, but a specific way of experiencing or not experiencing the wildness beyond the walls. As the 19th century progressed and wolf populations declined due to systematic eradication campaigns, the experiential gap between rich and poor regarding wolves narrowed, but only because the wolves themselves were disappearing. Frontier families eventually achieved, through absence, what the wealthy had always enjoyed through distant nights without howling, winters without the constant awareness of wolf presence. But this achievement came with its own complexities and losses. The wealthy, who contributed to wolf eradication through bounty programs and policy decisions, rarely reflected on what was lost because they had never possessed it. Their relationship with wolves had always been abstract, mediated theoretical, and its ending required no adjustment to their daily lives or nightly routines. There is something unsettling in this gap, something that reveals a broader pattern of how different social classes experienced frontier expansion and territorial settlement. The wealthy made decisions that affected frontier life where settlements were established. Support was provided, how resources were allocated, but they made those decisions from positions of comfort and security that bore little resemblance to the conditions they were managing. Meanwhile, the settlers bore the direct consequences of those decisions. Their nights were shaped by policies made in warm studies by men who had never listened to wolf howls in the dark outside their walls. This pattern repeated in many aspects of frontier life, not just wolves. The wealthy experienced the wilderness as a resource to be managed and exploited from a distance. The poor experienced it as the immediate environment that surrounded and contained their lives, something that could not be ignored or disregarded. When policy discussions turned to questions of how to deal with predators, how to encourage settlement, how to turn wilderness into productive territory, the most influential voices belonged to those with the least direct experience, while those with the most experience had the least influence on the decisions being made. Yet, we should be careful not to oversimplify this dynamic or to romanticize frontier hardship while demonizing elite comfort. The wealthy families with their stone walls and cleared land, their staff and their resources, represented what most frontier families hope to eventually achieve. Not necessarily that scale of wealth, but a degree of safety, a distance from immediate danger, an ability to experience winter as an inconvenience rather than a constant threat. The settlers were building toward a future that looked more like the elite experience than like their own current condition. If all went according to plan, their children would grow up in larger houses on more secure, better minus protected properties, better insulated against cold and predators, and would look back on their parents' frontier years as a difficult time successfully endured. So, the elite represented not just another experience of winter, but an aspirational future, a model of what successful settlement could eventually create. The gap was about not just current conditions, but about the timeline of safety and comfort. The wealthy were already living in the kind of future the settlers were working to build. This temporal dimension complicates any simple moral judgment about different winter experiences. Over time, most settled regions did achieve something like the safety the wealthy had always enjoyed. Wolves were eliminated or driven to remote areas. Settlements grew into towns with better infrastructure and collective resources. Individual cabins were replaced by improved, sturdier houses. The progression from frontier anxiety to settled security took decades, sometimes generations, but it did generally move in that direction. The cost of that progress, however, was borne primarily by those who lived through the difficult early years and by the wolves themselves, whose eradication was seen as a necessary step in the civilizing process. That the wealthy facilitated this progress and benefited from it, without experiencing most of its costs, is a pattern typical of many frontier expansions. There is one last observation worth making about how different classes experienced winter. The wealthy, with their books, music, varied rooms, and ample food stores, could frame winter as a season with its own pleasures and opportunities. The forced isolation could be reframed as a chance for focused work, for reading and reflection, for the kind of sustained attention the busy summer did not allow. The long nights could be social occasions, gatherings of nearby families who could afford to travel even in difficult conditions, parties that lasted all night because no one wanted to start a cold journey home in the dark. Winter balls held in great houses with multiple fireplaces and enough candles to approximate daylight became anticipated events, bright spots in the dark season. For frontier families, winter offered no such compensations. It was simply something to be survived, a season to be endured, not enjoyed, that constrained rather than empowered, that took rather than gave. There were no winter balls in frontier cabins, no pleasant evenings of reading and music, only the nightly routine of tending the fire and listening, waiting for dawn hoping spring would arrive before resources ran out. This fundamental difference in how winter could be experienced and interpreted as opportunity or threat, as a season with compensatory beauty or as unrelenting hardship reveals more than economic disparity. It reveals how thoroughly privilege shapes perception, how the same external conditions can produce completely different internal experiences depending on the resources available to mediate them. Two people could look at the same winter landscape, the same dark forest, the same snow-covered ground, and see completely different things. One sees beauty and romantic sublimity. The other sees danger and isolating despair. Either perception is exactly wrong, but they arise from such different positions that they might as well be observing different seasons. As winter gave way to spring, these different experiences converged slightly. Everyone, regardless of wealth or status, felt relief when the days began to lengthen, and the grip of the cold began to loosen, and the possibility of movement and connection returned. The wealthy emerged from their comfortable isolation ready to resume normal activities, having successfully weathered the season with little disruption. The frontier settlers emerged from a more severe trial, having lived for months in a state of vigilance and anxiety that left marks not easily erased. VOROV returned to his administrative duties, processing reports, making decisions about resource allocation for the coming year. Morozov returned to his fields, began the work of planting and repairs, trying to catch up on all the maintenance winter had deferred. Both men would eventually face another winter, would see the dark descend and the cold arrive, would settle into their respective winter routines. But they would do so from such different positions, with such different resources and protections, that their winters, even if they occurred in the same calendar month in the same geographic region, would remain fundamentally incomparable. The wolves, for their part, viewed all humans as essentially similar, sources of uncertainty and potential danger, creatures to be treated with caution regardless of whether they lived in stone houses or log cabins. Wolves did not distinguish between rich and poor, did not adjust their behavior based on human social status. They responded to immediate factors: the presence of dogs, the scent of livestock, the sounds and lights that indicated human activity. In this sense, the wolves were more democratic than the human society they encountered, placing all humans in the same category, all equally strange and worthy of careful attention. The humans did not reciprocate this democratic perspective. They remained divided by different experiences, different relationships to winter and wildness, different capacities for creating distance and safety. These divisions persisted long after individual winters ended, embedded in policy and culture, shaping how frontier expansion proceeded and who benefited most from the transformation of wilderness into settled territory. So the story of winter wolves is not just about the relationship between humans and animals, settlers and predators. It is also about relationships among humans themselves, about how social hierarchy shapes experience and understanding, about who faces danger directly and who manages it from a distance of comfort, about whose fears are acknowledged and whose fears are dismissed as weakness. Long after the wolves fell silent, the frontier faded into history, and winter nights were aimed by electric light, central heating, and the near-minus total elimination of wildness from settled landscapes. These questions remain relevant. The gaps persist in new forms. The patterns repeat in different contexts, and the fundamental dynamics, some experiencing danger directly while others make decisions about it from positions of safety, continues to structure human relationships with the non-human world. Now, as we approach the end of this journey through winter nights, let us carry this awareness. The wealthy man in his stone house, the settler in his log cabin, the wolves in the dark forest were all participants in a historical moment that could not have happened without all of them. Their different experiences do not cancel each other out, but reveal the complexity of any historical moment, how a single event or season contains multiple realities depending on who is experiencing it and from what position. Winter came for everyone, but how it felt, what it meant, what it demanded, differed enormously. And those differences matter if we want to understand not just what happened, but what it felt like, what it cost, to those who lived through it in its various forms. And so we reach the end of this quiet journey through winter nights when wolves drew close, when the dark was not empty but inhabited, when the hours between sunset and dawn required vigilance and listening, and a kind of small, sustained courage that leaves no monuments, no grand narratives, only the records of people enduring what must be endured. Now, on this threshold between past and present, let us pause for a final reflection on the journey we have taken together. We began with the immediate, visceral experience of a single winter night in a frontier cabin. The sounds and the silences, the fear that was not panic but a constant awareness. How the dark transformed familiar landscape into territory of uncertainty. We felt the weight of the bar across the door, heard the howls drifting across the snowy clearing, understood how night of vigilance could reshape a person's relationship with his own home, with safety itself. Then we followed Yakov Petrovich Morozov through his winter of 1811-1812, via his careful ledger entries, watching him move from casual notation to sustained attention to something approaching understanding. His words showed us that adaptation was possible, that fear could be transformed into awareness without disappearing entirely, And humans and wolves could share the wintered arc in a relationship built on mutual acknowledgement and carefully maintained distance rather than on conquest. Next, we drift into the realm of mystery and unanswered questions, into the acoustic archaeology and the gaps in our knowledge about what those encounters truly meant. We explore how the wolves might have viewed the strange new structures in their territory, how sound traveled through winter air, intensifying uncertainty, how indigenous peoples and European settlers brought completely different frameworks to the same animal encounter, creating different realities from the same physical environment. Finally, we turned our attention to those who experienced winter from protected, privileged positions, whose nights were spent in stone houses behind cleared land, whose relationship with wolves remained abstract and mediated, whose decisions shaped frontier life without requiring them to endure its daily reality. We saw how the same season, the same darkness, the same wolves could produce completely different experiences depending on resources and social position. The democracy of winter extended only so far before human hierarchy reasserted itself. These four perspectives: immediate experience, individual narrative, cultural mystery, and social divide together from a picture more complete than any single perspective could provide. They show us that historical moments are never simple, never uniform, always contain multiple truths that coexist without necessarily harmonizing. The winter nights of wolf proximity meant different things to different people, produced different fears and different adaptations, left different imprints on those who lived through them. Now, from our contemporary vantage point, we can look back across the centuries and recognize how much has changed. The wolves that troubled Morrisop's sleep have been eliminated from most settled areas through systematic campaigns that saw their eradication as progress, as a necessary step in the civilizing process. The frontier itself has...
The truest craftsmanship is a dialogue with wood. You do not command it, you listen. You learn the language of its grain, the tension in its fibres, the story of its growth. A master builder hears the future grown in a timber. He knows where the weight will settle, where the cold will conspire with contraction to create a flaw. His work is not to fight nature, but to outthink it, to build a companion for the storm. There was such a man. They said his cabin held warmth like a secret. It stood near a frozen river, a testament to quiet defiance. Yakov learned from a collapse. As a boy, he saw snow deliver its verdict on a poorly made roof, saw stillness where there should have been breath. He did not look away. He made memory his first tool. He apprenticed under an old carpenter whose hands were maps of a lifetime of wrestling with trees. The old man taught him patience, that wood must be courted, seasoned, understood, that a joint is a promise between two pieces. A well-made home is not a shield, but a wise opponent. It yields where it must, stands firm where it can, and speaks clearly when it is under stress. Yakov built his own cabin with the gravity of a vow. He laid stones for a foundation, a courtesy to the earth. He fitted each log as if matching puzzle pieces carved by the forest itself. His innovation was not grandeur, but foresight. Braces that could be tightened, a roof that could negotiate with accumulating snow. His wife, Agrafena, watched this meticulous ritual. She saw it for what it was, not obsession, but love rendered in timber and mortar. A love that whispered, asterisk, you will be safe here, asterisk. Winter tested that promise. The worst storm arrived not with a roar, but with a gathering siege of white. Then, the sound. A sharp, dry crack from above, the voice of a beam pushed beyond its limit. In the frozen dark, the arithmetic of survival changed. Flight into the blizzard was likely death, stay, and risk being buried alive. Yakov did not run. He looked up at the groaning timber, then at his family huddled in the corner. He reached for his theory, the adjustable braces. With a mallet in the shuddering light, he drove wedges deeper. Each strike was an argument against gravity. Agrafena shielded their children, her body a final barrier. The boy, Nikolai, watched, his childhood ending in the shadow of his father's focused terror. The brace took the strain, the cracking ceased. The storm raged for 2 more days, and Yakov and his son climbed the treacherous roof to lighten its load. They fought not with strength, but with endurance. When the sky finally cleared, a fracture ran through the beam, a scar, not a death sentence. his preparation had held. After that, no one called him overly cautious. They came to learn. He shared his knowledge without pride, for on the frontier, wisdom was too precious to hoard. It was a currency of life. He taught that a home must be honest, that its bones should be visible, its weaknesses knowable. His legacy was not a single cabin, but a pattern of safety that spread through the settlements. A daughter took his drawings to a new home. A son built with the same principles. His love, built into wood and stone, outlived his hands. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Scattered across museums are quiet mysteries, iron charms cold to the touch. They bear symbols that resist translation, a stylized sun, a branching tree, geometries of protection. They were found placed with intention, by doorways, under thresholds, cradled in walls. Not hidden, but asterisk, present asterisk. What were they? Practical magic? A prayer made solid? They were too valuable to be mere ornament. Perhaps they were a language for speaking to the fear that firewood could not address. A way to mark the boundary between the fragile kingdom of warmth and the endless, hungry cold. A ritual to complete the checklist of survival. Asterisk. Check the latch. Feed the fire. Touch the iron. Now, perhaps you may rest. Archaeologists find other whispers. Threshold pits, small and lined with stone, kept meticulously clear of snow. Evidence shows embers were placed there briefly. Why? To burn the boundary? To make a line of light the cold would not cross? To leave an offering of heat at the door? A bargain struck with the night? Then there are the stories, passed down in fragments, of the black cold, a cold that felt watchful, purposeful, that carried a scent of iron and stone, that made frost form in deliberate patterns on the asterisk inside asterisk of windows. Was it a folk tale born from isolation, or a collective memory of some profound atmospheric dread given a shape and a name? These practices lived alongside sharp empirical knowledge. The same settler who could predict a storm by the behaviour of birds might also leave a crust of bread by the door as an offering. This was not contradiction, it was completeness. The physical fight was measured in woodpiles and chinking. The psychological fight was measured in charms and rituals. One guarded the body, the other guarded the mind against the terror of an indifferent universe. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Far from the single-room cabins, in the larger settlements stood houses of another order, the governor's residence, a fortress of timber and stone with multiple stoves, glass windows, carpets from distant lands. Here, winter was a muted inconvenience. Servants managed the thermodynamics. Breath did not fog the air in the drawing room. Dinner was served on porcelain. The cold was a rumour heard faintly through double-paned glass. Yet winter, in its ultimate expression, is a democratizer. The great storm of 1799 did not respect rank. Its cold infiltrated the stone foundations. Its winds found the floors in elegant construction. The mansion's many fireplaces became mouths, devouring the vast woodpile at a terrifying rate. For the first time, the governor faced the settler's calculation, which rooms to abandon to the freezing dark. His family slept huddled in the parlour, their privilege reduced to a shared fear. A servant, the son of a frontiersman, risked his life to clear an ice chimney, possessing the very skills the elite had never needed to learn. The storm passed. The social order reasserted itself. But a subtle knowledge had been exchanged. The elite understood, in their bones, that their comfort was a fragile construct. The common settler saw that even the powerful could be brought low by the same wind. For a few days they had all been equal before the cold. They had all been listeners in the long dark night. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The ice always thawed. Spring came with a slow, muddy inevitability. The world dripped and sang. Life shifted from defence to accumulation. But the memory of winter was seared into the rhythm of existence. Every summer action was a preposition for the cold to come. Every stored jar, Every stacked log was a word in next season's story of survival. Their struggle is silent now. Their cabins are dust. Return to the forest. The iron charms sit in museum cases, their exact meaning faded, but the essence remains. It is the feeling of being the lone sentinel, the understanding that safety is not a given, but a continuous conscious act. It is the weight of a sleeping child's breath, and the knowledge that you are the wall between that breath and the void. We live in a world of assured warmth, of central heating and weather satellites. We have tamed the winter, and in that triumph we may have forgotten the texture of that particular vigilance, the profound clarity that comes when your entire purpose is to keep a flame alive. So as you settle into your own certainty tonight, let the memory of their long vigil be a quiet monument, not to hardship, but to attention, to the love that manifests as a well-made joint, a stocked larder, a watchful eye in the deep dark. Their night has ended. Yours is safe and warm. Let sleep come not as a retreat, but as a gift they help to build. Dream not of the cold, but of the enduring ember.
You must decide whether to light a fire. Fire means warmth, means being able to heat water or cook dried provisions, means light pushing the darkness back a few feet. But fire also means smoke and light, means announcing your presence to anyone on the road or nearby. Most nights, you will choose fire. The risk of being discovered is outweighed, in the end, by the desperate need for warmth and the small comfort of illumination. But you will keep the fire small, feeding it carefully with the driest wood you can find, keeping the flames low and contained. The wood gathered in the twilight is often damp, the driest twigs still cold to the touch. You arrange the wood with hands stiff from gripping reins or clenching against the cold. The first attempts at ignition often fail. When the flame finally catches, it is not a roaring blaze from a hearth, but a tentative, flickering thing requiring constant attention. You feed it only one piece at a time, not allowing it to become large enough to consume fuel quickly, nor to weaken so much that lighting it becomes an ordeal. The circle of light it creates is startlingly small, perhaps 6 feet. Maybe 8 if the fire is generous. Beyond that circle, the darkness is absolute, not the comfortable dark of a room, but a living, pressing dark that seems to have weight and texture. Your food is whatever is durable, whatever will not spoil hardtack, dried meat, a little cheese if the journey is newly begun. You eat without pleasure, only to satisfy the body's need to continue tomorrow, barely tasting it because the cold has numbed your tongue, and the darkness makes the familiar food strange. Water is a constant worry. You drink from a canteen or a skin rationing because the last water source is behind you and you do not know when you will find another tomorrow. The water tastes of its container, leather and metal, is never enough to truly quench thirst, and must be made to last. If you have a blanket, you pull it over your shoulders and draw close to the fire, feeling one side grow warm while the other grows steadily colder. If you have no blanket, you pull your coat tight and accept that you will not be truly warm until you are moving again in the morning. Sleep is necessary but difficult to obtain. The ground is hard beneath you, every root and stone announcing itself through your clothes. You shift, trying to find a position that doesn't involve a painful contact with the earth, but there is no such position. The sounds of the forest at night are entirely different from those of the day. There are movements in the dark, certainly animals, which you cannot see, only guess at from rustles, snaps, and occasional calls. Your mind supplies possibilities: deer, raccoon, fox, bear. It is probably deer. It is almost certainly deer. That the dark makes all confirmation impossible. So, you listen with every part of you, trying to judge distance and direction by sound alone. Your body is exhausted, but your mind refuses to let you sleep. Every sound demands attention, requires analysis. Hmm, is that a footstep? Is something approaching? Is it just the wind or something else? Time passes in this state. Not awake, not asleep. Suspended in a space with blurry boundaries where time loses meaning and the dark seems eternal. Fire weakens. You rouse yourself to add a piece of wood and then return to the vigil. The cold increases. This is the coldest part of the night, the hour before dawn, when the earth has given up all the warmth stored from the day and the sun has not yet returned to give more. You pull your knees up, hug yourself, conserving the small heat your body still produces. Stillness brings out the pains joints ache from sitting. Your back protests the awkward posture. Your neck is stiff, your shoulders tight with unreleased tension. Every part of you wants to move, to walk, to generate heat through action. But movement in the dark is another kind of danger. The road is still out there somewhere beyond the firelight, but in the dark, it becomes unreliable, untrustworthy. Ruts easily seen by day become traps for ankles and wheels. A broken branch easily avoided becomes an invisible obstacle that can lame a horse or send a traveler sprawling. Can you even be sure of the road itself anymore? By day, you could see how the path wound around trees, followed the land's contours, maintained a relatively consistent width and direction. But at night, even with a lantern, you can see only a few feet ahead, with no way to know if the path goes straight, forks, or simply ends. Travelers tell stories of those who tried to push on in the dark, men who drove off the road in the blackness and spent 3 days extracting a wagon from a ditch, a messenger who missed a turn and added 50 unnecessary miles, a family who traveled all night, arriving at dawn at a place with no aim and no road in sight. The stories are told matter minus of minus factly, without embellishment, in a tone that states a simple truth. They need no dramatization because the consequences speak for themselves: wasted time, lost resources, danger incurred simply by refusing to stop. So you stop. Every traveler stops. The rhythm of travel in this time and place is not determined by will or need, but by the sun. You move when light permits, and you stop when darkness makes movement foolish. Your progress toward your destination will resume tomorrow. Tonight, you exist only in the small space between one day's travel and the next, maintaining the flame, maintaining yourself, waiting for the sky to lighten enough to release you back onto the road. The stars, if you can see them through the canopy, offer no comfort. They are beautiful, yes, a clear sky full of cold points of light, but they illuminate nothing useful, cast no light on the path ahead, offer no guidance to follow. They are simply there, distant and indifferent to your small concerns. You think about the destination, the inn or town or home waiting at the journey's end. You calculate how many more days of this, 3, if the weather holds, maybe 4. Each day repeating the same pattern, waking in the cold, moving in the light, stopping when the dark forces it, enduring the long night. As you flex your fingers, they are stiff and slow, the joints unwilling to bend fully. You hardly notice it in the day, but now in stillness, every small discomfort announces itself. Your feet ache with a dull, constant pain, perhaps simple fatigue, perhaps the beginning of something worse, blisters forming, toes numbed by dampened cold. You remove your boots to check, airing your feet by the fire, but the process is clumsy and leaves your feet exposed to the cold air, stinging. Your socks, if you have socks, are damp with sweat and the wet that has seeped to the leather. You hold them near the flames, trying to dry them without burning them, then hurry to pull socks and boots back on before your feet lose what little warmth they had. This is the reality of travel in that time. Not the adventure or a romance imagined from afar, but a series of small, grinding discomforts that accumulate until they are your entire world. When your back aches constantly, your stomach is never truly full, and the cold is so deep in your bones you can't remember what it feels like to be truly warm, there is no romance. Your mind wanders as you stare at the flames. You think of the people you are going to see, the business that requires your presence, or the home you left and when you might see it again. The thoughts are not sharp or urgent, they drift through your mind with the same soft, vague quality as the smoke rising from the fire. The night is long, impossibly long. Every hour stretches out until you are certain dawn must be near. Then you realize there is no hint of light in the eastern sky, and several hours remain. You have lost all sense of time's passage, unable to tell if you have been sitting here for 2 hours or 5. Your body, despite your mind's vigilance, tries to sleep. Your head nods forward, then jerks up. Your eyelids close heavily, then open with effort. Do you fall into a shallow sleep? The dreams barely distinguishable from your waking thoughts. The dreams eye of the road stretching on, of yourself walking, of a destination that remains always ahead. Finally, with a slowness that seems deliberate, the dark begins to thin. Not light, but the absolute black begins to lessen. The trees emerge as darker masses against the slightly less dark sky. Fire, which seemed so bright in the total dark, now seems dim and tired. You tend to it one last time, adding the final piece of wood to make enough flame for boiling water for what passes for breakfast. You eat quickly, efficiently, your mind already turning to the day ahead, to how far you can get before the scene repeats itself. In the gray light of dawn, as you return to the road, it looks no different from the evening before. The same ruts, the same mud, the same uncertain path extending into what seems like endless forest. But at least now you can see it well enough to follow. You begin to walk. After the cold stillness of the night, your body protests the movement, but gradually, motion brings warmth back to your limbs. The morning is quiet, only the sound of footsteps or, if you have a wagon, the creak of the axle. You fall back into the rhythm that will carry you through another day, until dusk comes again, the light begins to fail, and you must make the same decision you made yesterday to stop before the dark steals the road from beneath your feet. Case Josiah Gregg. There was a man named Josiah Gregg who recorded his travels on the Santa Fe Rail in the 1832s. His diaries were not narratives of dramatic adventure, but meticulous records of distances, conditions, and the constant recalculation of when to stop moving. Gregg was a merchant by necessity and a writer by inclination, and he understood that the success of a journey depended more on accepting the limitations imposed by distance and darkness than on courage. He made multiple trips between Missouri and Santa Fe, leading wagon trains loaded with trade goods. Each journey taught him the same lesson: progress was measured by the camps established before dark, not by the miles forced through questionable light. His first crossing, when he was still learning the rhythm of overland travel, was full of mistakes that became lessons later. He wrote of a night when they pushed too far, trying to reach an own campsite that calculations suggested should be close, only to search for it in deepening dark. As visibility decreased, the wagon slowed. The oxen grew uncertain of the ground they could not see. The drivers grew tense, aware that wheels could break, animals could stumble, and the progress they gained by continuing could be multiplied and lost through repairs and recovery. They found the campsite eventually, but only after an hour of movement so slow it was almost equivalent to stopping. Drake calculated that they might have gained 2 miles at the cost of exhausted animals, frayed nerves, and a camp made in total blackness that left them unprepared for the night. He never made that mistake again. The diaries of his subsequent journeys show a pattern of stopping early, making camp while there was still enough light to gather firewood, arrange the wagons properly, and tend to the animals. The repetition in his records reveals the truth of travel. The same decision made every day, the same calculations of distance and daylight, the same acceptance that forward motion must cease when the sun decrees it. These records have no narrative arc, no building tension or dramatic resolution. Only day after day, a cumulative accretion measured in camps made, nights endured, mornings resumed. Gregg traveled in late spring and summer when he could, timing his departures to avoid deep winter, but the nights were still cold enough to make sleep difficult. He described the practice of sleeping under the wagons, using the undercarriage as a sort of roof, the frame of wheels and axles providing psychological if not actual shelter. The ground under a wagon was no softer, the space cramped, but it created a defined space that felt less vulnerable than lying out in the open. Others in his train did the same, each person having their own small territory under their assigned wagon in the camp. When the terrain allowed, the campfire was built in the center of the circled wagons. When it did not, the position was chosen with care. The fire served multiple purposes: warmth, cooking, illumination of the immediate surroundings, and a psychological center that made the camp feel established, not temporary. Greg noted how conversation around the fire grew quieter as the night deepened, how people who talked freely during the day grew silent at night. It was not fear, but an alertness that did not permit full relaxation, an awareness that beyond the circle of firelight, they were small, isolated presences in a vast landscape. His descriptions of nights on the trail focused less on danger and more on discomfort and monotony. The hours between making camp and sleep were long, filled with small tasks to be completed, then waiting for the body to become tired enough to sleep despite the conditions. She wrote of the sounds of the prairie at night, the wind through grass, the occasional howl of a coyote, the movements of the oxen in their temporary pen. These sounds became familiar over his many trips, but familiarity did not bring comfort, only expected presence. Sleep was broken, interrupted by cold discomfort, or simply the difficulty of sleeping on hard ground after days of physical exertion. Greg described waking multiple times each night to check the fire, to look up at the sky for signs of dawn, to note the position of the stars to guess how long until travel resumed. The stars themselves became a sort of clock for him, their slow rotation across the sky marking the passage of time that otherwise, in the dark, became elastic and uncertain. He learned to recognize specific constellations and their positions at different hours of the night, using them to judge whether it was worth trying to sleep again or if dawn was near enough to begin preparations for the day. This astronomical timekeeping was imperfect, subject to clouds in his own tired judgment, but it gave the night a structure, made it feel less endless. Finding Orion had moved only a little since he last looked meant hours remained. A significant shift meant morning was coming. Like most travelers, his health suffered on these journeys. He recorded matter minus of minus faculty digestive troubles, persistent coughs, wounds that would not heal properly from the constant travel of day after day. He seemed to understand that the human body was not designed for the sustained hardship required by overland travel. Constant exposure to the elements, the poor nutrition available on the trail, the lack of true rest all accumulated into a baseline state of declining health that every traveler accepted as the cost of movement. Yet he kept traveling, because the trade he engaged in required his presence, and stopping meant the end of his livelihood. His diaries reveal a man with no romantic illusions about the trail, who knew exactly how difficult and uncomfortable each journey would be, but undertook them anyway because the alternative was poverty. The nightly stops were where the cost of travel accumulated most visibly. During the day, movement provided distraction and purpose. There was always the next landmark to reach, the next mile to conquer, visible progress in the changing landscape around you. But the night held only stillness and waiting, the slow passage of time that brought you no closer to your destination. The psychological weight of this enforced inactivity pressed heavily on men whose success was measured in miles covered and goods delivered. Greg recorded injuries that occurred even with careful stops, a man stepping on an unseen stone in the dark, badly twisting an ankle and having to ride in a wagon for 3 days instead of walking, another cutting his hand gathering wood in poor light, an infection lasting weeks, a driver becoming disoriented while checking on the animals in total darkness, falling into a shallow gully invisible in the blackness but deep enough to break a collarbone. These incidents were not dramatic, but they were consequential. Each injury slowed the train, required attention and care, reminded everyone that darkness turned even familiar tasks dangerous. Greg's records also show the economic accounting of the nightly stop. Each day not traveled was a day consuming supplies without progress. The animals needed to be fed, the men needed to eat, and these costs accumulated whether miles were covered or not. The supplies carried by the train were finite, and every pound consumed without corresponding progress reduced the margin for dealing with delays or emergencies. This created a constant pressure to maximize daylight hours, to start as early as possible and push as late as seemed safe. But Greg knew from experience that pushing too hard led to exhausted animals that required a full day of rest to recover, a cost greater than that of stopping early each day. Oxen were particularly vulnerable to overwork. They had great strength, but once depleted, they recovered slowly. An ox team pushed too hard would visibly slow, their gait changing from the steady pace that covered miles efficiently to a painful slog that barely qualified as forward motion. He developed a rhythm evident in his later diaries that he adhered to rising before dawn, preparing in the dark with lanterns when necessary, beginning movement at first light, stopping with about 2 hours of good light remaining. These 2 hours were for establishing camp properly, tending the animals, cooking and eating, preparing thoroughly for the night rather than scrambling. This pattern maximized progress while minimizing the risks of moving or establishing camp in insufficient light. It was not dramatic or heroic, but it was sustainable. He could maintain this rhythm for weeks without the utter exhaustion or cumulative damage that a more aggressive schedule produced. His records of other travelers reveal the consequences of different approaches. Trains that insisted on traveling in darkness suffered more accidents, more exhaustion, more conflict among their members. The stress of navigating uncertain terrain in poor light made men irritable, careless, and carelessness on the trail was expensive. Reg observed trains that, by rushing to cover more miles each day, suffered accidents that could have been avoided, arriving in Santa Fe weeks behind their original schedule. He encountered one party that had lost an entire wagon when a wheel broke in the darkened. The wagon rolled into a gully. The driver had failed to see in time. The cargo was salvageable but scattered, the wagon too badly damaged to repair on the spot. The delay of redistributing the cargo and sending a man back to the nearest settlement for a replacement will cost them nearly 2 weeks. Greg described meeting other wagon trains at waypoints on the trail, comparing progress and sharing information about conditions ahead. These encounters revealed that despite different starting points, cargoes, and final destinations, all parties followed essentially the same schedule. All stopped as dusk approached, all resumed at dawn. The trail itself reinforced this rhythm. There were established campsites, places with water and relatively level ground, spaced roughly a day's travel apart. The goal of a party was to reach these points before dark, and even if they arrived early, they would stop rather than press on to an uncertain location ahead. These known campsites had been used for years, worn smooth by previous travelers, fire rings marked by old ashes, the best places to park wagons determined by collective experience. This created a structure for the journey, a series of fixed points between which travel occurred. Greg could plan his trip not as continuous movement, but as a series of legs connecting these known stopping points. The night camps became temporary communities, multiple trains gathering if their travel overlapped. The landscape became dotted with campfires, small circles of light separated by dark, each party maintaining its own space but aware of the presence of others nearby. This proximity brought comfort, even without interaction. Knowing others were enduring the same night, facing the same cold, dark, and discomfort, made the experience feel less isolated. He wrote that he often felt he could sleep better when the fires of other camps were visible. A distant fire represented human presence, a reminder that the landscape that seemed so vast and empty in the dark was being traversed by others struggling with the same problems, employing the same solutions. Occasionally, members of different trains would visit each other, sharing news or trading small items. These exchanges were brief, constrained by each person's need to rest and prepare for the next day's travel. But they provided moments of connection that broke the isolation of the trail. The morning was always cold, regardless of season. The pre-dawn air held a chill that penetrated clothes and blankets, and the effort of rising and preparing to move required forcing the body into action before it felt ready. Craig described this as the worst part of each day, not the night itself, but the transition from night to travel, when every part of the body wanted to remain still, conserve heat. The first movements were painful, muscles stiff from sleeping on hard ground, fingers clumsy with cold, struggling to complete the tasks of breaking camp. But motion eventually brought its own warmth, and as the sun rose and the day took shape around them, the discomfort of the night began to fade into memory. The rhythm of travel re-established itself. The creak of axles, the steady pace of walking or riding, the landscape slowly passing. The appearance of the sun changed everything, not only because of the warmth it brought, but because it restored the world's clear outlines. Features that were invisible or vague in darkness became clearly defined. The path ahead was discernible, the terrain readable, distances to landmarks measurable rather than guessed. Until dusk approached again, the light began its inevitable fade, and the same calculations began again: how far to the next known stop, how much light remained, when to make the decision to cease forward motion and prepare for another night. The periodicity of this decision-making became so ingrained that Greg could sense the appropriate stopping time without conscious calculation. His body and mind had become attuned to the angle of the sun and the texture of the light. Greg's diaries span years of these journeys, and the repetition in the records is not a failure of narrative, but a true reflection of the experience. Each night was similar to the last. Each stop followed the same pattern. Each dawn brought the same reluctant rising and return to travel. Over those years he aged, and the later records mention that the hardships he had once endured more easily now left him exhausted and slow to recover. The cold affected him more deeply. The hard ground made sleep more difficult. The rhythm that had once been merely uncomfortable became actively painful. His knees troubled him particularly, the constant walking combined with the jolting of the wagon taking a toll on joints, and never had time to properly recover between journeys. He wrote of mornings that required several minutes of slow movement to stand, his legs refusing to cooperate immediately after hours curled under a wagon. Yet he still traveled, because the trail connected him to markets and opportunities not available at home. The nightly stop remained an unnecessary part of every journey, hours subtracted from progress, essential to survival. The goods he traded, textiles, tools, manufactured goods from eastern states, could only reach the markets in Santa Fe by being hauled across the prairie, and someone had to do the hauling. The alternative was to abandon raid entirely, accept a smaller, more constrained life limited to what could be produced or obtained locally. In his last years of active trading, Greg wrote of the night camps with a weary acceptance. He no longer described them with the observational curiosity of his earlier diaries, but simply recorded them as facts camped at such and such place, or weather clear, moved on at dawn. The simplification of language reflected the depletion of energy. He had nothing new to say about the experience because the experience had not changed. Only his capacity to endure it had diminished. The stopping points were the same stopping points, the dark the same dark, the cold the same cold he had felt on his first crossing decades earlier. When he finally ceased traveling the trail, it was not because he had conquered or mastered it, but because his body could no longer sustain the repetition. The journey had not become easier with experience. He had only accumulated enough knowledge to minimize its costs while accepting that costs would always be extracted. His diaries end without drama, without a final grand journey or reflective summary. Just as each day's travel stopped when darkness made continuing impossible, his records simply cease. This abruptness is revealing in itself, suggesting that Greg saw no particular significance in the cessation of his travels beyond the fact that he could no longer make them. There was no sense of completion, only of arriving at a point where continuation was impossible. Other records, similar rhythms. Other travelers left similar records, though few as detailed as Greg's letters home, diary entries, the occasional published account, all describing the same pattern of movement and stop, the same rhythm determined by light and dark. A woman traveling with her family to the Oregon country wrote that in the evenings the children would ask how much farther, and she had no answer for them beyond "we'll go on again tomorrow." Progress was invisible within the journey, only measurable in retrospect, looking back over weeks at the accumulation of these small daily advances. She described how the children adapted to the routine more easily than the adults, accepting the pattern of stop and go as natural, not questioning why they couldn't simply travel until they arrived. For the children, each campsite was its own complete, self-contained little world, not a pause in a larger process. They found ways to make the nightly stop approximate normalcy, claiming specific spots by the fire, developing small rituals around the simple meals that could be cooked over an open flame. The children's ability to find satisfaction in these moments comforted her and troubled her. Comforted because they were not suffering as she had feared. They might troubled because it meant they were growing accustomed to this hard, rootless life. The adults carried the burden of understanding how much farther remained, how many more nights on the ground, how many more mornings of forcing a cold body into motion. This knowledge did not make them better travelers, only made them more aware of what they were enduring. Her husband calculated the miles covered and remaining himself, repeating the tally each night as they made camp. She noticed that after a few weeks, he stopped sharing the numbers with her, perhaps realizing the information brought no comfort, only made clearer how much suffering remained. The records of a military courier traveling between frontier forts reveal an efficiency born of repetition. His entries note only basic facts: departed at dawn, reached such minus and minus such creek at midday, camped at such minus and minus such place. The stops were functional, stripped of commentary, simply things that had to be done. But even in these bare facts, the pattern is visible: the regular stops, the timing to reach camps while there was still enough light to see, the acceptance that the message would arrive when it arrived, and no night travel would change that timeline significantly. The courier's diary: occasional notes delays, whether that halted travel, a lame horse requiring rest, illness that forced him to stop for days. These interruptions are recorded in the same emotionally neutral tone as the successful travel days, suggesting a mindset that accepted both progress and setback as inevitable parts of the work. A circuit-writing minister, traveling between scattered settlements, wrote of using the nightly stops for prayer and reflection, trying to derive some meaning from the enforced stillness. He described how in these moments his thoughts turned to theological questions about the relationship between time and purpose, about what it meant to spend so much of a life waiting for dawn. His reflections brought no conclusions, only more questions. The nightly stop became a meditation, though not a peaceful one, on discomfort, the limits of the body, the vast distance between where he was and where he needed to be. He tried to frame the experience as a spiritual exercise, viewing the hardship as a kind of asceticism that might bring him closer to understanding divine will. That honesty forced him to admit in his records that most of the time he was simply cold, tired, and wishing to be elsewhere, and these feelings seemed to have no particular spiritual meaning beyond revealing his own weakness. All these accounts, different in their details and purposes, converge on the same basic truth: night ends, travel day resumes it. The roads exist only in daylight. In darkness, they become zones of uncertainty, best avoided. The rhythm of the stop shaped not only the logistics of travel, but its psychology. You could not think of the journey as a continuous line from start to finish. You had to think of it as segments bounded by the stops. The journey was not one thing, but many things, a series of days separated by nights of interrupted continuity. This fragmentation made it difficult to maintain a continuous sense of purpose. Each morning required a renewed commitment to continue, a decision to resume rather than simply stay put. It made the distance feel longer, heavier. When you measured progress in stops rather than miles, when each day's travel ended with the same discomforts and difficulties, the accumulation of distance felt slow and grudging, not natural. The psychological effect of this rhythm varied among travelers. Some found the structured predictability comforting, a reliable pattern that reduced uncertainty, even as it prolonged the journey's duration. Others chafed at the enforced pauses, frustrated that the destination remained fixed while they were forced to stop merely for lack of light. And yet, people kept traveling, because the connections between places required someone to cross the distance between them. Messages delivered, goods traded, families relocated, obligations fulfilled. All of it required people to undertake these journeys, however difficult they were. The alternative was isolation: settlements cut off from each other, knowledge, goods, and people confined to where they were. The trail and all its hardships represented connection, difficult and expensive connection, but connection nonetheless. The nightly stop was where the price of that connection became most visible, paid in cold, discomfort, and sleeplessness for the privilege of moving between 2 points. That the price was paid by every traveler, every night, on every road. The cumulative effect of these payments was a debt carried in the body: chronic fatigue, persistent minor ailments, premature aging imposed by the hard travel on those who did it frequently. Later photographs of Greg show a man who looked older than his years, his face weathered, his posture holding the permanent stiffness of too many nights on hard ground, until morning came, and the payment paused, and the rhythm of travel resumed its daytime pattern. Dawn represented not an earned rest, but a temporary respite from one kind of hardship to face the different hardship of forward motion. The cycle repeated day after day, until either the destination arrived or the ability to continue gave out. For most travelers, the destination arrived first, allowing them to tell themselves they had succeeded. The journey had been worth its cost. But the memory of the nightly stops remained, a deep understanding of what travel required that could not be forgotten or romanticized. Those who made the trail only once often chose never to make it again if they could avoid it. Those who repeated the journeys did so from necessity, not desire. Josiah Gregg's account of the Santa Fe Rail is one of our most complete records of what overland travel meant in practical, daily terms. His meticulous recording of the mundane stopping times, camp routines, minor injuries, and constant discomfort corrects the more dramatic narratives that dominated popular accounts of Western travel at the time. For others wrote of adventure and danger, hostile encounters and dramatic scenery. Gregg wrote of calculating when to stop moving. Where others emphasized the heroic aspects of overland travel, he emphasized its monotony, repetition, and uncomfortable reality. This difference in perspective came not from timidity or lack of imagination, but from a clear understanding of what made a journey successful. The dramatic moments were often disastrous. The ordinary decisions correctly repeated day after day were what brought travelers to their destination intact. The nightly stop embodied this principle. They were not exciting, not memorable in themselves, not the stuff of adventure tales, but they were essential, and handling them correctly meant the difference between arriving safely and not. In this sense, Gregg's focus on the nightly stop was not a failure to recognize the more dramatic aspects of life on the trail, but a recognition that survival depended on successfully managing the undramatic. The trail did not take lives through spectacular disasters so much as through the accumulated effect of small failures, pushing too hard, stopping too late, failing to prepare adequately for the night. His diary tells us that distance was conquered not through boldness, but through sustainable routine, not through heroic effort, but through patient acceptance of limitation. In the hundreds of repetitions over multiple journeys, the 2 hours of light left to establish a proper camp contained more practical wisdom than any single dramatic decision ever could. Archaeological footprints. In a way, the places where travelers stopped for the night have an archaeological quality to them. Over years, decades, centuries, even layers of presence accumulate. The same camping spots are used again and again, marked not by signs or buildings but by location along the route, the presence of water or shelter, or simply some quality that made stopping there feel natural. These places can still be found, if you know what to look for: ground packed hard by countless feet and wheels, stones arranged for a fire ring and rearranged by each new party of travelers, trees where horses would either travelers carved names to prove they had passed through. The archaeological record of travel is largely a record of stops. The act of moving forward through space, these little trace, a wheel pressed into mud hardens, weathers, disappears, footprints fade. But stopping produces accumulation, the ash of campfires, broken tools or discarded items, animal bones from meals, the worn minus down evidence of repeated human activity. These concentrations of material culture form islands of evidence in a landscape where the movement itself has become invisible. Excavations at known stopping points along frontier roads reveal this layering with remarkable consistency. Deeper soil holds artifacts from earlier periods. The more recent surface layers contain items marking later use. But the pattern remains the same over time. People stopped at these places because these places offered what travelers needed. Therefore, the same locations drew travelers century after century. The logic of a good stopping point transcended the specific technology or culture of any single era. Water was often the deciding factor, a single need that could not be compromised or substituted. A spring, a creek, a reliable source of water for people and animals, made a location valuable. Travelers planned their daily mileage to reach these sources before dark, and these sites became nodes in a network of known stopping points. This network was passed on by word of mouth, recorded in traveler diaries, marked on hand, drawn maps circulated among those planning westward journeys. But water alone was not enough to make a site suitable for the nightly camps that structured frontier travel. The ground needed to be relatively level for sleeping and parking wagons. Trees or rock formations that offered some shelter from wind were preferred, a natural barrier that could mean a difference between a night that was barely tolerable and one that was truly miserable. The location needed to be close enough to the road to be found by travelers as light failed, but far enough away that the road itself did not run directly through the camp. These requirements created a specific geography of stopping points, not random spots along the road, but carefully chosen locations that met multiple criteria. A site might have good water but be exposed, might have excellent shelter but be difficult to access, might have level ground but no protection from wind. Over time, as more travelers used these sites, they became established through use, not through any official designation. The accumulation of fire rings, the clearing of brush, the paths worn between the road and the water source, all these modifications made it easier for each subsequent party of travelers to recognize and use the site. Darkness and different knowledge systems. The indigenous peoples who lived in these regions had their own understanding of night travel, passed down through generations and based on intimate knowledge of the terrain. Their knowledge was different from that of the settlers and traders who came later along the roads. It was knowledge of the land itself, of how to read it in the dark, of which routes could be safely traveled in poor light. But even with this deeper knowledge, the pattern of stopping remained. Night travel was not impossible, but it required conditions most journeys did not have: familiarity with a specific terrain, clear skies for navigation by stars, a compelling reason to travel that outweighed the value of waiting for dawn. Oral histories preserved by some indigenous communities describe night travel as something done only when necessary and with specific precautions. Travelers would move slowly, testing each step, maintaining a constant awareness of their surroundings through sound and feel rather than sight. The techniques described in these oral traditions reveal a sophisticated understanding of how human perception works in darkness. Eyes can be trained to detect subtle variations in shadow, to distinguish the dark of open space from the dark of solid obstruction. But it requires patience and practice, and few possessed it. These stories also contain warnings about the dangers of night movement, the ease of becoming disoriented, the inability to see hazards, the way dark turns a familiar landscape into a place of uncertainty. The warnings are pragmatic, not supernatural, based on accumulated experience of what could go wrong when continuing to move without visual confirmation. The consistency of these warnings across different tribal traditions and different geographic regions suggests they arose from real, repeated experience, not superstition. When the same lessons appear in communities hundreds of miles apart, with different languages and different cultural frameworks, it indicates that all groups were responding to a common underlying reality. European settlers arriving in these areas brought their own beliefs about night travel, influenced by traditions from their homelands. Many of these beliefs contained a superstitious element. Crossroads were considered dangerous places to linger after dark. Certain hours of the night were thought more perilous than others. Specific landmarks were associated with disappearances or bad luck. These beliefs were seldom articulated by their holders as superstition, but as practical wisdom. Avoid crossroads because in the dark they are confusing and you might take the wrong road. Avoid the hours before dawn because that is when you are coldest and most vulnerable. Avoid certain landmarks because they are associated with difficult terrain or unreliable conditions. Whether the reasoning was supernatural or practical, the result was the same: travelers stopped and waited for light, rather than pushing on in darkness. These beliefs reinforced behavior that safety already demanded, creating a cultural consensus that extended beyond any single rationale. The limits of lanterns. Lanterns and torches existed, of course, and travelers carried them. But the light they provided was extremely limited. A lantern might illuminate a circle of ground 10 feet in diameter, less if the wind was strong or the fuel poor. Beyond that circle, the dark remained complete. Walking with a lantern created a small visible bubble that moved with you, but it also destroyed your night vision, making everything outside the bubble seem darker by contrast. As adapted to the bright flame could not then see the fainter variations in darkness that starlight or moonlight might provide. Pupils contracted by the fire, reducing the eye's ability to gather ambient light, and a lantern announced your presence to anyone or anything that might be watching. The light was visible at a distance far greater than the distance it projected useful illumination. A moving flame on a dark road might be seen half a mile away or more, marking the traveler's position in progress. This created a vulnerability that some travelers considered more worrisome than the dark itself. In areas where robbery was common or where relations between different groups were tense, the decision to travel with visible light became a calculation of comparative risk, not a simple choice between illumination and dark. Some travelers preferred to move without light, letting their eyes adapt to the dark, relying on the faint illumination of stars or moonlight when available. This allowed better peripheral awareness and made them less visible to others, but it also meant moving very slowly and accepting that most of the terrain was simply not visible. Neither method made night travel truly safe or efficient. Both were compromises, attempts to make movement possible under conditions that fundamentally did not support it. Both taught travelers through experience that it was far better to simply stop until daylight returned. These lessons were often learned the hard way through falls, becoming lost, encountering obstacles that would have been easily avoided by day. The archaeological evidence includes the remnants of the lanterns themselves, broken tin and glass, rusted metal frames, fragments of the tools travelers carried in the hope of extending the usable day. These artifacts are found at campsites, not along the road, suggesting they were used primarily for establishing camp, for illumination around the fire, not for extending travel into darkness. The pattern of their distribution tells a story about the actual use of light in frontier travel. Lanterns clustered around fire rings, indicating they were used for tasks around the camp, preparing meals, tending animals, sorting supplies, not for continuing down the road. The emergence of inns. Some stopping points evolved over time into more permanent presences. Locations where travelers regularly stopped developed inns, establishments that charged for a bed, a meal, and shelter. These inns were always spaced roughly a day's journey apart, situated at the natural stopping points travelers had used before any building existed. The proprietors who established these businesses recognized the patterns created by the accumulated behavior of travelers, and they positioned their enterprises to serve an already existing need. The presence of inns did not change the fundamental pattern. Travelers still stopped as dusk approached, still measured progress in days rather than continuous miles, but the inn made the stop more comfortable, provided walls and a roof and warmth that camping could not. The facilities were simple, usually a single large room where multiple travelers slept on cots or on the floor, a kitchen where basic meals were prepared, perhaps a stable for animals. Comfort was relative. You were indoors instead of out, slightly warmer, slightly safer, but still sleeping in a room with strangers, still rising before dawn to continue. The social dynamics of these shared sleeping areas created their own patterns on etiquette. Travelers arranged themselves by party when possible, families taking corners, merchants sleeping near their goods, strangers maintaining a careful distance from each other in the crowded space. The inns themselves became landmarks, points of reference for measuring distance. 2 days from Miller's Inn meant something specific to anyone traveling that road about 40 miles. Given the conditions, divided into two roughly equal segments. Between inns, travelers relied on established camps or, when necessary, found their own stopping points. Maps of frontier roads would show the inns as bright points along the route, the spaces between them filled with less formal stopping points used as needed. Not all roads had inns. Routes with less traffic, roads passing through regions too remote or too dangerous to support permanent facilities, offered only what the landscape itself gave. Travelers on these roads carried more supplies, endured more discomfort, measured the journey in longer units of time. The difference between traveling a road with established inns and one without could be significant, not only in comfort but in the supplies that needed to be carried and the planning required before setting out. The cultural understanding of a road included this temporal dimension. A road was not only a path through space, but a structure that existed fully only during certain hours. After dark, the road became something else, became untrustworthy, best avoided until light restored its character as a route rather than a risk. This understanding was so deeply embedded in the culture of travel that it shaped language. The phrase "to make camp" carried no connotation of failure or setback. It was simply the natural and necessary thing to do when traveling, as natural as traveling itself. A day's journey did not end when you reached your destination because most days you did not reach your destination. A day's journey ended when darkness forced you to stop. This rhythm created a different relationship to time than we have in modern travel, where the destination is the expected endpoint and stopping early is seen as delay or failure. Questions about distance were answered not in miles, but in days. How far to the next settlement? 3 days if the weather holds? The answer contained not only the physical distance but the rhythm of travel, 3 days of daytime movement, interrupted by 3 nights of stopping. The uncertainty inherent in these estimates was accepted as an intrinsic quality of travel. Weather could slow progress, road conditions could change, animals could tire or go lame. 800 variables could extend or compress the time required. But the basic unit remained the day, the period of useful light. This way of measuring distance reflected a fundamental truth of frontier travel: the constraints were temporal as well as spatial, and any estimate had to account for both. 20 miles of good road in summer might indeed be a day's travel, while the same distance in winter over difficult terrain might require 2 days, or even 3. A vanished rhythm in the landscape. Today, most of these old roads are gone. Some lie under pavement, modern highways built over their approximate paths. But many frontier routes have returned to forest or prairie, their exact locations lost except where historical maps and archaeological evidence intersect. Walking these vanished roads today, you might pass within feet of places where hundreds of travelers spent the night without knowing it. The landscape has absorbed the roads into itself, erased the paths that seemed so permanent to those who walked them. But sometimes, the landscape still holds signs of depression where the ground was packed hard, a line of stones that once formed a fire ring, a tree with old scars from where horses were tied. The traces are faint, easily overlooked. Meaningful only if you know what you are looking at and what it represents. Archaeologists trained to read these signs can reconstruct patterns of use, from subtle variations in soil composition and artifact distribution. But to the untrained eye, these sites are indistinguishable from the surrounding landscape. As roads improved and technology changed, the cultural memory of avoiding night travel gradually faded. Electric light, paved surfaces, reliable vehicles, these turned roads from places that existed only by day into routes passable at any hour. Darkness ceased to be a boundary that ended movement. The shift was gradual and uneven, city roads changing first, country roads following years or decades later. But the overall trajectory was clear and eventually became universal. Yet for more than a century, during which frontier travel dominated the westward movement in America, the pattern was absolute. Night meant stop, day meant go, and this alternating rhythm shaped every journey undertaken. The stopping points themselves became part of the infrastructure of expansion, as essential as the roads they served. Without places where a traveler could stop safely, longer routes would have been impossible. The stopping points made the roads practical, turned them from theoretical lines on a map into routes actual people could traverse. A road without adequate stopping points was not, whatever the map said, a truly usable road. Understanding this pattern requires accepting that travel was primarily not about movement, but about the relationship between movement and rest, progress and pause, the hours when the road was usable and the hours when it was not. The stopping points were not interruptions to travel, they were indispensable components of it. Modern thinking about travel often glorifies movement, sees stopping as delay or failure, measures a journey by the distance covered, rather than by the full cycle of movement undressed that made sustained travel possible. Frontier travelers had no such illusion. They understood that stopping was not the opposite of travel, but one of its necessary phases. Today, if you can find these old stopping places, if you can recognize the layers of time covering them, standing in these spots is to stand in a space defined by waiting. Hot dramatic waiting, not waiting filled with fear or anticipation, but simply waiting for dawn, for light, for the road to become visible and trustworthy again. The darkness that made these places necessary still falls each night, still turns visibility and certainty into ambiguity and doubt. But we no longer stop when it comes, no longer accept its authority over movement. Roads are kept visible now by artificial light, kept passable by technologies our unaided senses cannot provide. A headlight pierce the dark, streetlights create corridors of visibility. GPS systems allow navigation without visual reference to terrain, eliminating the need for the kind of stops that once structured all travel. Whether this is progress or merely a different set of compromises is perhaps a matter for each person to decide. But the historical fact remains: for generations of travelers, darkness absolutely ended the day's journey. and the places where they stopped became as important as the distance they covered. Privilege and exception. Not everyone stopped at dark. A small category of travelers continued to move at night, treating the road as something usable regardless of light, possessing resources that turned dark from an absolute barrier into a manageable difficulty. These individuals were not more courageous or skilled, their status gave them advantages ordinary travelers did not have. Thims, military couriers carrying messages between forts and outposts sometimes traveled on schedules that required night movement. They rode alone or in pairs, moving quickly on horseback, carrying dispatches commanders considered urgent enough to justify the risk of darkness. These riders had several advantages civilians lacked. They knew the route extremely well, riding the same path repeatedly until every landmark and turn was memorized. They carried minimal supplies, prioritizing speed over comfort, accepting hardship as part of the duty. Their saddles were equipped with specially designed mail bags to keep documents dry and secure. Their horses were chosen for endurance and reliability, not appearance. Most importantly, they had a destination that would receive them whenever they arrived. A Tor military outpost was manned at night. Gates could be opened for an expected arrival, and the courier knew that reaching his destination meant shelter, food, and rest. But even these military riders stopped when they could. Records of the courier service show night travel was used only when necessary, when orders specify information must arrive by a certain time, when weather or other delays had used up the daylight hours, when the nature of the message made speed critical. The courier's diaries, when they kept them, described night riding as disorienting and exhausting even on familiar routes. Landmarks they relied on by day became difficult to identify in darkness. Horses moved more cautiously, uncertain of their footing, requiring constant guidance from the rider. The animals' ears would swivel constantly, processing sounds the rider could barely hear, staying alert to dangers still unseen. Stagecoach drivers represented a commercial version of these pressures. Stegecuos ran on published schedules, and passengers expected to arrive at stated times. This put pressure on the driver to keep moving, even when conditions were difficult. The companies that employed them emphasized reliability and punctuality, understanding their commercial success depended on meeting the expectations created by publishing a schedule. The stagecoach carried multiple passengers, making the driver's decisions affect not only himself but everyone on board. A driver who chose to stop early or travel slowly risked complaints from passengers eager to reach their destination. A driver who took risks to maintain the schedule might satisfy the passengers but endanger everyone. This tension between safety and service shaped every decision a stagecoach driver made, particularly as daylight faded and the choice to continue or stop became urgent. Privileged travelers, government officials, wealthy merchants, high-ranking clergy also moved, but under different conditions. They had resources and support systems that reduced, but did not eliminate, the risks of darkness. Their advantage lay in being able to choose better equipment, hire guides, rely on networks of hospitality along the way. Wealthy merchants' camp had guards on watch. An official could commandeer a homestead. A circuit-riding minister had congregations to receive him within his circuit. But these privileges did not break the basic pattern. Even the privileged avoided night travel when feasible. They stopped more comfortably, more safely, but they still stopped. The difference was in the quality of the stop, not its necessity. The merchant slept on a bedroll in a tent while the ordinary traveler wrapped in a thin blanket on hard ground, but both waited for dawn. Geographic regularity. Archaeological surveys of frontier regions reveal the density of these stopping points with remarkable consistency. On heavily traveled routes, signs of overnight camps appear every 15 to 20 miles, a distance representing a day's travel under typical conditions. The consistency of this spacing across different regions and periods suggests a fundamental limit to the distance a loaded wagon or a walking traveler could reasonably advance during the hours of daylight. This limit was not arbitrary but arose from the physiological capabilities of humans and draft animals combined with the number of useful hours the day provided in different seasons. The spaces between stopping points are largely devoid of artifacts. Occasional finds mark where something was lost or discarded during travel, but compared to the concentrations at camps, these are scattered and random. Archaeology confirms what the written records describe. Travel was movement between stopping points, not a continuous occupation of the road. The landscape of frontier travel was essentially binary, dense accumulations of material culture at the stops, sparse scatterings in between. The lost and the forgotten. Some mysteries remain in this landscape of stopping. Isolated sites show camps established in locations far from known stopping points, seemingly poorly chosen, no water nearby, exposed with no shelter, difficult terrain. These anomalies suggest emergencies, misjudgments, or parties that tried to go too far and were forced to stop exactly where darkness made further movement impossible. The artifacts at these sites sometimes show signs of haste, of fire built in a less minus than minus ideal spot, minimal organization of the camp, signs the travelers left as soon as light allowed. Other sites show evidence of journeys abandoned in mid-minus course, a wagon left by the road, supplies scattered, signs of a hasty departure. Some of these can be explained by known disasters, a weather event or an attack that caused the party to scatter. Others remain unexplained. Small mysteries preserved in the pattern of artifacts that suggest something when strong but provide no clear narrative of events. These abandoned sites create an eerie category in frontier archaeology, places where the normal pattern of stopping was interrupted by something anomalous. But the precise nature of the interruption is lost to time. Modern thinking about travel often glorifies movement, sees stopping as delay or failure, measures a journey by the distance covered rather than by the full cycle of movement, undress that made sustained travel possible. Frontier travelers had no such illusion. They understood that stopping was not the opposite of travel, but one of its necessary phases. Standing in these old stopping places, if you can find them, if you can recognize them in the layers of time covering them, is to stand in a space defined by waiting. Dramatic waiting, not waiting for dawn, for light, for the road to become visible and trustworthy again. The darkness that made these places necessary still falls each night, still turns visibility, uncertainty into ambiguity and doubt. But we no longer stop when it comes, no longer accept its authority over movement. Roads are kept visible now by artificial light, kept passable by technologies our unaided senses cannot provide. Headlights pierce the dark, streetlights to create corridors of visibility. GPS systems allow navigation without visual reference to terrain, eliminating the need for the kind of stops that once structured all travel. Whether this is progress or merely a different set of compromises is perhaps a matter for each person to decide, but the historical fact remains for generations of travelers. Darkness absolutely ended the day's journey, and the places where they stopped became as important as the distance they covered. The journey's end. We have traveled together now in the failing light, in the company of those who measured a journey not by miles conquered through determination, but by safe havens found before sunset. The road, so clearly present in daylight, disappeared when darkness fell, not because the physical path vanished, but because the certainty it provided could not survive without light. Take a moment to think of the distance we have covered tonight, not in space, but in understanding. We began with a simple fact: travelers stopped at sunset. We have seen how this simple fact shaped everything about the experience of travel, the planning, the rhythm, the infrastructure, even the language used to describe distance and progress. The travelers we have accompanied, the ordinary men and women making camp, Josiah Gregg recording the stops on the Santa Fe rail, the communities that gathered at established stopping points, the few privileged who still acknowledge darkness as a boundary despite their support. They all accepted something we have largely forgotten: that movement through space is primarily not about will or determination, but about operating within the limits imposed by the physical world. Darkness was such a limit, as absolute as a mountain range or an ocean. You could not decide to overcome it through effort or courage alone. You could only accept it, plan around it, wait for the conditions that made movement possible to return. There is something almost peaceful in that acceptance, in the recognition that some things cannot be forced or rushed. The travelers stopped because to continue was foolish, and in stopping, they aligned themselves with a natural rhythm older than roads, older than wheels, older than any human invention designed to speed movement through space. We live now in an age when that rhythm has been broken. The artificial light has extended our useful hours far beyond what the sun gives. Roads are marked, illuminated, made passable at any hour. We can choose to travel at night, and we often do, measuring progress in continuous motion rather than in the stops that once structured every journey. This is progress, surely, to be able to move regardless of light, to arrive more quickly, to be less subject to the constraints that governed our ancestors. These are real advantages that have reshaped our relationship to distance and time. But something has also been lost, though lost may not be quite right. Something has become invisible to us, the understanding that movement undressed were not opposites but partners, the recognition that stopping was not failure but wisdom, the sense that the dark that ended each day's travel was not an enemy to be defeated but a condition to be respected. The travelers who stopped when the light became insufficient were not weak or timid. They were practical, experienced, clear about what their bodies and animals could endure, what the road could support. They knew that the miles gained by continuing in darkness would be paid for many times over in exhaustion, in accidents, and the sheer stress of navigating uncertainty under conditions that made navigation unreliable. Their stopping points, scattered across the landscape at intervals determined by the length of the day and the distance that could be covered, created a geography of rest. These places were not destinations, but pauses, not achievements, but necessities. Yet, in their accumulation, they shaped the experience of travel as much as the road itself did. Imagine yourself once more in such a stopping place. The campfire is low, tended carefully to provide warmth and light without consuming its fuel too quickly. The dark press is close, just beyond the small circle of light. Your body is tired from the day's movement, but sleep is slow to come because the ground is hard, the cold persistent, the sounds of the night constantly pulling your attention to the periphery. You are uncomfortable, of course. You would rather be in a bed at your destination, warm and safe. But you are also doing exactly what the situation requires, waiting for conditions to change, preserving your energy for tomorrow's movement, accepting the rhythm that travel imposes. There is a wisdom in this that our current approach to travel has largely discarded. He pushed forward regardless of conditions, force movement when perhaps rest would be wiser, measure success by distance covered rather than by a sustainable pace. The travelers who stopped each night understood something we have forgotten, that the journey is not separate from the stops, that progress includes periods of stillness, and that the ability to arrive safely depends as much on knowing when to stop moving as on knowing when to start. Tonight, wherever you are hearing these words, as you settle into rest, you are practicing your own version of what those travelers did each evening. You were stopping, ceasing the day's movement and activity, accepting that some hours are meant for stillness, not progress. Your bed is softer than the ground they slept on, your room warmer than their camps. You are safer, more comfortable, more secure in 100 ways. But the fundamental act is the same, acknowledging that body and mind require rest, that some form of stop is necessary for any journey to continue. The roads those travelers used are mostly gone now, returned to forest, paved over, or simply forgotten as new routes replace them. The patterns they created, the movement and the stop, the progress and the rest, the rhythm of the day built by light and dark, remain embedded in our understanding of journeys and destinations. We measure our own travels differently now, in hours not days, in continuous motion, not accumulated stops. But underneath our changed methods, the old truth remains: no journey proceeds without pause, no movement continues forever, no progress is made that does not require periods of rest that allow progress to resume. The travelers who avoided the road after dark were not shunning adventure or evading challenge. They were simply being realistic about what could be accomplished in darkness and what should wait for light. They prioritized survival over speed, sustainability over heroic effort, the completion of the journey over the conquest of any single day. Their nightly camps were small concessions to limitation, admissions that human capacity has its boundaries and wisdom respects rather than challenges those boundaries. And in the morning, when those limitations lifted with the returning light, the travelers resumed their forward motion without drama or announcement, simply because the road had become safe to travel again. This pattern repeated on the frontier roads, across generations, across thousands of miles, across countless individual journeys undertaken for different reasons. The details varied, but the rhythm held constant. Move when you can see, stop when darkness makes seeing impossible, rest until light returns, then move again. We have followed that rhythm together tonight, moving through paragraphs and stories, pausing to consider details, then continuing forward in the narrative. Now we have reached our own stopping point, this particular journey through history arriving at its natural pause. The travelers are still out there in a sense, not literally, not alive, but present in the traces they left, the patterns they established, the understanding they developed about what travel required and what darkness demanded. Their experience is distant from ours in time and comfort, but not in its fundamental truths. They knew something worth remembering, that movement is not always possible, that some conditions require waiting, that the dark that ends each day is not a problem to be solved, but a reality to be accepted. They stopped when stopping was wise, and in doing so, they survived to continue the journey. As you drift now toward your own rest, let the image of those travelers settling into their evening camps accompany you. See them arranging their small fire, pulling tight against the cold, accepting discomfort because it is temporary and necessary. Listen to the sounds they heard: the wind in the trees, the crackle of the flame, the distant cry of an animal moving in the dark. Feel the hardness of the ground beneath them, the chill in the air, the weight of the day's accumulated fatigue, and also the slow release of tension as the body acknowledges that movement is over, that this night will pass as all nights pass, and that morning will come, and with it the resumption of forward progress. The road is still out there in the dark, invisible but present, waiting to be walked when light returns. The destination is still ahead, no closer than it was at dark, but no farther away. Time passes through the night, but the journey itself is suspended, held in the hours when movement cannot safely continue. In that suspension and that waiting, there is a kind of peace. Not the peace of completion or arrival, but the peace of acceptance. This is where you are. This is when rest comes. Tomorrow will be different, but tonight is for stillness. The travelers understood this. They did not fight the dark, did not resent the stop it demanded. They simply stopped, made what preparations they could for the night to come, and waited, with whatever patience they could muster, for the conditions that would allow them to continue. You can do the same now. The journey you are on, whatever that journey is, whatever destination you are working to reach, will still be there tomorrow. Tonight is for rest, for the kind of stop those travelers practiced each evening, for acknowledging that forward movement is not always possible and should not always be forced. Let the dark be what it was for them, not an enemy or an obstacle, but simply a condition that calls for different behavior, for stillness instead of movement, for rest instead of progress. Let tonight be a stopping point, a pause between today's movement and tomorrow's. The campfires are going out now in those long Minus-ago camps, burning down to embers that glow faintly in the dark. The travelers are settling into whatever sleep the conditions allow. Their bodies are finding whatever comfort can be found on hard ground, their minds releasing the day's concerns, drifting into the shapeless space between waking and sleep. You can join that drifting. Let your own thoughts become as vague as theirs. Let the boundary between consciousness and sleep become as blurred as the boundary between firelight and the surrounding dark. There is nothing more that needs doing tonight. No distance that must be covered. No decision that cannot wait for morning. The road will still be there when the light returns. The journey will continue when continuation becomes possible. But for now, there is only this: the stop, the wait, the slow surrender to rest that every traveler must make when darkness falls and the road disappears into the night. Sleep well, traveler. Morning will come as it always does, and with it the light that makes movement possible again. But that is for tomorrow. Tonight belongs to rest, to the stop that sustains all journeys, to the dark that teaches us when to cease pushing forward and simply be still. The campfires are going out now, one by one, in the camps scattered across a landscape that now exists only in memory and trace. The travelers are finding what sleep they can. The night is long but not endless. Dawn will come, but it is not here yet. For now, only silence, dark waiting. Let yourself wait with them. Let yourself stop as they did. Let yourself rest as they rested. The road can wait. Tomorrow can wait. Everything can wait. when the dark comes down, The idea seems foreign, almost perilous to be cut off from the warmth of others in a world where cold is the great adversary and isolation whispers of death. Even now, in this half-minus waking state, you hear the household around you, a muffled cough in the dark, the scuffle of a dog drawing nearer to the fading hearth, the quiet sounds of digestion and breath from the cattle and goats in their pen. Privacy is a luxury you do not know. An ocean that would seem bizarre if someone from a distant future tried to describe it. Your entire life unfolds before others' birth, sickness, love, quarrel, prayer, death. The longhouse contains your world. Its timber walls are all that stand between your kin and the vast, indifferent cold of the Nordic winter. The structure is a feat of shared living, though you'd never call it that. Curved wooden frames rise from the ground, supporting walls of planks and a roof of turf and bark. The whole building shifts and settles with the seasons, with swelling and shrinking, so it seems almost alive, groaning like a great ship run aground. Wind finds cracks in the planking, bringing the scent of snow and pine, a sharp chill that makes you nestle deeper into the furs. Outside, winter holds the world in its grip. Snow lies deep over the fields, turning known landscapes into strange, white plains broken only by dark forest and distant gray mountains. If you live near the coast, the fjord is a sheet of dark, unfrozen water, so cold it draws the warmth from your bones. Inland, rivers are solid highways of ice, silent until spring brings the first groaning crack. These are the months when daylight is a brief, precious visitor. The sun, when it appears, traces a shallower glow in the southern sky, offering light but little heat. Shadows lie long. Even at midday, the world exists in a perpetual twilight, a blue-minus-gray glow that never truly becomes day and never fully darkens into night. Your body, like all bodies here, has learned this strange rhythm, though it never feels entirely natural. Sleep in these months is both simpler and more complex. Simpler because the darkness seems to invite it, because there is less work when fields are frozen and boats are ashore, because the cold makes you crave the burrow of warmth and stillness. More complex because the nights can feel endlessly long, because bodies used to labor grow restless with idleness, because the dark can seem as if it will never lift. But in summer is a different trial. The sun barely dips below the horizon, flooding the world with a pale gold light at hours meant for darkness. Sleep becomes fugitive when brightness presses on your closed eyelids, when birds sing at midnight, when the air itself seems charged with wake-up signals. The longhouse has no shutters to block this relentless glow. So you adapt. You sleep when exhaustion commands it. You rise now because the day's labor begins, regardless of how rested you feel. Your joints announce themselves with a chorus of small pains, the legacy of a life of ceaseless physical work. Your hands, seen in the faint firelight, are rough and calloused, scarred by countless small cuts and burns, nails broken and edged with a dirt that never fully washes away. Moving carefully so as not to wake the others, you go to the hearth. The fire has burned down to a bed of coals. Your first task is to coax it back to life. You at kindling, blowing gently, watching small flames rise and lick the air. Fire is life in this cold place. It cooks, it warms, it gives light, it wards off predators. To let it die entirely would be a grave failure. Someone must always tend it, banking it at night, reviving it each morning. As the fire strengthens, others begin to stir. The household awakens in waves, a slow emergence rather than a sudden change. Children blink awake and stumble toward the warmth, hair tousled from sleep. Your spouse rises and starts the morning chores, checking supplies, warming water, preparing the first meal. This is the rhythm of your days, unchanging, unending, as reliable as the turning seasons. The work awaiting you is physical and relentless. If you are a man, you might haul timber from the forest today, heavy logs making your shoulders ache and your hands raw. Or you might fish, standing for hours in a small boat, cold spray soaking your woolens, fingers growing numb as you draw in nets. Or you will work the farm tending animals, mending fences, cutting peat for fuel, labor so constant your body moves almost without thought. If you are a woman, your day is no less demanding. Wool to card and spin, the spindlest eddy companion. Cloth to weave on the upright loom against the wall, arms reaching up and pulling down 1,000 times until your shoulders burn. Butter to churn, milk to process, herbs to dry, food to prepare over the smoky fire. And always, always children to tend, feeding them, teaching them, guarding them from 100 dangers in a world without modern safeguards. The food you live on is plain, often monotonous. Salted fish, preserved from summer catches, forms the core of many meals. Thick barley porridge is another staple, sometimes enriched with a little milk or the rare treasure of honey. Root vegetables, when they are to be had, turnips, onions, their earthy taste a welcome change. Occasional hard, sharp cheese meat when an animal can be spared, game when the hunt is good, but never in the abundance later times will know. This diet touches your sleep in ways you don't name. The heavy salt leaves you always thirsty, sometimes waking at night for a drink of water from a wooden cup. The barley, though filling, can sit heavily in your stomach as you lie down. The lack of variety leaves your body wanting, leading to a low unwellness you accept as the normal human condition. By midday in winter, the brief twilight that passes for day is already fading. You've worked for hours, your body moving through familiar motions, your mind often wandering. There is no clock to mark the time, no schedule beyond the natural rhythms of light and dark, hunger and fullness, weariness and rest. Social order shapes every part of your life, including where and how you sleep. If you are more fortunate talent owner or skilled in a valued trade, your space in the longhouse might be a little larger, your furs a bit thicker, your share of food slightly greater. But even the wealthiest farmer is not so far removed from the poorest laborer. You all share the same smoke, the same cold, the same essential struggle against a harsh land. Family is everything here. Your place in the social web is defined by kinship, who your father was, who your brothers are, what family your spouse comes from. These ties bring both obligation and support. If your cousin's farm fails, you are expected to help. If your brother calls for aid, you must answer. And when trouble finds you, these same networks that can provide your only safety net. Children are valued but not pampered. They are expected to contribute as soon as they are able, learning by watching and doing. A child of 5 might help feed chickens, an 8-year-old begins to learn spinning, a 12-year-old is trusted with more complex tasks. This early start in responsibility makes childhood brief, but it also means that by the time they are grown, young people have the skills needed to survive. Marriage is as much a practical matter as a romantic one. Alliances between families, the joining of resources, the continuation of bloodlines, these shape which unions are made. But this does not mean affection is absent. In the close quarters of the longhouse, where lives are lived in constant proximity, a genuine fondness often grows between spouses. You see your partner in every state, exhausted, ill, afraid, joyful. Through this complete knowing, an intimacy emerges that may run deeper than passion alone. As evening comes, the kind of work changes. The heaviest labor is done, and attention turns to the tasks that maintain the household. Tools need repair, a broken axe handle replaced, a torn net mended, a knife sharpened on a wet stone with long, patient strokes. Women continue their textile work by firelight, the spindle turning, fingers moving with practiced ease even in the dimmest. Death is also the time for stories. The spoken tradition is strong in your culture. Tales of gods and heroes, accounts of ancestors' deeds, sagas that weave history and legend until they are inseparable. An elder might begin to speak, voice rising and falling in a practiced rhythm, and everyone pauses in their work to listen. These stories serve many purposes. They entertain during the long, dark evenings. They pass on the values of your culture. They preserve history. And importantly, they create a shared world of meaning that binds the community together. The gods are ever present in your understanding of the world. Thor with his hammer, protecting humankind from giants and chaos. Odin the All-Father, god of wisdom, war, and poetry, who gave an eye for knowledge. Freya, of love and fertility, whose favor might mean good harvests and healthy children. These are not distant, abstract deities, but intimate presences who take an interest in human affairs. You make small offerings, a bit of food left out, a prayer whispered before a journey, an amulet worn for protection. As the household prepares for sleep, a series of small rituals unfolds. Someone must secure the door, a simple wooden barrier that marks the boundary between the ordered world inside and the wild dark beyond. The fire must be carefully banked in a fuel to keep coals alive through the night, but not so much it becomes a danger. Someone checks on the animals, ensuring they are settled, for a restless cow might kick and cause harm in the dark. You arrange your bedding, shaking out the straw to spread it more evenly, pulling the furs up within easy reach. The sleeping platform, really just a raised section of floor along the wall, is shared by your immediate family. There is barely room for all, so you sleep close, bodies touching, breath mingling. In winter, this closeness is survival. Hard body heat might mean the difference between waking and not. Around your neck, you wear an amulet, a small hammer of Thor carved from bone. It has been blessed by a god eye, a chieftain minus priest who knows the proper words and rites. You do not think of it as magical in the way a later age might, but as a link to divine protection, a physical reminder you are not alone in the dark. Before lying down, you touch it briefly, a habit so ingrained you barely notice. A small prayer for safe sleep and good dreams. The children settle first, their young bodies quick to yield to exhaustion after a day of activity. They curl together like a litter of pups, small hands clutching fur, faces peaceful in the firelight. You watch them, feeling the complex mix of emotions parenthood brings: love certainly, but also a fierce protective anxiety. For you know how fragile life is, how quickly illness or accident can take the young. Your spouse settles beside you, and you exchange a few quiet words, thoughts about tomorrow's tasks, a small worry about dwindling stores, a moment of shared humor over something a child said. These brief talks are intimate, not because of their content, but because of their context. The day's armor laid aside, voices soft in the dark, a rare moment when you are not working, but simply being together. Other household members find their sleeping places too. Perhaps an elderly parent, moving more slowly now, bones protesting each shift. Maybe a thrall, a slave taken in a raid or born into service, whose place is less comfortable nearer the door where cold drafts bite strongest. The household is a complex social unit, multiple generations and varied statuses all pressed into one shared space. As you lie down, your body begins its nightly catalog of aches. Your lower back troubles you tonight. Perhaps you lifted a log the wrong way. Your left shoulder, hurt years ago and never quite right, sends sharp little pains when you shift. Your hands throb dully, constant you swearing at joints that know no rest and no medicine beyond poultices of herbs, their effectiveness more hope than science. The sounds of the longhouse settling for the night create a kind of symphony. Snores begin almost at once, not just human snores, but the snuffling sleep-minus sounds of animals. A dog whimpers softly, chasing something in a dream. Goats shift in their pen, hooves scraping earth. Fire hisses and pops, as sap in the wood heats. Wind outside finds gaps in the walls, making the structure creak like a ship at anchor. Sleep does not come instantly for you. Your mind, granted rare freedom from physical demands, begins to turn over thoughts and worries, mostly practical concerns. Will the food stores last until spring? Will that storm you smelled on the air bring damage? Could tensions with a neighboring household turn dangerous? These are not idle fears, but constant companions in a world where the margin for survival is thin. Sometimes your thoughts turn to larger questions, the kind that surface in the space between waking and sleeping. But the gods truly want from humans? Where do people go when they die? Is it really the great halls the stories describe, or something else? Why does the world hold both great beauty and great cruelty? These questions have no answers, but asking them seems part of what makes us human. Memory visits you often in these drowsy moments. You remember your childhood decades past, though you are only in your 30s, a long life by the measures of your time. Images surface: your mother's hands carding wool, The particular smell of baking bread, the terror and thrill of your first time on a boat. You remember people now gone, taken by sickness, injury, or the simple wearing away of age. They feel near in the darkness, almost present, as if the boundary between the living and the dead grows thin at night. The dark itself has a quality later ages will not know. No street lamps, no neighbor's electric glow, no distant city light staining the sky. When the fire burns low and clouds hide the stars, the darkness is absolute, thick, pressing presence that can disorient, even frighten. You have grown used to it, but it never becomes entirely comfortable. This blackness where anything might exist unseen. And things do exist in the dark, or so everyone believes. Spirits of the land vait etir, who must be appeased lest they cause mischief. The dead who did not go peacefully to their rest, who might walk if rites were not done right. Strange beings from the old tales, trolls, elves dwelling in that uncertain realm between myth and experience. You are not superstitious. Superstition implies a false belief. Rather, you live in a world where the supernatural is simply part of nature, where seen and unseen flow together. Fear is a companion in the night, but not a crushing one. It is more a watchfulness, an awareness that the world holds dangers you cannot fully control or predict. A raid might come in darkness, hostile neighbors or foreign raiders seeking food, animals, valuables, even people. Wild animals still roam these lands, bears, wolves dangerous when the moment is right. And always, the cold itself remains the most relentless hunter, waiting for any mistake that gives it entry. But you have defenses against fear. The presence of family all around you, their breathing and warmth, a constant reassurance. The walls of the longhouse, solid and strong, built with skill and kept with care. The rituals and prayers that create a sense of order, of human will imposed on chaos. As your body temperature dips in the move toward sleep, you pull the furs higher, tucking them about your chin. The wool blankets beneath have drunken the smoke smell so deeply you notice it only after being away. But turning to bed after a day working in clean air, you catch the scent against wrong, acrid, but also familiar, even comforting. It is the smell of home and safety. Your breathing begins to slow and deepen. Thoughts that tumbled through your mind grow less distinct, more dreamlike. An image surfaces: the fjord at sunrise, water like glass, mountains mirrored perfectly. Then another: your father's face, long gone but suddenly vivid. Then something that makes no sense, a fragment of dream beginning to weave itself while you are still partly conscious. The shift into true sleep is gradual, with no clear boundary. You don't notice when the sounds of the longhouse become part of your dreams, when the ache in your back becomes a memory of climbing a steep hill, when the warmth of the furs becomes summer sunshine. You slip from one state to another as naturally as a boat drifting from shore, borne on currents you do not control or resist. Your sleep, when it fully claims you, is profound. This is not the light, fitful sleep of someone in comfort and security, whose greatest nighttime challenge is finding the right temperature under a down comforter. Yours is the deep unconsciousness of true exhaustion, the body's absolute demand for restoration after hours of relentless physical labor. The cold, paradoxically, deepens your sleep as your body cools in response to the air, the fire now mere embers offering little heat. Your metabolism slows, heart rate decreases, breathing becomes shallow and even. Brain activity shifts into patterns that foster the deepest stages of rest. The thick layers of fur and wool create a pocket of warmth around your body, a microclimate. Your system works gently to maintain a ask that promotes sleep rather than disturbs it. The physical tiredness is total. Every muscle has been used to the legs from walking and standing, back from lifting and bending, arms from hauling and carrying, hands from gripping tools. This all minus over weariness brings a pleasant heaviness, a sense of your body sinking into the bedding, becoming part of it. There is no energy left for restlessness, no reserve for tossing and turning. You sleep as the dead are said to sleep, motionless and deep. But there is more to it than exhaustion and cold. Social closeness plays a crucial role, though you didn't ever put it in those terms. The presence of family all around, their familiar sounds and scents, creates a psychological sense of safety that permits truly depressed. You are not alone against the world. You are woven into a protective web of kinship. Some ancient part of your brain, the part that evolved when humans first became human, recognizes this arrangement and signals safety permission to let go completely into unconsciousness. The predictable rhythm of days also helps. Your body knows what to expect: hard work followed by rest, activity followed by stillness. There is no fatigue from decision minus making, no lying awake wondering what tomorrow will bring, because tomorrow will be much like today. This certainty, while it might seem limiting, actually brings a kind of peace. You know your role, your place, your duties. In the dark, you can release all that and simply be. Dreams come, as they always do, that you won't remember most upon waking. Some are mundane replays of the day's labor, your mind processing the experiences of waking life. Others are strange and symbolic, vivid images that seem meaningful in sleep but dissolve like mist in morning light. And occasionally, very occasionally, there are dreams that feel different, weighted with portent, colored by something that seems to come from outside yourself. These latter dreams you will remember and share, for in your culture dreams can be messages from gods, ancestors, or the hidden parts of the world. A dream of ravens might be a sign from Odin. A dream of ships might foretell a journey or a raid. A dream of death might be a warning, or simply a reflection of the ever-present truth that life is fragile and brief. Sometime in the deep middle of the night, you shift position without waking, your body seeking to ease an ache, to find a better configuration. You might half-wake for a moment, aware of cold air on your face, the warmth of the furs, the soft household sounds. Then sleep reclaims you, pulling you back down into a darkness more complete than the one around you. Others in the longhouse sleep their own sleeps. A child dreams of playing by a river. Their spouse dreams of nothing, floating in blank unconsciousness. An elderly parent dreams of youth, reliving decades-minus old memories with strange clarity. Even the animals sleep, their simple dreams made of sensation and instinct, not narrative. The night deepens. Outside, stars will overhead in their eternal patterns, the same stars that guided your ancestors across seas, that will guide your descendants into futures you cannot imagine. Snow may be falling, soft flakes gathering in silence, or the aurora may be dancing, sheets of green and blue light rippling across the northern sky. A sight you've seen countless times but never cease to find beautiful and slightly eerie. Inside the longhouse, time moves differently. No hours, no minutes, just the slow progression from evening to night to the first hints of morning. The fired eyes down further, barely glowing now, and the temperature drops. But this too is familiar, expected, and your sleeping body adjusts without waking, pulling furs tighter, shifting closer to the warmth of others. In the march ends between sleep and waking, in those liminal moments that can come at any point in the night, you exist in a state later ages will largely lose. A kind of conscious dreaming where you are aware of lying in bed, yet also experiencing vivid mental imagery. Thoughts flow with dream, minus logic, but haven't fully severed ties with waking awareness. In these moments, the line between inner and outer reality grows thin. A thought becomes a sensation, becomes a memory, becomes a vision, all flowing together without clear borders. This is when the world feels most mysterious, most full of hidden meaning. The gods seem nearer then, as if consciousness itself is a threshold where human and divine can meet. You might offer a wordless prayer, not asking for anything specific, but simply acknowledging forces larger than yourself. Or you might think of the dead, wondering if they still exist somewhere, if some part of them lingers in the world. The quality of rest, you know, is something most of your descendants will never experience. It's not that your sleep is free from disturbance, a crying child, a coughing kinsman, an animal's noise, your own bodily needs pulling you toward wakefulness. But when you wake briefly, There is no anxiety about it. No desperate struggle to reclaim sleep. No lying awake for hours worrying. You wake, tend to what needs tending, then slip back into sleep as easily as diving into water. This is partly cultural. You have no concept that sleep should be one unbroken block. So, you feel no distress when it fragments. But it is also biological. The sheer depth of your exhaustion means your body is always ready to return to sleep, always able to find that unconscious state again in moments. Sleep is not something you must chase or fight for. It is simply what your body does when given the chance. Your jaw muscles relax in sleep, your mouth may fall slightly open, your breath making soft sounds that blend with the household symphony. Your hands, finally still after a day of constant motion, rest on the furs, fingers occasionally twitching as dreams send phantom commands to move, to grip, to work. Her heart beats slow and steady, a stable, peaceful rhythm, the pulse of life continuing through the dark. Blood moves through your body, delivering oxygen, carrying away waste, performing the 10,000 tasks of cellular maintenance that never cease while life lasts. Your gut processes the evening meal, breaking down salted fish and barley porridge into what your body can use. Your immune system patrols for threats, fighting low-grade infections and injuries you aren't even aware of. All this happens in sleep, the body's chance to repair and maintain itself. Your brain, too, is busy in ways you could never consciously perceive. Memories are being sorted, important experiences tagged for long-term storage, trivial details allowed to fade. Neural connections are pruned or strengthened based on the day's learning. Cellular waste is cleared through channels that open more fully during sleep. The organ of consciousness is doing essential upkeep, preparing for another day of guiding your body through the world's demands. As the night moves toward morning, though morning in winter is barely distinct from night, your sleep begins to lighten, shifting from the deepest stages back toward something nearer to waking. Dreams grow more vivid, more narrative, your mind warming up at story minus making machinery for consciousness. You might have a brief moment of confusion upon partly waking, forgetting for an instant where or when you are, before familiar sensations orient you: the smell of smoke, the sound of breathing, the weight of furs, the ache in your back. But you don't rise yet. It's still too early, too dark, too cold. So you burrow back into warmth, into the pocket of security you've made, and let sleep reclaim you one more time. This is the sweetest sleep, this early morning rest, because some part of you knows waking is inevitable, that the day and its demands are nearing. These final moments of unconsciousness feel precious precisely because they are fleeting. And so you rest, despite the cold pressing on the longhouse walls, despite the smoke that has seeped into every fiber of your being, despite the hunger never fully satisfied, and the pain that is your constant companion, despite all the hardships that make your life, by later standards, objectively difficult, you sleep deeply and well. Because sleep is not chiefly about comfort. Sleep is about safety and exhaustion and surrender. It is about a body so thoroughly tired it has no choice but to rest. It is about the trust that comes from being encircled by kin, the trust that says you can lower your guard because others are watching too. It is about the simplicity of a life that, while hard, is also clear in its demands and expectations. In the modern world, people will toss and turn in climate-controlled bedrooms, their bodies comfortable, but their minds racing with anxieties about work, relationships, the 1,000 decisions contemporary life demands. They will lie awake for hours despite physical security and material comfort, because comfort alone does not guarantee rest. That you, in your smoky longhouse on the edge of a frozen fjord, sink into sleep as naturally as a stone sinks into water. The very hardships that make your waking life difficult conspire to make your sleep profound. Cold demands rest to conserve energy. The exhaustion eliminates restlessness. The proximity to family satisfies ancient needs for security. The absence of endless choices creates mental peace. This is the paradox at the heart of Viking sleep. The harsh world they inhabited actually fostered the deep rest that modern comfort often fails to provide. They slept not in spite of their lives' difficulty, but in a strange way because of it. He was born into that same world of smoke, cold, and ceaseless labor. The child who would become Guri Obergentry entered life in Iceland around the year 980 in a longhouse much like the one described. Her mother held her in the dim firelight, wrapped her in the same coarse wool, laid her to sleep in the same prickly straw bedding every Icelandic infant knew. But Guri UR's life, though it began ordinarily, would unfold into something remarkable not due to wealth or power, but because of the sheer scale of her travels and the quiet endurance she showed across decades of change. Her story lets us trace how sleep itself might have changed with circumstance. Childhood in Iceland, marriage and loss in Greenland, pregnancy in Vinland, and finally return and old age back in Iceland. Through her night, we see how the Vikings carried their rest across vast distances. As a small child, Guri would have slept as all Viking children did, piled with siblings or cousins, small bodies making shared warmth against the cold nights. She would have known the feeling of waking with an arm across her face, a foot pressed into her ribs, the tangle of family closeness that was how children survived winters. The sounds of the longhouse would have been her lullaby, her mother at the loom long after the children were abed. The soft talk of parents in the dark, the creak and shift of the settling building. Her childhood nights would have been filled with the stories that shaped her world. Someone, her father, perhaps, or a grandmother would have told the old tales as darkness gathered. Stories of Iceland's settlement, just generations before, when her ancestors came from Norway seeking land and freedom. Stories of gods walking among men in ancient days. Stories of heroes whose names were already becoming legend, deeds growing with each telling. These stories would have populated her dreams. In sleep, the child Guri might have imagined Thor's hammer crashing down on giants, or Odin riding his 8-legged horse across storm-clouds. She might have dreamed of a grandfather dead before her birth, yet vivid in her father's stories. Dreams, stories, and waking reality existed closer together in that world, the boundaries between them more porous than later ages would find comfortable. As she grew, her days filled with more responsibility, and her sleep began to carry the weight of labor. At 10 or 11, she would have been spinning wool daily, young fingers learning the rhythm, her back starting to ache from the posture. By her teens, she was fully part of the household economy, her contributions essential, not extra. And with this work came the familiar exhaustion that made sleep deep and immediate. The sagas, written down generations later, say Guri was considered attractive and capable, a woman who carried herself well and had the skills valued in her time. But the sagas cannot tell us of her young womanhood nights, the times she might have lain awake thinking of her future, wondering whom she would marry, what life awaited. These inner experiences leave no historical trace. We know her father, or Bjorn, decided to leave Iceland when Guri was a young woman. The choice would have been discussed in the household, debated in those evening hours when work was done but sleep had not yet taken everyone. Iceland was growing crowded, good land scarce, and opportunity seemed to lie west in Greenland, where Eric the Red had settled a generation earlier. Preparing for such a journey would have taken months. Goods to gather, animals to choose, arrangements to make with fellow travelers. Through all this, Guri would have lain awake some nights, excited and terrified in equal measure, imagining a future she could not clearly see. The last nights in her childhood home must have had a particular quality, a consciousness that each sleep there was numbered, that soon she would close her eyes in a wholly different place. The voyage itself transformed sleep into something strange and hard. On the ship carrying them west across the North Atlantic, there was no proper place to rest. Lay where you could, wedged between cargo and other passengers, the vessel pitching and rolling with each wave. Sleep came in snatches, brief unconsciousness snatched between bouts of sea's inscus and the constant wet chill of ocean's bray. Some nights at sea would have been unlike anything Guri had known. The dark was absolute when clouds hid the stars, aim moving, living darkness that seemed to breathe with the waves. The sounds were all wrong. Instead of the familiar creaks of a longhouse, there was the groan of shipped embers under strain, the slap of waves on the hull, the cry of seabirds following the vessel, and beneath it all, the constant awareness of black water just beyond the planks, deep and cold enough to kill in moments. But humans adapt. After days at sea, even this became almost normal. Courier would have learned to sleep despite the motion, her body finding balance with the ship's movement. She would have learned to ignore the constant damp, the salt crusting her hair and clothes, the close press of too many people into smaller space. The exhaustion of fear and discomfort would have brought its own kind of rest. When they reached Greenland, misnamed by Eric, for it was as harsh as Iceland, perhaps harsher, Gurrier entered a new chapter. The settlement at Brat Ali, where Eric and his family lived, was the heart of the Norse presence in Greenland. Here, Gurrier would have slept in a longhouse again, but not her family's. She was a guest, a newcomer, her position uncertain, dependent on others' hospitality. It was in Greenland she married first. The Sagan aims her husband Ir, a Norwegian who had come seeking opportunity. Their marriage would have followed the usual patterns, practical concerns, mixed with whatever personal attraction lay between them. Their nights together would have been the shared experience of Viking married life, closeness in darkness, quiet conversations, the slow building of intimacy that comes from repeated nearness. But Uriah fell ill. The sagas mention this briefly, without detail, as they mentioned so many deaths a line or two. Then moving on. The Gurrier, his sickness would have turned her nights into vigils. He would have lain beside him as he failed, listening to labored breathing, feeling fever he'd radiate from his body, knowing death approached and being powerless to stop it. Nights of illness are their own special torment. The sleep stuns of worry, the half-minus sleep where you jerk awake at every change in the sick one's breath, the exhaustion that leaves you hollow but unable to truly rest. When Uriah finally died, Gurrier was left a widow in a land far from her birth, her future suddenly uncertain again. Grief has its own quality of sleep twins. In the nights after Uriah's death, Gurrier would have lain in darkness, acutely aware of the empty space beside her, the absence of his warmth, breath, presence. She would have found herself listening for sounds he would never make again, reaching in sleep for someone no longer there. This is habit's cruelty. The body learns to expect certain patterns and feels their absence as a physical ache. But life continues because it must. Deary Erst ate in Greenland. Harshest is now a widow living among her father's household in the wider community. He would have returned to the rhythm of women's work, perhaps finding solace in the familiar motions of spinning and weaving. The daily tasks that demanded attention and left little room to dwell on loss. It was during this time she met Finn Erk Arlesi Efni, an Icelandic merchant who had come to Greenland to trade. Saga calls him wealthy and well-finest born, a man of good repute. Their courtship, if it can be called that, would have followed the usual forms: conversations in the longhouse's communal spaces, observations of character and capability, negotiations over practical matters, and finally marriage. With or Finner came a new possibility, a journey even more ambitious than the one that brought her to Greenland. Word had spread of lands farther west, found by leaf erics and forests and meadows, the Norse called Vinland. Finner was organizing an expedition to explore these lands, to try to settle, to see if Norse folk could make lives in this western world. And Gurrier chose to go with him. The decision would have required a particular courage. She was pregnant by then, carrying new life within as she prepared to sail into the unknown. The nights before departure must have held complex feelings: excitement for the adventure, fear for the child inside, the awareness she might never return. She would have placed hands on her belly in the dark, feeling small movements there, whispering prayers to Freyja or other gods of childbirth and protection. The voyage to Vinland was longer than the trip from Iceland to Greenland. Days stretched into weeks as the small fleet pushed west, following the coast south, seeking the lands Leif had described. Gurrier slept on the ship as her pregnancy advanced, her body changing, a child within perhaps responding to the constant motion of waves. When they finally reached Vinland, somewhere on the coast of what we now call North America, Gurrier stepped into a world utterly unlike anything Norse people knew. Forests were different, dominated by trees with no name in her tongue. The air smelled different, rich with unfamiliar plants. Even the light seemed different, falling through leaves that were not pine or birch. They built shelters, temporary structures meant to last their stay. These were not the solid longhouses of home, but cruder things. Still, they had walls, roofs, hearths. Still they gave shelter from the elements. And in one of these rough dwellings, as winter neared in the strange land, Gurrir went into labor. The saga records. She bore a son they named Snorri. This child, born around the year 1000 or 1001, was likely the first European minus born in the Americas. The saga notes this fact without drama, simply as another event in the sequence. For Gurrir, the experience would have been profoundly physical, immediate. The hours of labor, the pain, the final moment of birth, then the exhaustion and relief that follow. Her first nights with the newborn in that crude Vinland shelter would have been unlike any others. The sleepslins of new motherhood is universal, the infant waking every few hours to feed, the constant watch, the hyper-minus awareness of this small, fragile life depending entirely on her. But she knew this in a place thousands of miles from any Norse settlement, surrounded by forests home to peoples her culture did not know, in a season not quite the winter she knew, nor something wholly different. The child Snorri would have nursed at her breast in the dim hearth-minus light, his small sounds the only noise in the deep night. Gurrir would have held him, studying tiny features, marveling, as all mothers do, at the perfection of fingers and toes, the softness of skin, the mysterious person this baby would become. In those quiet hours, she might have wondered about his future, what life awaited him, whether they would stay in this new land or return to Greenland or Iceland. The Vinland settlement did not last. The sagas speak of conflicts with indigenous peoples they called deskarlings, encounters that sometimes turned violent. They mention strife among the Norse settlers themselves, disagreements over leadership and resources. The exact reasons for leaving are unclear, but within a few years the Norse gave up trying to colonize Vinland and prepared to return north. So Gurrir found herself on a ship again, now with a small child to care for on the voyage. Nights at sea with an infant would have been far harder than her earlier crossings. Snorri would have been confused and frightened by the constant motion, crying more, hard to soothe. Gurrir would have held him through the darkness, singing soft songs, offering comfort when she herself had little, being the stable island her child needed even as the ship pitched beneath them. They returned to Greenland first, spent time there, then made their way back to Iceland. Each leg of the journey had its own character of nights, the relief of solid ground after weeks at sea, the slow return to familiar patterns of life, the gradual fading of Vinland's intense strangeness into memory, then into story. Back in Iceland, Gurrir and Finnr established a farm in landscapes that were known. Even if the spot was new, they built a life. More children came. The saga mentions a daughter, though her name is not given. Years passed in the usual rhythm of farm life, seasons turning, animals born and slaughtered, crops planted and harvested, children growing. Gurrir's nights in these middle years would have been the ordinary nights of a prosperous farmer's wife. He would have lain beside Finnr in the dark, listening to the familiar sounds of an Icelandic longhouse, the structure and rhythms known since childhood. The extraordinary journeys of her youth settled into memory, becoming stories she told her children, the experiences that marked her as unusual among her neighbors. When Finnr died, the saga Osen say when how Gurrir was widowed a second time. She was older now, her children grown or nearly so, her place secure through land and family ties. But the loss would still have cut deep. The empty space in the bed where Finnr had lain, the silence where his breathing had been, the return of that particular loneliness Widwood brings. The saga tells something remarkable of Gurrir's final years. After Finnr's death, she made a pilgrimage to Rome, an extraordinary journey for anyone from Iceland, but especially for a woman, and especially for one who had already traveled more widely than almost any Norse person of her generation. She walked pilgrim roads south through Europe, reaching the heart of Catholic Christendom, seeing lands and peoples that made even Vinland seem less strange by comparison. We can only imagine the nights of that journey. Gurrir, now perhaps in her 50s or 60s, sleeping in pilgrim hostels and monasteries, surrounded by languages she did not speak, customs she did not understand. This would have been different straw pallets in common dormitories, harder or softer than she knew, smelling of other herbs, other kinds of human closeness. She would have lain awake sometimes in the dark, listening to strangers breathing, reflecting on how far she had come in distance and years from that childhood longhouse in Iceland. The saga says that after returning to Iceland from her pilgrimage, Guri became a nun, living out her last years in religious seclusion. The church was still new to Iceland and her lifetime conversion happened around the year 1000, during her young adulthood. Monastic life would have been yet another completely different experience of daily existence and nightly rest. In a convent, sleep would have been structured by liturgical hours. Guri would have risen in the night for prayers, lain down and gotten up according to bells marking time's divisions, slept in a small cell rather than the communal warmth of a longhouse. This final change in her sleeping life would have been profound, from the crowded intimacy of Norse households to the solitary cell of a religious woman. What did she think in those final nights? Did she remember her childhood longhouse, the ship voyages across grey seas, the strange Finland forest where her son was born? Did she remember or Iond or Finnur, the two men she had married and lost? Did she remember her younger self, uncertain and brave in equal measure, stepping onto ships bound for unknown places? The saga cannot tell us these inner experiences. It records the outer facts: born in Iceland, traveled to Greenland, journeyed to Vinland, returned to Iceland, went to Rome, became a nun. But the inner life stays hidden. Yet we can guess something of Guri character from the life she led. She was someone who met change again and again and adapted, who faced loss and continued, who was capable of both domestic routine and extraordinary adventure. Her nights across the decades would have held all the varieties of sleep a Viking life could offer. The deep, exhausted sleep of childhood in a crowded longhouse, the broken sleep of sea voyages on pitching ships, the vigil sleep beside dying loved ones, the half-minus wakeful alertness of new motherhood, the comfortable rhythms of married life in middle age, the strange alertness of travel in foreign lands, the structured sleep of monastic life. Through all these transformations, some essential core of her remained, whatever made her Guri, allowing her to carry her identity across such vast changes of circumstance. And each night, wherever she was, she would have performed the small rituals of preparing for sleep, settling her body into whatever bedding was there, pulling covers around herself, closing her eyes against whatever dark surrounded her, and letting consciousness slip away into the universal human experience of sleep. The saga's last mention of Guri says simply she lived to a great age. We don't know exactly when she died or what her final nights were like. Perhaps in her convent cell she felt death approaching, as the old often do. Perhaps she welcomed it, weary after such a long full life. Perhaps she was afraid, facing that last unknown, as she had faced so many before. But what we can say with certainty is that Guri's life, and thus her night, spanned a remarkable range of human experience. He slept in for different lands across the North Atlantic. She slept as a child, a wife, a widow, a mother, a pilgrim, a nun. She slept in warmth and cold, in safety and danger, in comfort and grief. Through it all, she showed that fundamental human ability to rest wherever rest was possible, to find sleep even in difficult circumstances, to wake the next morning and go on. This resilience, perhaps more than any specific achievement, is what her story offers us. She was not a queen, a warrior, or a saint, but an ordinary woman who lived an extraordinary life and who each night found whatever rest the world would grant before facing another day. In this way, Guri's nights illuminate the larger Viking experience of sleep. They show us rest was not a luxury or a simple state, but something that had to be found, made, kept through all of life's changes and challenges. They show us sleep evolved with circumstances, but remained essential, a constant need met in varying ways as life unfolded. When we picture Guri's final sleep, that last time she closed her eyes sometime in the mid-11th century, we might see her old, her body worn by decades of labor and travel, her mind full of memories spanning half the world. Perhaps she dreamed one last time of Vinland's strange forests, or the ships that carried her across so many seas, or faces she had loved and lost. Perhaps she simply slipped from sleeping into death without drama, as peacefully as she had slipped into sleep thousands of nights before. The Sagadosen, and it need not, Guri Ur's life, traced through documents and archaeology and inference, gives us a window into how Vikings experience not just sleep, but life itself as a series of nights and days, each to be endured or enjoyed, each offering hardship and possibility. She carried the Viking world with her wherever she went, including the particular relationship with rest and dark her culture had shaped. And in the end, she returned to the earth somewhere in Iceland, completing a circle that had taken her farther than almost anyone of her time before bringing her home. The Vikings did not sleep alone, even in solitude. This is not metaphor, but a reflection of their understanding of reality. To cosmos filled with beings and forces that did not respect the borders between seen and unseen, waking and sleeping, living and dead. To grasp Viking sleep fully, we must enter this shadowy realm where belief and experience mingled, where dreams were not just null events but possible messages from elsewhere. The night was not empty for these people, was crowded with presences, thick with possibility, alive with forces moving to their own purposes. Start with a simple fact: Vikings believed dreams could carry meaning. This was not unique to the most traditional societies, see dreams as potentially significant. But the specific nature of Norse dream-minus belief shaped how they experienced the night. A dream was not automatically dismissed as random firing of nerves, or wish-minus fulfillment, or the result of a bad meal. Instead, each dream held the possibility of being something more: a window, a message, a glimpse into the patterns governing existence. The sagas are full of prophetic dreams told in the same matter-minus-of-minus-fact tone as any other event. Someone dreams of a blood-minus-covered goose, and later their daughter is killed. Someone dreams of a sinking ship and refuses a voyage that indeed ends in disaster. Someone dreams of a woman in white giving a warning, and the warning proves true. These accounts were written long after the events, but they show a consistent pattern. Dreams were taken seriously as possible sources of knowledge. Imagine, then, how this belief would affect waking from a vivid dream in the middle of the night. You lie in the longhouse dark, heart perhaps racing from some intense dream experience, and must decide: was this just a dream, or a warning, a message, a glimpse of truth? The uncertainty itself would create a particular quality of nighttime consciousness, a sense that sleep was not merely rest, but a kind of threshold experience. This was not the passive unconsciousness of modern sleep theory, but something more active, more fraught with meaning. Some dreams, in Norse belief, came from the gods. Odin the All-Father was especially linked to hidden knowledge and prophecy, his single-seeing depths obscure to ordinary mortals. True dream of ravens, Odin birds hug in and mewn in bottled memory, might be seen as receiving the gods' attention. The dream of battles might mean Odin's interest in you as a potential warrior for his hall in the afterlife, a prospect both honorable and deeply unsettling. These were not comfortable beliefs, but ones that placed weight and significance on the sleeping mind. The gods were not distant abstract powers in Norse cosmology, but active participants in human affairs, prone to interference, able to reach into mortal dreams with their own agendas. Other dreams might come from the dead. The boundary between living and dead was not absolute. It was permeable, crossable, able to be breached under certain conditions. The dead dwelt in various afterlife realms: warriors in Valhalla, others in Hel's domain, some in Freyja's halls, but they were not necessarily cut off from the world of the living. Ancestors might appear in dreams to offer guidance or warnings to descendants, their voices crossing the divide death made. A recently dead family member might visit in dreams to communicate something important, or to seek something they needed. These visits were not always gentle or welcome. Sometimes the dead came with demands, grievances, unfinished business that troubled their rest and that of the living. This belief had practical effects on how people prepared for sleep. The small rituals done before lying down, touching an amulet, whispering a prayer, checking protective symbols, were not mere superstition, but reasonable precautions in a world where the night was understood to be permeable to influences both good and ill. You were preparing to cross a threshold, to enter a state where you were vulnerable, and it made sense to take measures for safety. These preparations were as routine as checking weapons were within reach, or banking the fire properly practical responses to a reality that included both physical and spiritual dimensions. Runes played a part in this protective framework. The runic alphabet was not just a writing system, but was invested with magical and spiritual meaning. Each character resonated with power beyond its communicative function. Specific runes were linked to protection, to warding off harm, to ensuring safe passage through danger. Archaeology shows runes carved into wooden bed-posts, inscribed on amulets, marked on door frames. These were not decorative, but functional, meant to create a protected space, a zone where harmful influences could not easily enter. The exact workings of these protective runes are now mostly lost to us. The meanings and uses of runes were probably never systemated as later magical systems would be. They were folk practices, varying by region and practitioner, passed down in families or learned from local experts. But their presence throughout the Norse world shows a consistent belief that symbols could offer protection, that carved marks could somehow affect the invisible forces moving through the world. The runes were not prayers to distant gods, but active tools for shaping reality in subtle, meaningful ways. Think what this meant psychologically. When you lay down to sleep, you did so within a space symbolically protected, its boundaries marked and reinforced by tradition and belief. The runes on the bed-post or the amulet at your neck were tangible reminders you had taken steps to ensure safety in the vulnerable state of sleep. This might have functioned like a child's night-light, not because it actually prevents real danger, but because it gives psychological comfort, allowing rest. But the Norse cosmos held genuine threats, or what were understood as such. The Dr. Augustar, the undead, the restless dead who had not gone peacefully to their rest, were a particular source of nighttime anxiety. These were not the shambling corpses of later zombie tales, but something more ambiguous and troubling. Dead who kept intelligence and malice, who might have reason to harm the living, who could be met at boundaries and thresholds. The Dr. August, or worm Emery and grudge, made manifest the past refusing to stay safely buried. Circumstances that might create a drive August are varied. Someone who died violently or too soon might not rest well, their spirit clinging to the world with the desperation of their final moments. Someone greedy or cruel in life might cling to the material world after death, unable to let go of possessions and power. Someone whose burial rites were not done properly might be unable to complete the journey to the afterlife, stuck in a liminal state between worlds. The anxiety about proper treatment of the dead, the care taken with burials, offerings made, rituals performed, came partly from genuine grief and respect, but also from the practical worry that mistreating the dead could have consequences for the living. This was not abstract ethics, but concrete safety, ensuring those who departed did so peacefully and without cause to return. Stories of Dr. August. Our encounters often happen at night. This is partly narrative convention. Ghost stories naturally belong to darkness, but it also reflects the genuine Norse understanding that night was when boundaries thinned. The same dark that gave rest also gave cover to things that did not belong to the daylit world. When you woke in the deep middle of the night, hearing a sound you couldn't immediately place, the thought of a Dr. Auguster might surface and biden, unwanted, but hard to dismiss entirely. Yet it is important not to overstate the fear. These beliefs existed alongside practical, pragmatic attitudes toward life and death. Vikings were not paralyzed by supernatural terror any more than modern people are paralyzed by fear of crime or accident. The same person who believed Dr. August Dare were possible also went about daily life without constant dread, slept soundly most nights, did not see supernatural threats lurking everywhere. The beliefs provided a framework for understanding unusual experiences, but they did not dominate every moment of consciousness. The idea of the land VET Erland spirits or land whites added another layer to the unseen world surrounding Viking sleep. These were beings tied to specific places, neither gods nor ancestors but something else, perhaps existing before human habitation. They needed to be treated with respect, appeased with small offerings, acknowledged as one might a powerful neighbor whose goodwill matters. The land vet were the original inhabitants. Humans were, in a sense, tenants who needed to keep good relations with the landlords. When Vikings built new farmsteads, they might leave offerings for the land vetir, asking permission to live on the land and promising to treat it well. When ships neared Iceland, law required removing dragon-head prows, as they frightened the land spirit sail eagle rule and coding spiritual belief into civil regulation. These were not seen as superstitions, but as reasonable ways to interact with a world alive in ways beyond just plants and animals. The land itself had awareness, preferences, the power to bless or curse human efforts depending on how it was treated. At night, in quiet dark, the land vetir were understood to be more active. This belief would have shaped how people experienced nighttime sounds. The creak of wood, rustle in grass outside. The sense of presence darkness can bring. These sounds were not necessarily threatening, but reminders the land itself had its own life, rhythms, awareness persisting regardless of human activity. The night belonged to the land vetir in a way the day did not. Humans retreated indoors, and the spirits moved more freely through the landscape. Dreams of landscapes, hills opening to reveal hidden halls, being led by strange figures to remarkable places were sometimes seen as encounters with land vetir or related beings. These dreams had a different feel than ordinary dreams, or so it was thought. They felt more real, solid, memorable. On waking, the dreamer might have a sense of having actually traveled somewhere, of experiencing something beyond mere imagination. Some claim to remember details of these otherworldly places with unusual clarity, as if the experience were encoded differently than normal dreams. Archaeology offers some support for the importance of dreams in the unseen world in Norse life. Grave goods include amulets and charms, protective objects meant to safeguard the dead and whatever came after. The care taken with burials, body placement, objects chosen, construction of burial mounds or ships, shows a sophisticated view of death as transition, not end, and thus of the dead as still somehow present or capable of presence. Elaborate ship burials especially suggest a journey metaphor implying continued existence and activity. Excavations of longhouses have revealed small caches of objects, with possible ritual meaning, collections of unusual stones, careful arrangements of animal bones, traces of burned herbs. These finds suggest practices aimed at influencing unseen forces, creating protective or favorable conditions. Some caches are near sleeping areas, implying nighttime protection was specifically important. The placement was random, but deliberate, suggesting certain spots in the longhouse were seen as particularly vulnerable or in need of spiritual reinforcement. The herbs are particularly interesting. Healing analysis and preserved plant remains show Vikings had access to various plants we now know have calming properties: chamomile, valerian, lavender when obtainable through trade. Whether these were used deliberately as sleep aids is guesswork, but knowledge of which plants affected mood and consciousness certainly existed. The VOL female shamans or seers used substances to reach trance states, and this plant lore likely extended to more everyday household uses too. Imagine, then, a complete picture of Norse nighttime practice. Before sleep, small rituals, checking protective runes, perhaps burning a pinch of herb, whispering a prayer to Thor for protection or Freyja for good dreams, touching amulets, settling into familiar sleeping places, the nearness of family giving psychological safety. Then, the descent into sleep. Understanding you were crossing a threshold into a realm where different rules applied, where self grew more poised, the world more mysterious. The nighttime soundscape would have been interpreted through this framework. Seemed howling around the longhouse was just wind, until it wasned, until its voice seemed to carry intention or message, until it sounded like words or warnings. Creaking timbers were just the structures settling until they sounded like footsteps, like something moving with purpose through the dark. Every sound held potential meaning, and interpreting sounds would have shaped the quality of waking and half-waking consciousness at night. When you woke from a troubling dream, you would lie in dark trying to judge its meaning. Is it a true dream or a false one, coming from elsewhere or just your own mind spinning tales? Did it carry a warning to heed, Or was it merely your own fears taking shape? In the morning, you might tell it to family, seeking their interpretation, comparing it to patterns they knew from previous dreams or traditional dream-minus lore. If it seemed especially significant, you might consult someone with special knowledge, a VOLVA or a GO-I who could offer insight into what the dream meant. These specialists kept catalogs of dream symbolism, knowing what certain images or narratives traditionally signified, though they also relied on intuition and their own access to hidden knowledge. Here we meet one of the great mysteries of Viking sleep. To what extent did belief create experience? If you thoroughly believe dreams can be prophetic, do you have different dreams than someone who believes dreams are just neural noise? If you believe the night is peopled by unseen beings, does this belief actually shape what you experience in the dark? The link between expectation and perception is complex. We cannot simply dismiss Viking experiences as entirely made by culture, nor can we accept them uncritically as objective meetings with supernatural beings. Modern sleep research suggests cultural beliefs do influence dream and sleep experiences. People dream in culturally specific ways, using the symbols and stories their culture provides, their sleeping minds working with the raw material of waking life. Vikings, then, would have had dreams filled with their gods, ancestors, their culturally specific understanding of the cosmos. A medieval European Christian might dream of angels and demons, a Viking might dream of ravens, ship-burials, the halls of the slain. But there's another possibility worth considering. Perhaps some experiences Vikings attributed to contact with the unseen world were actually forms of sleep phenomena we now understand differently. Sleep paralysis, waking unable to move, often with a sense of presence or pressure, is a universal human experience interpreted through cultural lenses. In Viking culture, such an experience might have been understood as meeting a drive August or Orland Veti or other non-human entity, the terrifying feeling of weight on the chest, inability to cry out, sense of malevolent presence. All features of sleep paralysis fit perfectly the Norse understanding of nighttime spiritual encounters. Hyping agug and hypnopompic hallucinations, vivid sensory experiences at the threshold between sleeping and waking may have been similarly interpreted. That moment when you're not quite asleep or awake, when you might hear voices, see figures, feel odd sensations, was seen not as a quirk of neurology, but as evidence the boundary between worlds was thin. In this way, Viking belief and Viking experience reinforced each other. Beliefs give a framework for interpreting ambiguous experiences, and the experiences confirm the beliefs a self-reinforcing system, neither purely subjective nor purely objective, but more complex. This is not to dismiss the beliefs as false. In many ways, the question of objective truth is less interesting than how the belief shaped life as it was lived. For a Viking lying awake in darkness, whether Dr. Auguste really existed mattered less than that the possibility of Dr. Auguste shaped how they experienced and responded to the night. The same psychological dynamic that made Vikings formidable warriors might have also affected their sleep. They were a culture comfortable with violence, familiar with death, possessing a certain fatalism from their religious beliefs. The idea of weird fate, that your doom was already set, meant excessive worry about death was somewhat pointless. This attitude might have brought a psychological freedom, including freedom from the kind of anxiety that disrupts sleep. If you believe your fate is already written, your death-day set regardless of precautions, there's less reason to lie awake fearing all that might go wrong. You take reasonable care, carry weapons, post guards, do protective rituals, but then you rest, trusting that if it's your time, it's your time, it's your time, and if not, you'll wake to face another day. Attitude toward the afterlife also mattered. Unlike some religions promising punishment for moral failings, the Norse afterlife was more about honor and reputation than universal ethical behavior. What mattered was how you were remembered, whether you died well, whether your deeds would be spoken of after death. This focus on reputation rather than divine judgment might have created different nighttime anxieties, less fear of supernatural punishment, more concern with living in a way worthy of remembrance. The VOLer occupied a special place in this nighttime cosmos. These women were seen to have particular access to hidden knowledge, ability to see what others could not, to navigate boundaries between worlds with more skill and safety. They perform rituals when entered trances, spoke prophecies. Some practices involve deliberate altering of consciousness, chanting, meditation, using mind-changing substances to reach states where the border between seen and unseen, groom or permeable. What did the VOLR experience in these altered states? The historical record can only tell what observers reported, not the subjective feeling, not what it was like from inside to journey between worlds. But we can guess they met visions, heard voices, had experiences they understood as communication with gods, spirits, or the dead. Whether these experiences came from outside or were generated within was probably a distinction they wouldn't have found meaningful. The experience itself and the knowledge or insight it gave were what mattered. For ordinary people, the existence of VOLR provided a resource for dealing with troubling dreams or nighttime experiences. If you had a disturbing dream or an unexplained night encounter, you could consult a VOLVA for interpretation or advice. This outsourcing of uncertainty might itself have been psychologically helpful, letting people rest easier knowing if something truly important happened, it could be properly assessed and addressed. VOLR served as intermediaries, translators between the ordinary world and the realm of hidden knowledge. Seasonal changes in daylight dramatically affected nighttime experience of the unseen world. During long polar nights of winter, when darkness stretched most of the day, the sense of being immersed in the realm of shadows and spirits would have been inescapable. Boundaries that seemed clearer in summer's bright light dissolved in winter's endless twilight. Conversely, in brief summer nights when dark never fully fell, the unseen world might have seemed more distant, less immediately present, less pressing on consciousness. This seasonal swing between different qualities of dark would have created an annual rhythm to spiritual life, just as it did to physical life. Winter was time for sitting by fires telling stories, for the dead seeming close, for dreams being especially vivid and meaningful. Summer was time for action and activity, for the physical world demanding full attention, for the unseen receding to the background of awareness. Vikings lived in sync with these cycles, adjusting their relationship with the invisible world according to season. The relationship between Vikings and their unseen cosmos was primarily one of fear, though fear was present. It was more one of negotiation and navigation, of learning to move skillfully through a landscape including both visible and invisible dimensions. The unseen world was dangerous, but not incomprehensible. There were protocols for interacting with it, precautions to take, specialists to help when needed. This gave people a sense of agency, not helplessness. You might not control whether a Dr. Augustar existed, but you could control whether you treated your dead properly. You might not command the land VETIR, but you could show them respect, make suitable offerings, avoid actions that would anger them. This sense of agency extended to the practice of sleep itself. Sleep was something that just happened or didn't based on uncontrollable factors. It was something you prepared for through ritual, protected through symbols and prayers, navigated with awareness of its spiritual dimensions. Physical and spiritual aspects of sleep weren't separate in Viking thinking. They were unified parts of a single experience. To sleep well was just a matter of physical comfort, but of spiritual preparation, of ensuring you had done what was needed to make the night safe. Archaeological finds keep adding nuance to our understanding. An excavation in Norway revealed a burial where the dead had been laid with stones placed over the body, not disrespect, but possibly a precaution to keep the dead from walking. This practice, found in various forms across the Norse world, shows how seriously the possibility of restless dead was taken. The living took concrete steps to ensure their dead stayed peacefully in their graves, treating the threat of Dr. Augustar as a practical concern needing practical solutions. Another excavation in Iceland uncovered a farmstead where one room seemed dedicated to ritual purposes. Artifacts found there carefully arranged stones, traces of burned offerings, carved wooden objects of unclear function suggest a space set aside for interacting with the unseen world. This wasn't a formal temple, but a household shrine, showing spiritual practice was woven into daily life, not separated into a distinct religious sphere. The sacred and mundane shared the same physical and conceptual space. The Norse cosmos, rebuilt from sagas, archaeology, and comparative myth, was complex, layered. Multiple afterlife realms existed at once, each with its own character and entry requirements. Gods were powerful, but not all minus powerful, subject themselves to fate, able to be wounded or killed. Giants and monsters lurked at the edges of the ordered world, always threatening to break through, held back by the gods' constant watch but never finally defeated. Time itself was seen as cyclical, the world destined to end in Ragnarok only to be reborn after. This cosmological complexity meant sleep existed within a rich symbolic framework. When you closed your eyes, you weren't just shutting down consciousness for a period of rest. You were entering a state where normal boundaries of self and world grew more porous, where you might travel in dreams to other realms, where you were vulnerable but also potentially open to knowledge and experience unavailable in waking life. Sleep was a kind of journey, and like any journey, it required preparation and awareness. The very architecture of the longhouse reflected this understanding of layered realities. The structure was carefully oriented, aligned with cardinal directions or significant landscape features. Its placement in the world was arbitrary, but meaningful. The door faced a certain way. The hearth stood at the center. Sloping platforms were deliberately positioned. These weren't random choices, but ways of anchoring the human dwelling within a larger cosmic order, ensuring the space gave not just physical shelter but spiritual protection too. We might see the longhouse itself as a protective symbol, a human minus-made boundary between the ordered world of culture and the chaotic world of nature and spirits. Inside, fire-lightened human presence made a zone of relative safety, a bubble of warmth and sociability carved from the dark. Outside, darkened wilderness held forces at best indifferent, at worst actively hostile to human will minus being. Walls weren't just wood, but also symbolic barriers, and rituals done within them reinforced their protective function. Keeping animals inside the longhouse in winter had spiritual dimensions beyond practical warmth minus sharing. Animals were understood to have their own relationships with the unseen world, their own sensitivities to presences and disturbances humans might miss. Dogs might bark at things humans couldn't see. Horses might refuse to enter certain areas as if sensing something wrong, their instincts giving information their human companions lacked. Animals' presence was companionable, but also provided an early warning system for spiritual disturbances. Their senses extended human awareness, offering another layer of protection against threats that might approach unseen. Saga accounts tell of animals acting strangely before supernatural events. The horse refuses to go near a burial mound, fighting its rider's efforts to make it. The dog growls at empty air, hackles raised, attention fixed on something invisible. Cattle grow restless for no clear reason, moving anxiously, sensing some disturbance in the normal order. These behaviors were taken seriously as signs something in the unseen world was active. For people sleeping near these animals, the sounds and movements became part of the nighttime information stream, signals to interpret and assess. Sudden barking might mean an intruder, or something else entirely. The question remains, one with no definitive answer: did Vikings sleep deeply because they trusted their protections against the unseen world, or despite their awareness of it? Did belief in protective runes and proper rituals create enough sense of safety to allow depressed? Or did awareness of potential spiritual dangers create an underlying vigilance that lightened sleep, keeping consciousness nearer the surface, ready to respond to any disturbance? The answer likely varied by individual temperament and specific situation, by personality and circumstance. On a night when dreams had been troubling, when sounds in dark seemed meaningful, when something during the day had sparked spiritual anxiety, sleep might have been lighter, more fitful. The mind would hover near wakefulness, monitoring, assessing, unable to fully let go into deep unconsciousness. On ordinary nights, when rituals were properly done and nothing seemed amiss, sleep might have come easily. Protections offered psychological comfort, facilitating rest. The same person might sleep very differently from one night to the next depending on context and recent experience. What we can say more certainly is that the Viking relationship with the unseen world was dynamic, not static. It wasn't a fixed set of superstitions followed mindlessly, but an ongoing negotiation with mystery, a living tradition evolving in response to experience. When experiences happened, the cultural framework held and adequately explained, the framework adapted. New interpretations emerged. New practices developed. Understanding of how the unseen world worked kept changing. The tradition was alive, growing, responding to challenges and questions arising. This adaptability shows in how Norse culture responded to Christianity as it spread through Scandinavia. Rather than simply replacing old beliefs overnight, there was a period of Sigmattist where Christian and pagan ideas mixed, where people moved between frameworks. People might wear both Thor's hammer and a cross, might call on both old gods and the Christian God, might interpret dreams through multiple frameworks at once. This suggests a pragmatic attitude toward the unseen. What mattered was effectiveness, whether beliefs and practices actually helped navigate life's uncertainties. In the end, the mystery of Viking sleep is inseparable from the mystery of Viking consciousness itself. How did it feel to inhabit a mind understanding reality in these ways, to perceive the world through this particular cultural lens, to experience dreams, not as random neural events, but as possible communications, to lie down at night, knowing you were crossing a threshold into a realm where different rules applied, where ordinary protections of daylight and activity no longer held. We can rebuild beliefs and practices, but the subjective experience stays elusive, separated from us by time and worldview. Archaeology gives us objects and structures. Sagas give us stories and beliefs. But the inner life of a Viking preparing for sleep remains mostly inaccessible to direct knowledge. Yet perhaps this elusiveness is fitting. The Vikings themselves would have understood some things resist full explanation. That mystery is an essential feature of existence, not a problem to be solved. The unseen world was, by definition, not fully knowable. You could learn to navigate it, gain wisdom about how to interact with it, gather practical knowledge of what worked and what didn't, but you couldn't master it or explain it away. And so they slept, surrounded by symbols and rituals, embedded in their cultural framework, trusting in protections as much psychological as metaphysical. They slept deeply when exhaustion demanded, lightly when circumstances called for vigilance, and somewhere between most nights. They woke from dreams they discussed and interpreted, or from dreamless sleep offering pure rest. They carried their understanding of the unseen world with them through the dark, letting it shape but not dominate their experience of night. Archaeological and textual evidence will never give us full access to this inner experience. We cannot know for sure if a Viking farmer waking at midnight, hearing a strange sound, felt the same quality of fear and wonder the written sagas suggest. We cannot measure the psychological effect of wearing a protective amulet or sleeping in a ruined minus inscribed longhouse. Cannot enter the dreams of people 1,000 years dead, cannot access their sleeping consciousness, cannot fully reconstruct what it felt like to be them in those dark hours. But we can see Vikings developed a sophisticated approach to managing night's uncertainties, an approach combining practical measures, symbolic protections, communal support, and a cosmological framework. This approach let them find rest in a world harsh and unpredictable, to sleep despite awareness of dangers both physical and spiritual, to wake each morning ready to face another demanding day. The system worked in its way, giving both practical and psychological resources for navigating sleep's vulnerability. The unseen world watching them sleep was neither purely good or purely bad in Norse understanding. It was complex, many-sided, requiring wisdom and respect rather than simple faith or fear. It held gods who might be capricious, ancestors who might be helpful or demanding, spirits who might be friendly or hostile depending on how treated. And Vikings, practical even in spiritual matters, developed practices letting them coexist with mystery, not be paralyzed by it. They made peace with not knowing everything, with living in a world where borders between possible and impossible were drawn differently than in later times. This acceptance of mystery might itself have aided rest. If you don't expect to understand everything, don't demand reality follow simple patterns, don't require total control over your circumstances, you can more easily surrender to sleep. You can let go into darkness, trusting whatever protections you've put in place are enough, that your fate will unfold as it will regardless of your worrying. That morning will come with another chance to navigate existence complexities. Fatalism that might seem bleak from a modern view might actually have been freeing in practice, releasing people from the burden of believing they could control everything. The communal nature of Viking sleep also deserves emphasis. Unlike modern individualized sleeping arrangements where each person usually has their own room, or at least bed, Vikings slept near family members in spaces where breath and warmth were shared. This nearness was partly practical. Bodies gave warmth in cold climates, and longhouse design concentrated people near the hearth. But it also had psychological dimensions, creating a sense of safety through presence, the knowledge you weren't alone in the dark. When a child woke frightened from a dream, parents were within arm's reach. When someone heard a disturbing sound, they could check with others if they heard it too, could judge the threat together rather than facing it alone. This communal approach meant nighttime experiences were oft unshared and interpreted collectively, not purely individual. A particularly vivid dream might be told next morning and become part of family lore, woven into the shared understanding of what the unseen world was doing. Unwanted. Long winter nights would have made this communal aspect especially important. When dark stretched from mid-afternoon to mid-morning, when days were brief twilight interludes, the longhouse became the whole world for long periods. The shared sleeping space became a kind of nest, a protected hollow in the vast dark outside, and the rituals and protections around it took on added meaning. The fire needed keeping not just for warmth, but for what it represented: human presence, the ordered world, the light holding shadows at bay. Storytelling's role in Viking culture also intersected with sleep practices. Long evenings gave time for telling sagas, tales of gods and heroes, passing on the culture's accumulated wisdom and knowledge. These stories weren't just entertainment, but education, teaching listeners how the world worked, what behaviors were valued, what dangers existed, how to navigate them. Many stories dealt explicitly with nighttime themes. Dr. August our encounters, prophetic dreams, the importance of proper burial rites. Hearing these stories repeatedly, often in evening hours before sleep, people absorbed a framework for interpreting their own nighttime experiences. When they had a strange dream or met something unsettling in the dark, they had a catalog of similar experiences to draw on, patterns to recognize, precedents to follow. Stories gave a map of the unseen world, not precise or complete, but better than nothing. Certainly better than facing the unknown without cultural resources. The oral tradition was practical this way, serving a psychological function alongside preserving cultural memory. We might also consider music and poetry's role in the Viking nighttime world. Skaldes, poet minus bards, crafted complex verses encoding history, myth, and wisdom in memorable forms. Their poems were often performed evenings in the longhouse's gathered community, creating a sonic environment, shaping the transition to sleep. The rhythms and rhymes of old Norse poetry, the alliteration in kennings, created patterns that might linger in the mind as consciousness drifted towards sleep. Some evidence suggests certain chants or rhythmic speech were used deliberately to induce trance or help the VOLUR's boundary minus crossing work. While most people didn't engage in these specialized practices, they knew of them, understood sound and rhythm could affect consciousness. This knowledge might have influenced more ordinary nighttime practices, leading people to hum or chant softly preparing for sleep, using sound as a tool to manage the transition between states. Lullabies sung to children served this function, but adults might have had their own versions, their own ways of using sound to ease the passage into sleep. The concept of hamming a kind of personal spiritual power or luck that could be strong or weak, inherited or earned, also relates to sleep and dreams. A person with strong him was not only more likely to succeed in visible ventures, but also more protected in invisible realms. Dreams might be. Not all Vikings slept the same way, in the same conditions with the same quality of rest. Social hierarchy shaped every part of life, and sleep was no exception. To see the full picture of Viking sleep, we must look at how wealth and status created different nighttime experiences not necessarily more restful despite being more materially comfortable. This is one of the great ironies of Viking life. Those with the softest beds sometimes slept the least soundly. Start with physical differences. A wealthy farmer or successful chieftain would have a larger, better minus built, better minus insulated longhouse than a common farmer's. Walls would be higher minus quality timber fitted more precisely. The roof would be more carefully thatched, less likely to leak. Space would be greater, allowing more separation between areas. Inside such a longhouse, sleeping arrangements would be notably better. Instead of crude straw mattresses, the wealthy might have mattresses stuffed with down or wool, softer and more comfortable. Their blankets would be finer wool, perhaps even imported textiles, silk from distant trade routes, beautifully dyed and woven fabric showing significant wealth. Their furs would be more luxurious bare, fox not just the sheepskin available to all. Archaeological digs at high-minus status sites show evidence of these material differences. At wealthy farmsteads, researchers find traces of textiles including silk threads, fragments of elaborate weaving, evidence of expensive dyes. Beds appear more elaborate structures, sometimes with carved wooden frames, decorative elements turning functional furniture into status symbols. Sleeping platforms were larger, offering more space and thus more physical comfort. Yet this material superiority came with its own complications. A wealthy Norse household wasn't just a family unit, but a complex social entity with many people in various relations to the head. There would be family members certainly, but also retainers, workers, guests, and possibly or slaves on the social ladder's lowest rung. All lived under one roof, creating social dynamics, shaping the nighttime experience. The wealthy slept with an awareness of position commoners didn't have to maintain. A chieftain or prosperous farmer was responsible not just for immediate family, but the broader household. They needed to ensure all were fed, disputes settled fairly, the complex social machinery of the household ran smoothly. This responsibility created a different quality of nighttime consciousness, less the pure exhaustion bringing deep sleep, more of vigilance never fully switching off. Consider the political side of high-minus status Viking life. Alliances between powerful families were essential but fragile. A chieftain needed to keep good relations with other chieftains to navigate the complex web of obligations and feud structuring Norse political life. Marriage alliances had to be managed carefully. Inheritance issues could create family tensions. Feuds, once started, could last generations, always carrying the chance of violence. These political concerns didn't vanish at night. A wealthy man lying in his comfortable bed might find his mind turning over the day's conversations, analyzing what someone said or didn't, worrying whether an alliance was solid or starting to fray. The fairy networks bringing power and wealth also brought anxiety. A common farmer worried about crops and animals, a chieftain worried about those plus allies' loyalty and rivals' intentions. Saga literature is full of accounts of feuds escalating through misunderstanding and pride, alliances collapsing, violence erupting suddenly from tensions built over years. The men and women at the center of these dramas were the wealthy and powerful, living with constant awareness a wrong word or deed could trigger consequences affecting whole families. This awareness would have shaped their sleep, perhaps making it lighter, more easily disturbed, less completely restorative. High-minus status women face their own particular pressures. In Norse society, women could own property, manage estates, wield significant power within their sphere. But with power came responsibility. A wealthy woman was expected to manage the household economy, oversee food production and textile work, maintain hospitality, navigate social dynamics among other women. And her husband was away trading or raiding. She held even more responsibility. A high-minus status woman's nights might be partly awake, listening for problems needing her attention, a sick child, certainly, but also disputes among household members, signs of theft or other troubles. The thousand small crises emerging in a complex household. She slept with authority, but also authority as burdens. Her rest was punctuated by the need to be available to respond, to keep control even in darkness. The physical space of elite sleeping quarters reflected social status deliberately. Archaeology suggests in larger longhouses, the head of household and spouse might have a slightly more separated sleeping area, not a private room in the modern sense, but perhaps a platform more enclosed, marked by decorative posts or hanging textiles. This separation was both practical and symbolic, showing rank while keeping the longhouse's communal nature. Decoration of these sleeping areas mattered. Carved bed minus post with intricate patterns, hangings with elaborate weaving, display of valuable objects, nearby all communicated status. That they also created a particular sleeping environment, one where you were surrounded by symbols of your own wealth and position. Whether this promoted restful sleep or created a different awareness, a consciousness of what you had and might lose, is hard to say. Feasting was central to elite Viking social life, and feasts greatly affected sleep. A wealthy chieftain would host feasts to cement alliances, show generosity, maintain status. These events meant heavy eating and drinking, entertainment, socializing late into the night. The host had to stay alert throughout, ensuring proper hospitality, managing any conflicts, reading social dynamics, responding appropriately. Sleep after a feast would have been affected by alcohol. Vikings brewed ale and mead, drank heartily at gatherings. Alcohol disrupts sleep architecture, reducing rest quality even if it helps falling asleep initially. A chieftain who hosted a successful feast might lie down satisfied with the evening, but have fragmented, unrestful sleep. The next day would bring grog innocent the need to resume normal duties despite not being fully rested. The presence of Lar in wealthy households created another dimension of nighttime experience. These slaves, captured in raids or born into servitude, slept in the same longhouse but in markedly worse conditions. They might get the coldest sleeping spots near the door where drafts were strongest. Their bedding would be minimal, their furs the oldest and least warm. They slept knowing their low status, with no real control over their lives. For masters of Lar, this created a psychological dynamic that must have affected sleep on some level. You slept comfortably knowing others nearby slept poorly. You benefited from their labor by day and their inferior status by night. Whether this caused guilt or simply seemed natural, the way things always were, varied by individual, but it created a particular moral landscape shaping consciousness. The elite also had more to lose, shaping nighttime worries in specific ways. A common farmer whose crops failed might face hardship. A wealthy farmer whose ships were lost at sea could suffer catastrophic loss of wealth and status. Stakes were higher, potential for downward mobility more dramatic and consequential. Anxiety about keeping position, protecting accumulated wealth, ensuring inheritance for children, all this created mental activity that could interfere with deep rest. Trading added another layer of complexity to elite sleep. While not every wealthy Viking went trading, many did, and anticipation of violence shaped consciousness in particular ways. In days before a raid, sleep might be difficult, excitement and fear combining to cause restlessness. During the raid itself, on ships or in temporary camps in hostile territory, sleep would be minimal and hyper-vigilant. On return, laden with plunder or nursing injuries, sleep might be disturbed by the aftermath of violence witnessed and done. Warriors making up a chieftain's retinue lived with particular awareness of mortality. They were expected to be brave, fight when called, value honor over safety. This created a fatalism that might have paradoxically helped sleep. If death could come any time, regardless of precautions, why lose sleep worrying? But it also created psychological effects of living with violence, ways trauma and hyper-vigilance can embed in the nervous system. Saga literature portrays elite Viking sleep in ways reflecting these complexities. There are accounts of prophetic dreams troubling chieftains, sleepless nights before big decisions, restlessness from political power. There are also accounts of warriors sleeping soundly before battle, their fatalism and courage bringing a kind of peace. The elite sleep experience varied and was individual, but carried burdens material comfort didn't fully compensate for. Religious ritual was another area where status shaped sleep. While all Vikings took part in religious observances, the wealthy had special duties. A chieftain might also be a priest minus chieftain conducting rituals and tending sacred sites. This dual role brought extra layers of responsibility and concern. Did sacrifices please the gods? Were rituals done correctly? What did dreams and domens mean for the community's welfare? The OLR often came from or served elite households. Their practices involved altered states, journeys into the spirit world to gather information or insight. A wealthy family might host a VOLVA, provide what she needed for rituals, await her prophecies with mix of hope and apprehension. Such a figure's presence would have created a particular spiritual atmosphere, a heightened awareness of the unseen world and its possible communications. Gender dynamics among the elite were complex, varying by region and period. In some contexts, high-status women wielded considerable power, managing estates, even in rare cases taking part in military leadership. In others, their power was more constrained by male relatives. But regardless of specifics, elite women faced pressures, shaping their consciousness and thus their sleep. They navigated social dynamics, protected family interests, maintained the complex web of relationships keeping their households position. The question of inheritance created particular anxieties that could disturb sleep. Parse inheritance practices varied, but generally sons inherited land and movable property. This meant families with multiple sons faced potential conflict over dividing resources. Fathers might lie awake worrying how to provide for all sons without splitting the farm beyond viability. Mothers worried about daughters' marriage prospects, ensuring they were settled with good men in good circumstances. The wealthy also faced the peculiar burden of hosting. Hospitality was optional in Norse culture. Refusing a traveler shelter and food was a serious breach of social norms. But this meant wealthy households often had guests, sometimes expected, sometimes not. Guests needed housing and feeding. Their presence fitted into the household's rhythms. Heads of wealthy households slept knowing they might be woken to receive travelers, that their generosity was constantly on display and being judged. Trade was another source of both wealth and anxiety for the elite. Those engaged in long-distance trade, sailing to distant ports, exchanging goods across vast distances, could amass significant wealth. But trade was risky. Ships could sink. Goods could be stolen. Markets could shift unpredictably. A merchant lying in his comfortable bed might find his mind running calculations, worrying about ships at sea, wondering if ventures would prove profitable or disastrous. Accumulating wealth itself created specific psychological effects. Archaeology shows wealthy Vikings collected remarkable objects, Arab coins, Byzantine silk, elaborate weapons, intricate jewelry. These weren't just possessions, but status markers, proof of successful voyages, evidence of connections to distant places. But they also needed protecting, guarding against theft, maintained as visible symbols of position. The responsibility of protecting wealth could create its own vigilance. Wealth also meant better access to certain luxuries that might have affected sleep quality. Better food, including more meat and dairy, would have given better nutrition overall. Access to imported goods might have included things eating sleep, finer textiles, softer and warmer, perhaps even rare substances with calming effects. Yet these advantages had to be weighed against stresses for maintaining high status. The elite were also more likely to travel, and travel disrupted normal sleep patterns. A chieftain visiting another household slept in unfamiliar surroundings among people he might not fully trust, in circumstances requiring continued alertness to social dynamics. Traveled even more, sleeping on ships and in foreign ports. The rest always somewhat provisional and guarded. The wealthy thus experienced more variety in sleeping conditions. But this variety came at the cost of the deep security familiarity gives. As the Norse world changed, Christianity spreading, kingdoms forming, traditional structures shifting, the elite were often at the center of these changes. They had to navigate new political arrangements, adopt new religious practices, adjust to new social organization. This process of cultural transformation would have created particular anxieties, especially at night when the mind turns over the day's events and considers an uncertain future. The irony at the heart of elite Viking sleep is that those with the most material comfort often had the least psychological ease. A common farmer, exhausted from physical labor, surrounded by family, with few political entanglements to worry over, might sink into deep, restorative sleep despite rough bedding and cold air. Ni chieftain in his comfortable bed with fine furs and ample space might lie awake for hours turning over political calculations, worrying about alliances, inheritance, reputation. This paradox suggests something important about sleep itself. It isn't primarily a function of comfort, but of psychological factors like security, predictability, absence of unresolved anxiety. Vikings seem to understand this intuitively, even if they couldn't put it in modern psychological terms. The rituals around sleep, the emphasis on proper protective measures, the value placed on communal closeness, all addressed psychological needs as much as physical ones. The archaeological record of elite graves shows something poignant about how status followed people even into death. Wealthy individuals were buried in ships or elaborate chambers, surrounded by possessions, bodies arranged carefully, graves marked with visible monuments. This care extended even to ensuring the dead would rest properly in the afterlife. The same anxieties about status shaping elite sleep and life continued shaping how they were treated after death. Yet for all the complications and burdens of high status, the elite were still Vikings, still part of the same cultural framework shaping everyone's sleep experience. They believed in the same gods, feared the same Dr. Auguste A.R., practiced versions of the same protective rituals. Their nights differed in degree, not entirely in kind, from those of poorer neighbors. They too closed eyes in smoky longhouses, listened to wind howling outside, woke in the night to stir the fire, gradually learned the particular rhythms and textures of sleep their culture gave. In the end, the weight of status might have made certain kinds of deep, untroubled sleep harder for the elite to find. They had more responsibilities, more to protect, more complex social dynamics to navigate. But they also had resources to manage challenges, specialists to consult, allies to rely on. They weren't helpless against sleep slins, but actively engaged in managing their rest through whatever means their culture provided. And perhaps on some nights when political worries were distant, the household running smoothly, the fire-warmed family sleeping peacefully nearby, even the elite could find that deep, complete rest all humans crave. Perhaps in those moments, soft furs and fine textiles truly did give extra comfort. The larger space truly did create a sense of security, and while fulfilled its promise of making life easier, those nights, however, might have been rarer than for poorer neighbors, whose exhaustion and simpler lives more reliably delivered them into deep sleep's embrace. Traveled through many nights now, across centuries and circumstances, from common longhouses to Vinland's strange forests, from the realm of dreams and spirits to the complicated beds of chieftains. The journey has revealed something seeming paradoxical from our modern view. Vikings, living in conditions would find nearly unbearable, often slept more deeply and perhaps more peacefully than many do in the comfort and security of today's world. This isn't to romanticize their lives or suggest hardship is desirable. Vikings suffered in ways we can barely imagine, from cold and hunger, disease and injury, violence and loss. Their lives were short by modern standards, their daily existence filled with labor that would exhaust us. Their world lacked countless comforts and safeties we take for granted. Yet within this harsh frame, they found rest. The key to understanding Viking sleep lies in seeing what actually fosters depressed. It isn't primarily material comfort, though comfort helps. It isn't absence of physical sensation, though pain certainly interferes. Rather, deep sleep seems to need a particular constellation of psychological and physical factors: genuine exhaustion, a sense of relative safety, resolution or acceptance of uncertainty, absence of excessive mental stimulation. Vikings achieved these conditions through the very structure of their lives.